Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Huskin. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 25. Thomas Dekker. Approximately 1570 to approximately 1637. Thomas Dekker, the genial realist, the Dickens of Jacobean London, has left in his works the impress of a most lovable personality, but the facts with which to surround that personality are of the scantiest. He was born about 1570 in London. At least, in 1637, he speaks of himself as over 70 years of age. This is the only clue we have to the date of his birth. He came probably of a tradesman's family, for he describes better than any of his fellows in art the life of the lower middle class, and enters into the thoughts and feelings of that class with a heartiness which is possible only after a long and familiar association. He was not a university man, but absorbed his classical knowledge as Shakespeare did, through association with the wits of his time. He is first mentioned in Henslow's diary in 1597, and after that his name appears frequently. He was evidently a dramatic hack, working for that manager, adapting and making over old plays and writing new ones. He must have been popular, too, for his name appears oftener than that of any of his associates. Yet his industry and popularity could not always keep him above the water. Henslow was not a generous paymaster, and the unlucky dramatist knew the inside of the debtor's prison cell. More than once, the manager advanced sums to bail him out. Oldys says he was in prison from 1613 to 1616. After 1637, we find his name no more. As a dramatist, Dekker was most active between the years 1598 and 1602. In one of those years alone, he was engaged on 12 plays. Many of these have been lost. Of the few that remain, 2 of the most characteristic belong to this period. The Shoemaker's Holiday, published in 1599, shows Dekker on his genial, realistic side, with his sense of fun and his hearty sympathy with the life of the people. It bubbles over with the delight in mere living, and is full of kindly feeling toward all the world. It was sure to appeal to its audience, especially to the pit, where the tradesmen and artisans with their wives applauded, and noisiest of all, the prentices shouted their satisfaction. Here they saw themselves and their masters brought on the stage, somewhat idealized, but still full of frolic and good nature. It is one of the brightest and pleasantest of Elizabethan comedies. Close on its heels followed the pleasant comedy of Old Fortunatus. Here Dekker the idealist, the poet of luxurious fancy and rich yet delicate imagination, is seen at his best. Fortunatus, with his wishing hat and wonderful purse, appealed to the romantic spirit of the time, when men still sailed in search of the Hesperides, compounded the elixir of youth, and sought for the philosopher's stone. Dekker worked over an old play of the same name. The subject of both was taken from the old German Volksbuch, Fortunatus of 1519. Among the collaborators of Dekker at this time was Ben Jonson. Both these men were realists, but Jonson slashed into life with bitter satire, whereas Dekker cloaked over its frailties with a tender humor. Again, Jonson was a conscientious artist, aiming at perfection. Dekker, while capable of much higher poetry, was often careless and slipshod. No wonder that the director scorned his somewhat irresponsible co-worker. The precise nature of their quarrel, one of the most famous among authors, is not known. It culminated in 1601, when Johnson produced The Poetaster, a play in which Dekker and Marston were mercilessly ridiculed. Dekker replied shortly in Satyromastix, or The Untrussing of the Humorous Poet, a burlesque full of good-natured mockery of his antagonist. Dekker wrote, in conjunction with Webster, Westward Ho, Northward Ho, and Sir Thomas Wyatt, with Middleton, the Roaring Girl, with Massinger, the Virgin Martyr, and with Ford, the Sun's Darling, and the Witch of Edmonton. Among the products of Dekker's old age, Match Me in London is ranked among his half-dozen best plays, and The Wonder of a Kingdom is a fair journeyman's work. One of the most versatile of the later Elizabethans, prolonging their style and ideas into the new world of the Stuarts, Dekker was also prominent as a pamphleteer. He first appeared as such in 1603, with The Wonderful Year 1603, wherein is showed the picture of London lying sick of the plague, a vivid description of the pest, which undoubtedly served Defoe as a model in his famous book on the same subject. The best known of his many pamphlets, however, is The Gull's Horn Book, a graphic description of the ways and manners of the gallants of the time. These various tracts are invaluable for the light they throw on the social life of Jacobean London. Lastly, Dekker as a songwriter must not be forgotten. He had the genuine lyric gift and poured forth his bird notes, sweet, fresh, and spontaneous, full of the singer's joy in his song. He also wrote some very beautiful prayers. Varied and unequal as Dekker's work is, he is one of the hardest among the Elizabethans to classify. He at times rises to the very heights of poetic inspiration, soaring above most of his contemporaries, to drop all of a sudden down to a dead level of prose. But he makes up for his shortcomings by his wholehearted, manly view of life, his compassion for the weak, his sympathy with the lowly, his determination to make the best of everything, and to show the good hidden away under the evil. Quote, toil, envy, want, the patron, and the jail, end quote. These he knew from bitter experience, yet never allowed them to overcloud his buoyant spirits, but made them serve his artistic purposes. Joyousness is the prevailing note of his work, mingled with a pathetic undertone of patience. From The Gull's Horn Book, How a Gallant Should Behave Himself in Powell's Walk. Now for your venturing into the walk. Be circumspect and wary what pillar you come in at, and take heed in any case, as you love the reputation of your honor, that you avoid the serving man's dog, but bend your course directly in the middle line, that the whole body of the church may appear to be yours, where, in view of all, you may publish your suit in what manner you affect most, either with the slide of your cloak from the one shoulder, and then you must, as 'twere in anger, suddenly snatch at the middle of the inside, if it be taffeta at the least, and so by the means your costly lining is betrayed, or else by the pretty advantage of the compliment. But one note by the way do I especially woo you to, the neglect of which makes many of our gallants cheap and ordinary, that you by no means be seen above 4 turns, but in the 5th make yourself away, either in some of the sempsters' shops, the new tobacco office, or amongst the booksellers, where, if you cannot read, exercise your smoke, and inquire who has writ against this divine weed, etc. For this, withdrawing yourself a little will much benefit your suit, which else by too long walking would be stale to the whole spectators. But howsoever, if Powell's jacks be up with their elbows, and quarrelling to strike 11, as soon as ever the clock has parted them and ended the fray with his hammer, let not the Duke's gallery contain you any longer, but pass away apace in open view. In which departure, if by chance you either encounter, or aloof off throw your inquisitive eye upon any knight or squire, being your familiar, salute him not by his name of Sir, such a one, or so, but call him Ned, or Jack, etc. This will set off your estimation with great men, and if, though there be a dozen companies between you, 'tis the better, he call aloud to you, for that's most gentile, to know where he shall find you at 2 o'clock, tell him at such an ordinary, or such, and be sure to name those that are dearest, and whither none but your gallants resort. After dinner, you may appear again, having translated yourself out of your English cloth cloak into a light turkey gogram, if you have that happiness of shifting, and then be seen, for a turn or two, to correct your teeth with some quill or silver instrument, and to cleanse your gums with the wrought handkercher. It skills not whether you dined or no, that's best known to your stomach, or in what place you dined, though it were with cheese, of your own mother's making, in your chamber or study. Suck this humour up especially. Put off to none unless his hat-band be of a newer fashion than yours, and then 3 degrees quainter. But for him that wears the trebled cypress around his hat, though he were an alderman's son, never move to him, for he's suspected to be worse than a gull, and not worth the putting off to. That cannot observe the time of his hatband, nor know what fashioned block is most kin to his head. For in my opinion, ye brain that cannot choose his felt well, being the head ornament, must needs pour folly into all the rest of the members, and be an absolute confirmed fool in summa totali. The great dial is your last monument. These bestow some half of the 60 minutes to observe the sauciness of the jakes that are above the man in the moon there. The strangeness of the motion will quit your labor. Besides, you may here have fit occasion to discover your watch, by taking it forth, and setting the wheels to the time of Powell's, which, I assure you, goes truer by 5 notes than St. Sepulchre's chimes. The benefit that will arise from hence is this, that you publish your charge in maintaining a gilded clock, and with all the world shall know that you are a time-server. By this I imagine you have walked your bellyful, and thereupon being weary, or, which I rather believe, being most gentlemanlike hungry, it is fit that I brought you in to the Duke. So, because he follows the fashion of great men in keeping no house, and that therefore you must go seek your dinner, suffer me to take you by the hand, and lead you into an ordinary. Sleep. Do but consider what an excellent thing sleep is. It is so inestimable a jewel, that if a tyrant would give his crown for an hour's slumber, it cannot be bought. Yea, so greatly are we indebted to this kinsman of death, that we owe the better tributary half of our life to him, and there is good cause why we should do so. For sleep is that golden chain that ties health and our bodies together. Who complains of want, of wounds, of cares, of great men's oppressions, of captivity, whilst he sleepeth? beggars in their beds take as much pleasure as kings? Can we therefore surfeit on this delicate ambrosia? Can we drink too much of that, whereof to taste too little tumbles us into a churchyard, and to use it but indifferently throws us into bedlam? No, no. Look upon Endymion, the moon's minion, who slept 75 years, and was not a hair the worse for it. Can lying abed till noon then, being not the 75,000th part of his nap, be hurtful? The Praise of Fortune, from Old Fortunatus. Fortune smiles, cry holiday, dimples on her cheek do dwell. Fortune frowns, cry well-a-day, her love is heaven, her hate is hell. Since heaven and hell obey her power, tremble when her eyes do lower. Since heaven and hell her power obey, when she smiles, cry holiday. Holiday with joy we cry, and bend, and merrily sing hymns to Fortune's deity. Sing hymns to Fortune's deity. Chorus. Let us sing merrily, 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 with our songs let heaven resound. Fortune's hands our heads have crowned. Let us sing merrily, merrily, merrily. Content, from Patient Gristle. Art thou poor, yet hast thou golden slumbers? O sweet content. Art thou rich, yet is thy mind perplexed? O punishment. Dost thou laugh to see how fools are vexed to add to golden numbers golden numbers? O sweet content, O sweet content. Work apace, 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 honest labor bears a lovely face. Then hey nonny nonny, hey nonny nonny. Canst drink the waters of the crisped spring? O sweet content. Swimm'st thou in wealth, yet sinkest in thine own tears? O punishment. Then he that patiently wants burden bears no burden bears, but is a king, a king. O sweet content, O sweet content. Rustic Song, from The Sun's Darling. Haymakers, rakers, reapers, and mowers, wait on your summer queen. Dress up with musk rose her eglantine bowers, daffodils strew the green. Sing, dance, and play, 'tis holiday. The sun does bravely shine on our ears of corn. Rich as a pearl comes every girl. This is mine, this is mine, this is mine. Let us die ere away they be born. Bow to our sun, to our queen, and that fair one come to behold our sports. Each bonny lass here is counted a rare one, as those in princes' courts. These and we with country glee will teach the woods to resound, and the hills with echoes hollow. Skipping lambs, their bleating dams, 'mongst kids shall trip it round. For joy thus our wenches we follow. Wind, jolly huntsman, your neat bugles shrilly. Hounds, make a lusty cry. Spring up, you falconers, partridges freely. Then let your brave hawks fly. Horses amain, over ridge, over plain, the dogs have the stag in chase. 'Tis a sport to content a king, so ho, ho through the skies how the proud bird flies, and sousing kills with a grace. Now the deer falls, hark, how they ring. Lullaby, From Patient Gristle. Golden slumbers kiss your eyes, smiles awake you when you rise. Sleep, pretty wantons, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby. Rock them, lullaby. Care is heavy, therefore sleep you. You are care, and care must keep you. Sleep, pretty wantons, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby. Rock them, lullaby. End of section 25. Recording by Meg Huskin.
Section 26 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 26. Jean-François Casimir Delavigne, 1793 to 1843, by Frédéric Lollier. This French lyrical poet and dramatist, born in Havre in 1793 and brought up in Paris, was awarded a prize by the Académie Française in 1811, elected a member of that illustrious body July 7, 1825, and died December 11, 1843. When hardly 20 years of age, he had already made his name famous by dithyrambs, the form of which, imitated from the ancients, enabled him to express in sufficiently poetic manner quite modern sentiments. Possessed of brilliant and easy imagination, moderately enthusiastic, and more sober than powerful, he hit upon a lucky vein, which promptly led him to fame. He described the recent disasters of his country in fine odes entitled Messeniennes, in allusion to the chance in which the defeated Messenians deplored the hardships inflicted on them by the Spartans. Those political elegies were named La Bataille de Waterloo, the Battle of Waterloo, La Dévastation des Musées, the Spoliation of the Museum, Sur le besoin de s'unir, après le départ des étrangers, on the necessity of union after the departure of the foreigners. They expressed emotions agitating the mind of the country. At the same time, they appealed to the heart of the liberals of the period by uttering their regrets for vanished power, their rancor against the victorious party, their fears for threatened liberty. The circumstances, the passions of the day, as also the awakening of young and new talent, all concurred to favor Casimir Delavigne, who almost from the very first attained high reputation. In 1819, the publication of two more Messeniennes on the life and death of Joan of Arc, inspired like the first with deep patriotic fervor, was received with enthusiasm. Earlier even than the day of Lamartine and Victor Hugo, Casimir Delavigne had the glory of stirring the heart of France. He had the added merit of maintaining, after Beaumarchais and before Émile Augier, the dignity of high comedy. Ingenious scenes of life, lively and spirited details, grace and delicacy of style, save from oblivion such pieces as L'École des Vieillards, the School of Age, first performed by the great artists Mademoiselle Mars and Talma, and Don Juan d'Autriche, Don John of Austria, a prose comedy. Other dramas of his, Marino Faliero, Les Vêpres Siciliennes, the Sicilian Vespers, Louis XI, Les Enfants d'Edouard, the Children of Edward, and La Fille du Cid, the Daughter of the Cid, are still read with admiration or acted to applauding spectators. A pure disciple of Racine at first, Delavigne deftly managed to adopt some innovations of the Romanticist school. Marino Faliero was the first of his productions in which, relinquishing the so-called classic rules, he endeavored, as a French critic fitly remarks, to introduce a kind of eclecticism in stage literature, a bold attempt tempered with prudent reserve, in which he wisely combined the processes favored by the new school with current tradition. That play is indeed a happy mixture of drama and comedy. It contains familiar dialogues and noble outbursts which, however, do not violate the proprieties of academic style. Though he never displayed the genius of Lamartine or of Victor Hugo, and though some of his pictures have faded since the appearance of the dazzling productions of the great masters of Romanticism, Casimir Delavigne still ranks high in the literature of his country and century, thanks to the lofty and steady qualities, to the tender and generous feeling, to the noble independence, which were the honorable characteristics of his talent and his individuality. His works, first published in Paris in 1843 in 6 octavo volumes, went through many subsequent editions. Selection: The Confession of Louis XI by Jean-François Casimir Delavigne. On the point of dying, Louis XI clings desperately to life, and summons before him a holy monk, Francis de Paula, whom he implores to work a miracle in his favor and prolong his life. Dramatis Personae, King Louis XI, and Saint Francis de Paula, founder of the Order of the Franciscan Friars. Louis: We are alone now. Francis: What do you wish of me? Louis, who has knelt down: At your knees see me trembling with hope and fear. What can I do for you? Everything, Father. You can do everything. You can call the dead to life again. I? To the dead you say, leave your graves, and they leave them. Who? I? You bid our ailments to be cured. I, my son? And they are cured. When you command the skies clear, the wind suddenly blows or likewise abates. The falling thunderbolt at your command moves back to the clouds. Oh, I implore you, who in the air can keep up the beneficent dew, or let it pour its welcome freshness on the withering plant, impart fresh vigor to my old limbs. See me, I am dying. Revive my drooping energy. Stretch ye out your arms to me. Touch ye those livid features of mine, and the spell of your hands will cause my wrinkles to vanish. What do you ask of me? You surprise me, my son. Am I equal to God? From your lips I first learn that I go abroad rendering oracles, and with my hands working miracles. At least 10 years, Father. Grant me 10 more years to live, and upon you I shall lavish honors and presents. I shall found shrines to your name. In gold and jasper shall have your relics set. But 20 years more life are too little a reward for so much wealth and incense. I beseech you, work a whole miracle. Do not cut so short the thread of my life. A whole miracle. Give me new life and prolong my days. To do God's work is not in his creature's power. What, when everything dies, you alone should last? King, such is not God's will. I, his feeble creature, cannot alter for you the course of nature. All that which grows must vanish. All that which is born must perish. Man himself and his works, the tree and its fruit alike. All that produces does so only for a time. 'Tis the law here below. For eternity death alone shall fructify. You wear out my patience. Do your duty, monk. Work in my favor your marvelous power. For if you refuse, I shall compel you. Do you forget that I am a king? The holy oil anointed my forehead. Oh, pardon me, but it is your duty to do more for kings, for crowned heads, than for those obscure and unfortunate wretches whom, but for your prayers, God in heaven would never have remembered. Kings and their subjects are equal in the eyes of the Lord. He owes you his aid as to the rest of his children. Be more just to yourself, and claim for your soul that help for which you beg. No, not so much at a time. Let us now mind the body. I shall think of the soul by and by. It is your remorse, O king. 'Tis that smarting wound inflicted by your crimes, which slowly drags your body to final ruin. The priests absolved me. Vain hope! The weight of your present alarms is made up of 30 years of iniquitous life. Confess your shame, disclose your sins, and let sincere repentance wash away your defiled soul. Should I get cured? Perhaps. Say yes, promise that I shall. I am going to confess all. To me? Such is my will. Listen. Speak then, sinner, who summon me to perform this holy ministry. I cannot and dare not refuse. What are your sins? Through fear of the Dauphin, the late king died of starvation. A son shortened his own father's old age. I was that Dauphin. You were. My father's weakness was ruining France. A favorite ruled. France must have perished had not the king done so. State interests are higher than— Confess thy sins, thou wicked son. Do not excuse thy wrongdoings. I had a brother. What of him? Who died, poisoned. Were you instrumental in his death? They suspected me. God Almighty! If those who said so fell in my power— Is it true? His ghost rising from the grave can alone with impunity accuse me of his death. So you were guilty of it? The traitor deserved it. You would escape your just punishment. Tremble. I was your brother. I am now your judge. Crushed under your sin, bend low your head. Return to nothingness, empty majesty. I no longer see the king. I hear the criminal. To your knees, fratricide. I shudder. Repent. I own my fault. Have pity on me. I beat my breast and repent another crime. I do not excuse it. Is this not all? Nemours, he was a conspirator, but his death, his crime was proved. But under his scaffold, his children's tears, thrice against his lord he had taken up arms. His life blood spattered them, yet his death was but just. Cruel, cruel king! Just but severe, I confess it, I punished. But no, I have committed crimes. In mid-air the fatal knot has strangled my victims. In murderous pits they have been stabbed with steel. The waters have put an end to them. The earth has acted as their jailer. Prisoners buried beneath these towers groan, forgotten in their depths. Oh, since there are wrongs which you can still repair, come. Where to? Let us set free those prisoners. Statecraft forbids. Charity orders. Come and save your soul. And risk my crown? As a king I cannot. As a Christian you must. I have repented. Let that suffice. That avails nothing. Have I not confessed my sins? They are not condoned while you persist in them. The church has indulgences which a king can pay for. God's pardon is not to be bought. We must deserve it. I claim it by right of my anguish. O Father, if you knew my sufferings, you would shed tears of pity. The intolerable bodily pain I endure constitutes but half my troubles and my least suffering. I desire the places where I cannot be. Everywhere remorse pursues me. I avoid the living. I live among the dead. I spend dreadful days and nights more terrible. The darkness assumes visible shapes. Silence disturbs me, and when I pray to my Saviour, I hear his voice say, "What would you with me, accursed?" When asleep, a demon sits on my chest. I drive him away, and a naked sword stabs me furiously. I rise aghast. Human blood inundates my couch, and my hand, seized by a hand cold as death, is plunged in that blood, and feels hideous moving debris. Ah, wretched man! You shudder. Such are my days and nights, my sleep, my life. Yet dying I agonize to live, and fear to drink the last drop of that bitter cup. Come then, forgive the wrongs others have done you, and thus abate your own tortures. A deed of mercy will buy you rest, and when you awake, some voice at least will bless your name. Come, do not tarry. Wait, wait! Will the Lord wait? Tomorrow! But tomorrow, tonight now, perhaps death awaits you. I am well protected. The unloved are ill protected. Come, come! Give me time to make up my mind. I leave you, murderer. I cannot forgive your crimes. What, do you condemn me? God may forgive all. When he still hesitates, how could I condemn? Take advantage of the delay he grants you. Weep, pray, obtain from his mercy the softening of your heart towards those unfortunates. Forgive, and let the light of day shine for them once more. When you seize the attribute of divine vengeance, they denounced your name from the depth of their jails in their bitter anguish, and their shrieks and moans drowned your prayers. Now end those sufferings, and God shall hear your prayers. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in September 2020. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 27. Demosthenes, 384 to 322 BC, by Robert Sharp. The lot of Demosthenes, the great Athenian orator, was cast in evil times. The glorious days of his country's brilliant political preeminence among Grecian states, and of her still more brilliant preeminence as a leader and torch-bearer to the world in its progress towards enlightenment and freedom, were well nigh over. In arms she had been crushed by the brute force of Sparta. But this was not her deepest humiliation. She had indeed risen again to great power, under the leadership of generals and statesmen, in whom something of the old-time Athenian spirit still persisted, but the duration of that power had been brief. The deepest humiliation of a state is not in the loss of military prestige or of material resources, but in the degeneracy of its citizens, in the overthrow and scorn of high ideals. And so it was in Athens at the time of Demosthenes' political activity. The Athenians had become a pampered, ease-loving people. They still cherished a cheap admiration for the great achievements of their fathers. Stirring appeals to the glories of Marathon and Salamis would arouse them to pass patriotic resolutions. Any suggestion of self-sacrifice, of service on the fleet or in the field, was dangerous. A law made it a capital offence to propose to use, even in meeting any great emergency, the funds set aside to supply the folk with amusements. They preferred to hire mercenaries to undergo their hardships and to fight their battles, but they were not willing to pay their hirelings. The commander had to find pay for his soldiers in the booty taken from their enemies, or, failing that, by plundering their friends. It must be admitted, however, that the patriots at home were always ready and most willing to try, to convict, and to punish the commanders upon any charge of misdemeanor in office. There were not wanting men of integrity and true patriotism, and of great ability, as Isocrates and Phocion, who accepted as inevitable the decline of the power of Athens, and advocated a policy of passive non-interference in foreign affairs, unless it were to take part in a united effort against Persia. But the mass of the people, instead of offering their own means and their bodies to the service of their country, deemed it rather the part of the state to supply their needs and their amusements. They considered that they had performed, to the full, their duty as citizens when they had taken part in the noisy debates of the assembly, or had sat as paid jurymen in the never-ending succession of court procedures of this most litigious of peoples. Among men, even in their better days, not callous to the allurements of bribes judiciously administered, it was a logical sequence that corruption should now pervade all classes and conditions. Literature and art, too, shared the general decadence, as it ever must be, since they always respond to the dominant ideals of a time and a people. To this general statement the exception must be noted that philosophy, as represented by Plato and Aristotle, and oratory, as represented by a long succession of Attic orators, had developed into higher and better forms. The history of human experience has shown that philosophy often becomes more subtle and more profound in times when men fall away from their ancient high standards and become shaken in their old beliefs. So, oratory attains its perfect flower in periods of the greatest stress and danger, whether from foreign foes or from internal discord. Both these forms of utterance of the active human intellect show, in their highest attainment, the realization of imminent emergency and the effort to point out a way of betterment and safety. Not only the condition of affairs at home was full of portent of coming disaster. The course of events in other parts of Greece and in the barbarian kingdom of Macedon seemed all to be converging to one inevitable result, the extinction of Hellenic freedom. When a nation or a race becomes unfit to possess longer the most precious of heritages, a free and honorable place among nations, then the time and the occasion and the man will not be long wanting to cooperate with the internal subversive force in consummating the final catastrophe. If Philip should die, said Demosthenes, the Athenians would quickly make themselves another Philip. Throughout Greece, mutual jealousy and hatred among the states, each too weak to cope with a strong foreign foe, prevented such united action as might have made the country secure from any barbarian power, and that at a time when it was threatened by an enemy far more formidable than had been Xerxes with all his millions. The Greeks at first entirely underrated the danger from Philip and the Macedonians. They had, up to this time, despised these barbarians. Demosthenes, in the third Philippic, reproaches his countrymen with enduring insult and outrage from a vile barbarian out of Macedon, whence formerly not even a respectable slave could be obtained. It is indeed doubtful whether the world has ever seen a man, placed in a position of great power, more capable of seizing every opportunity and of using every agency, fair or foul, for accomplishing his ambitious purposes than was Philip of Macedon. The Greeks were most unfortunate in their enemy. Philip understood the Greek people thoroughly. He had received his early training among them while a hostage at Thebes. He found in their petty feuds, in their indolence and corruptibility, his opportunity to carry into effect his matured plans of conquest. His energy never slept, his influence was ever present. When he was far away, extending his boundaries among the barbarians, his money was still active in Athens and elsewhere. His agents, often among the ablest men in a community, were busy using every cunning means at the command of the wonderful Greek ingenuity to conceal the danger or to reconcile the fickle people to a change that promised fine rewards for the sale of their liberty. Then he began to trim off one by one the outlying colonies and dependencies of the Greek states. His next step was to be the obtaining of a foothold in Greece proper. The chief obstacle to Philip's progress was Athens, degenerate as she was, and his chief opponent in Athens was Demosthenes. This Philip understood very well, but he treated both the city and the great statesman always with a remarkable leniency. More than once Athens, inflamed by Demosthenes, flashed into her old-time energy and activity, and stayed the Macedonians' course, as when, in his first bold march towards the heart of Greece, he found himself confronted at Thermopylae by Athenian troops, and again when prompt succor from Athens saved Byzantium for the time. But the emergency once past, the ardor of the Athenians died down as quickly as it had flamed up. The social war, 357 to 355 BC, left Athens stripped almost bare of allies, and was practically a victory for Philip. The Sacred War, 357 to 346 BC, between Thebes and Phocis, turning upon an affront offered to the Delphian god, gave Philip the eagerly sought-for opportunity of interfering in the internal affairs of Greece. He became the successful champion of the god, and received as his reward a place in the great Amphictyonic Council. He thus secured recognition of his claims to being a Greek, since none but Greeks might sit in this council. He had, moreover, in crushing the Phocians, destroyed a formidable power of resistance to his plans. Such were the times and such the conditions in which Demosthenes entered upon his strenuous public life. He was born most probably in 384 BC, though some authorities give preference to 382 BC as the year of his birth. He was the son of Demosthenes and Cleobule. His father was a respectable and wealthy Athenian citizen, a manufacturer of cutlery and upholstering. His mother was the daughter of Gylon, an Athenian citizen resident in the region of the Crimea. Misfortune fell early upon him. At the age of 7 he was left fatherless. His large patrimony fell into the hands of unprincipled guardians. Nature seems almost maliciously to have concentrated in him a number of blemishes, any one of which might have checked effectually the ambition of any ordinary man to excel in the profession Demosthenes chose for himself. He was not strong of body, his features were sinister, and his manner was ungraceful, a grievous drawback among a people with whom physical beauty might cover a multitude of sins, and physical imperfections were a reproach. He seems to have enjoyed the best facilities in his youth for training his mind, though he complains that his teachers were not paid by his guardians, and he is reported to have developed a fondness for oratory at an early age. In his maturing years he was taught by the great lawyer Isaias, and must often have listened to the orator and rhetorician Isocrates, if he was not indeed actually instructed by him. When once he had determined to make himself an orator, he set himself to work with immense energy to overcome the natural disadvantages that stood in the way of his success. By hard training he strengthened his weak voice and lungs. It is related that he cured himself of a painful habit of stammering, and he subjected himself to the most vigorous course of study preparatory to his profession, cutting himself off from all social enjoyments. His success as an orator, however, was not immediate. He tasted all the bitterness of failure on more than one occasion, but after temporary discouragement he redoubled his efforts to correct the faults that were made so distressingly plain to him by the unsparing but salutary criticism of his audience. Without doubt, these conflicts and rebuffs of his earlier years served to strengthen and deepen the moral character of Demosthenes, as well as to improve his art. They contributed to form a man capable of spending his whole life in unflagging devotion to a high purpose, and that in the face of the greatest difficulties and dangers. The dominant purpose of his life was the preservation of the freedom of the Greek states from the control of any foreign power, and the maintenance of the preeminent position of Athens among these states. In this combination of a splendid intellect, an indomitable will, and a great purpose, we find the true basis of Demosthenes' greatness. When at the age of 18 he came into the wreck of his patrimony, he at once began suit against a Phobos, one of his unfaithful guardians. He conducted his case himself. So well did he plead his cause that he received a verdict for a large amount. He seems, however, owing to the trickery of his opponent, never to have recovered the money. He became now a professional writer of speeches for clients in private suits of every kind, sometimes appearing in court himself as advocate. In 355 to 354 BC, he entered upon his career as public orator and statesman. He had now found his field of action, and till the end of his eventful life he was a most prominent figure in the great issues that concerned the welfare of Athens and of Greece. He was long unquestionably the leading man among the Athenians. By splendid ability as orator and statesman, he was repeatedly able to thwart the plans of the traitors in the pay of Philip, even though they were led by the adept and eloquent Ascanius. His influence was powerful in the Peloponnesus, and he succeeded, in 338 BC, in even uniting the bitter hereditary enemies Thebes and Athens for one final, desperate, but unsuccessful struggle against the Macedonian power. Demosthenes soon awoke to the danger threatening his country from the barbarian kingdom in the north, though not even he understood at first how grave was the danger. The series of great speeches relating to Philip, the first Philippic, the three Olympiacs, on the peace, on the embassy, on the Chersonese, the second and third Philippics, show an increasing intensity and fire as the danger became more and more imminent. These orations were delivered in the period 351 to 341 BC. When the cause of Greek freedom had been overwhelmed at Chaeronea in the defeat of the allied Thebans and Athenians, Demosthenes, who had organized the unsuccessful resistance to Philip, still retained the favor of his countrymen, fickle as they were. With the exception of a short period of disfavor, he practically regulated the policy of Athens till his death in 322 BC. In 336 BC, on motion of Ctesiphon, a golden crown was voted to Demosthenes by the Senate, in recognition of certain eminent services and generous contributions from his own means to the needs of the state. The decree was not confirmed by the assembly, owing to the opposition of Ascanius, who gave notice that he would bring suit against Ctesiphon for proposing an illegal measure. The case did not come up for trial, however, till 330 BC, 6 years later. The reason for this delay has never been clearly revealed. When Ctesiphon was summoned to appear, it was well understood that it was not he but Demosthenes who was in reality to be tried, and that the public and private record of the latter would be subjected to the most rigorous scrutiny. On that memorable occasion, people gathered from all over Greece to witness the oratorical duel of the two champions, for Demosthenes was to reply to Ascanius. The speech of Ascanius was a brilliant and bitter arraignment of Demosthenes, but so triumphant was the reply of the latter that his opponent, in mortification, went into voluntary exile. The speech of Demosthenes, on the crown, has been generally accepted by ancients and moderns as the supreme attainment in the oratory of antiquity. It is evident that a man, the never-swerving champion of a cause which demanded the greatest sacrifice from a people devoted to self-indulgence, the never-sleeping opponent of the hirelings of a foreign enemy, and a persistent obstacle to men of honest conviction who advocated a policy different from that which seemed best to him, would of necessity bring upon himself bitter hostility and accusations of the most serious character. And such was the case. Demosthenes has been accused of many crimes and immoralities, some of them so different in character as to be almost mutually exclusive. The most serious charge is that of receiving a bribe from Harpalus, the absconding treasurer of Alexander. He was tried upon this charge, convicted, fined 50 talents, and thrown into prison. Thence he escaped to go into a miserable exile. How far and how seriously the character of Demosthenes is compromised by this and other attacks, it is not possible to decide to the satisfaction of all. The results of the contest in regard to the crown and the trial in the Harpalus matter were very different, but the verdict of neither trial, even if they were not conflicting, could be accepted as decisive. To me, the evidence, weighed as we weigh other evidence with a just appreciation of the source of the charges, the powerful testimony of the man's public life viewed as a whole, and the lofty position maintained in the face of all odds among a petulant people whom he would not flatter, but openly reproved for their vices, the evidence, I say, read in this light, justifies the conclusion that the orator was a man of high moral character, and that in the Harpalus affair he was the victim of the Macedonian faction and of the misled patriotic party, co-operating for the time being. When the tidings of the death of Alexander startled the world, Demosthenes at once, though in exile, became intensely active in arousing the patriots to strike one more blow for liberty. He was recalled to Athens, restored to his high place, and became again the chief influence in preparing for the last desperate resistance to the Macedonians. When the cause of Greek freedom was finally lost, Demosthenes went into exile. A price was set upon his head, and when the Macedonian soldiers, led by a Greek traitor, were about to lay hands upon him in the temple of Poseidon at Calaudia, he sucked the poison which he always carried ready in his pen, and died rather than yield himself to the hated enemies of his country. It remains only to say that the general consensus of ancient and modern opinion is that Demosthenes was the supreme figure in the brilliant line of orators of antiquity. The chief general characteristics in all Demosthenes's public oratory are a sustained intensity and a merciless directness. Swift as waves before a gale, every word bears straight toward the final goal of his purpose. We are hardly conscious even of the artistic taste which fits each phrase and sentence and episode to the larger occasion as well as to each other. Indeed, we lose the rhetorician altogether in the devoted pleader, the patriot, the self-forgetful chief of a noble but losing cause. His careful study of the great orators who had preceded him undoubtedly taught him much, yet it was his own original and creative power, lodged in a far-sighted, generous, and fearless nature, that enabled him to leave to mankind a series of forensic masterpieces hardly rivaled in any age or country. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 28. The Third Philippic. The Argument. This speech was delivered about 3 months after the Second Philippic, while Philip was advancing into Thrace, and threatening both the Chersonese and the Propantine coast. No new event had happened which called for any special consultation. But Demosthenes, alarmed by the formidable character of Philip's enterprises and vast military preparations, felt the necessity of rousing the Athenians to exertion. Many speeches, men of Athens, are made in almost every assembly about the hostilities of Philip, hostilities which, ever since the treaty of peace, he has been committing, as well against you as against the rest of the Greeks, and all, I am sure, are ready to avow, though they forbear to do so, that our counsels and our measures should be directed to his humiliation and chastisement. Nevertheless, so low have our affairs been brought by inattention and negligence, I fear it is harsh truth to say that if all the orators had sought to suggest, and you to pass resolutions for the utter ruining of the Commonwealth, we could not, methinks, be worse off than we are. A variety of circumstances may have brought us to this state. Our affairs have not declined from one or two causes only, but if you rightly examine, you will find it chiefly owing to the orators, who study to please you rather than advise for the best, some of whom, Athenians, seeking to maintain the basis of their own power and repute, have no forethought for the future, and therefore think you also ought to have none. Others, accusing and calumniating practical statesmen, labor only to make Athens punish Athens, and in such occupation to engage her that Philip may have liberty to say and do what he pleases. Politics of this kind are common here, but are the causes of your failures and embarrassment. I beg, Athenians, that you will not resent my plain speaking of the truth. Only consider. You hold liberty of speech in other matters to be the general right of all residents in Athens, insomuch that you allow a measure of it even to foreigners and slaves, and many servants may be seen among you, speaking their thoughts more freely than citizens in some other states. And yet you have altogether banished it from your councils. The result has been that in the assembly you give yourselves airs, and are flattered at hearing nothing but compliments. In your measures and proceedings you are brought to the utmost peril. If such be your disposition now, I must be silent. If you will listen to good advice without flattery, I am ready to speak. For though our affairs are in a deplorable condition, though many sacrifices have been made, still, if you will choose to perform your duty, it is possible to repair it all. A paradox, and yet a truth, am I about to state. That which is the most lamentable in the past is best for the future. How is this? Because you performed no part of your duty, great or small, and therefore you fared ill. Had you done all that became you, and your situation were the same, there would be no hope of amendment. Philip has indeed prevailed over your sloth and negligence, but not over the country. You have not been worsted. You have not even bestirred yourselves. If now we were all agreed that Philip is at war with Athens and infringing the peace, nothing would a speaker need to urge or advise but the safest and easiest way of resisting him. But since, at the very time when Philip is capturing cities and retaining diverse of our dominions and assailing all people, there are men so unreasonable as to listen to repeated declarations in the assembly that some of us are kindling war. One must be cautious and set this matter right. For whoever moves or advises a measure of defense is in danger of being accused afterwards as author of the war. I will first then examine and determine this point, whether it be in our power to deliberate on peace or war. If the country may be at peace, if it depends on us to begin with this, I say we ought to maintain peace, and I call upon the affirmant to move a resolution, to take some measure, and not to palter with us. But if another, having arms in his hand and a large force around him, amuses you with the name of peace while he carries on the operations of war, what is left but to defend yourselves? You may profess to be at peace if you like, as he does. I quarrel not with that. But if any man supposes this to be a peace, which will enable Philip to master all else and attack you last, he is a madman, or he talks of a peace observed towards him by you, not towards you by him. This it is that Philip purchases by all his expenditure, the privilege of assailing you without being assailed in turn. If we really wait until he avows that he is at war with us, we are the simplest of mortals, for he would not declare that, though he marched even against Attica in Piraeus, at least if we may judge from his conduct to others. For example, to the Olynthians he declared when he was 40 furlongs from their city that there was no alternative, but either they must quit Olynthus or he Macedonia, though before that time, whenever he was accused of such an intent, he took it ill and sent ambassadors to justify himself. Again, he marched toward the Phocians as if they were allies, and there were Phocian envoys who accompanied his march, and many among you contended that his advance would not benefit the Thebans. And he came into Thessaly of late as a friend and ally, yet he has taken possession of Pherae. And lastly, he told these wretched people of Aureus that he had sent his soldiers out of goodwill to visit them, as he heard they were in trouble and dissension, and it was the part of allies and true friends to lend assistance on such occasions. People who would never have harmed him, though they might have adopted measures of defense, he chose to deceive rather than warn them of his attack. And think ye he would declare war against you before he began it, and that while you are willing to be deceived? Impossible. He would be the silliest of mankind, if whilst you, the injured parties, make no complaint against him, but are accusing your own countrymen, he should terminate your intestine strife and jealousies, warn you to turn against him, and remove the pretexts of his hirelings for asserting, to amuse you, that he makes no war upon Athens. O heavens! Would any rational being judge by words rather than by actions, who is at peace with him, and who at war? Surely none. Well then, tell me now, when he sends mercenaries into Chersonesus, which the king and all the Greeks have acknowledged to be yours, when he avows himself an auxiliary and writes us word, so, what are such proceedings? He says he is not at war. I cannot, however, admit such conduct to be an observance of the peace. Far otherwise. I say, by his attempt on Megara, by his setting up despotism in Euboea, by his present advance into Thrace, by his intrigues in Peloponnesus, by the whole course of operations with his army, he has been breaking the peace and making war upon you, unless indeed you will say that those who establish batteries are not at war until they apply them to the walls. But that you will not say, for whoever contrives and prepares the means for my conquest is at war with me before he darts or draws the bow. What, if anything should happen, is the risk you run? The alienation of the Hellespont, the subjection of Megara and Euboea to your enemy, the siding of the Peloponnesians with him. Then can I allow that one who sets such an engine at work against Athens is at peace with her? Quite the contrary. From the day that he destroyed the Phocians, I date his commencement of hostilities. Defend yourselves instantly, and I say you will be wise. Delay it, and you may wish in vain to do so hereafter. So much do I dissent from your other counselors, men of Athens, that I deem any discussion about Chersonesus or Byzantium out of place. Succor them. I advise that. Watch that no harm befalls them. Send all necessary supplies to your troops in that quarter. But let your deliberations be for the safety of all Greece, as being in the utmost peril. I must tell you why I am so alarmed at the state of our affairs, that if my reasonings are correct, you may share them, and make some provision at least for yourselves, however disinclined to do so for others. But if in your judgment I talk nonsense and absurdity, you may treat me as crazed, and not listen to me either now or in future. That Philip, from a mean and humble origin, has grown mighty, that the Greeks are jealous and quarreling among themselves, that it was far more wonderful for him to rise from that insignificance than it would now be, after so many acquisitions, to conquer what is left. These and similar matters which I might dwell upon, I pass over. But I observe that all people, beginning with you, have conceded to him a right which in former times has been the subject of contest in every Grecian war. And what is this? The right of doing what he pleases, openly fleecing and pillaging the Greeks, one after another, attacking and enslaving their cities. You were at the head of the Greeks for 73 years, the Lacedaemonians for 29, and the Thebans had some power in these latter times after the battle of Leuctra. Yet neither you, my countrymen, nor Thebans, nor Lacedaemonians were ever licensed by the Greeks to act as you pleased, far otherwise. When you, or rather the Athenians of that time, appeared to be dealing harshly with certain people, all the rest, even such as had no complaint against Athens, thought proper to side with the injured parties in a war against her. So, when the Lacedaemonians became masters and succeeded to your empire, on their attempting to encroach and make oppressive innovations, a general war was declared against them, even by such as had no cause of complaint. But wherefore mention other people? We ourselves and the Lacedaemonians although at the outset we could not allege any mutual injuries, thought proper to make war for the injustice that we saw done to our neighbors. Yet all the faults committed by the Spartans in those 30 years, and by our ancestors in the 70, are less, men of Athens, than the wrongs which in 13 incomplete years that Philip has been uppermost, he has inflicted on the Greeks. Nay, they are scarcely a fraction of these, as may easily be shown in a few words. Olynthus and Methone and Apollonia, and 32 cities on the borders of Thrace I pass over, all which he has so cruelly destroyed, that a visitor could hardly tell if they were ever inhabited. And of the Phocians, so considerable a people exterminated, I say nothing. But what is the condition of Thessaly? Has he not taken away her constitutions and her cities, and established tetrarchies to parcel her out, not only by cities, but also by provinces for subjection? Are not the Euboean states governed now by despots, and that in an island near to Thebes and Athens? Does he not expressly write in his epistles, I am at peace with those who are willing to obey me? Nor does he write so and not act accordingly. He is gone to Hellespont. He marched formerly against Ambracia. Elis, such an important city in Peloponnesus, he possesses. He plotted lately to get Megara. Neither Hellenic nor barbaric land contains the man's ambition. And we, the Greek community, seeing and hearing this, instead of sending embassies to one another about it and expressing indignation, are in such a miserable state, so entrenched in our separate towns, that to this day we can attempt nothing that interest or necessity requires. We cannot combine or form any association for succor and alliance. We look unconcernedly on the man's growing power, each resolving, methinks, to enjoy the interval that another is destroyed in, not caring or striving for the salvation of Greece. For none can be ignorant that Philip, like some course or attack of fever or other disease, is coming, even on those that yet seem very far removed. And you must be sensible that whatever wrong the Greeks sustained from Lacedaemonians or from us was at least inflicted by genuine people of Greece, and it might be felt in the same manner as if a lawful son, born to a large fortune, committed some fault or error in the management of it. On that ground one would consider him open to censure and reproach, yet it could not be said that he was an alien, and not heir to the property which he so dealt with. But if a slave or a spurious child wasted and spoiled what he had no interest in, heavens, how much more heinous and hateful would all have pronounced it. And yet, in regard to Philip and his conduct, they feel not this, although he is not only no Greek, and no way akin to Greeks, but not even a barbarian of a place honorable to mention. In fact, a vile fellow of Macedon, from which a respectable slave could not be purchased formerly. What is wanting to make his insolence complete? Besides his destruction of Grecian cities, does he not hold the Pythian games, the common festival of Greece? And if he comes not himself send his vassals to preside? Is he not master of Thermopylae and the passes into Greece? And holds he not those places by garrisons and mercenaries? Has he not thrust aside Thessalians, ourselves, Dorians, the whole Amphictyonic body, and got pre-audience of the oracle, to which even the Greeks do not all pretend? Yet the Greeks endure to see all this. Methinks they view it as they would a hailstorm, each praying that it may not fall on himself, none trying to prevent it. And not only are the outrages which he does to Greece submitted to, but even the private wrongs of every people. Nothing can go beyond this. Still, under these indignities, we are all slack and disheartened, and look toward our neighbors, distrusting one another instead of the common enemy. And how think ye, a man who behaves so insolently to all, how will he act when he gets each separately under his control? But what has caused the mischief? There must be some cause, some good reason why the Greeks were so eager for liberty then, and now are eager for servitude. There was something, men of Athens, something in the hearts of the multitude then which there is not now, which overcame the wealth of Persia, and maintained the freedom of Greece, and quailed not under any battle by land or sea, the loss whereof has ruined all, and thrown the affairs of Greece into confusion. What was this? Nothing subtle or clever, simply that whoever took money from the aspirants for power or the corrupters of Greece were universally detested. It was dreadful to be convicted of bribery. The severest punishment was inflicted on the guilty, and there was no intercession or pardon. The favorable moments for enterprise, which fortune frequently offers to the careless against the vigilant, to them that will do nothing against those that discharge all their duty, could not be bought from orators or generals. No more could mutual concord, nor distrust of tyrants and barbarians, nor anything of the kind. But now all such principles have been sold as an open market, and those imported in exchange, by which Greece is ruined and diseased. What are they? Envy where a man gets a bribe, laughter if he confesses it, mercy to the convicted, hatred of those that denounce the crime, all the usual attendants upon corruption. For as to ships and men and revenues and abundance of other materials, all that may be reckoned as constituting national strength, assuredly the Greeks of our day are more fully and perfectly supplied with such advantages than Greeks of the olden time. But they are all rendered useless, unavailable, unprofitable by the agency of these traffickers. That such is the present state of things you must see without requiring my testimony. That it was different in former times I will demonstrate, not by speaking my own words, but by showing an inscription of your ancestors, which they graved on a brazen column and deposited in the citadel, not for their own benefit, they were right-minded enough without such records, but for a memorial, an example, to instruct you how seriously such conduct should be taken up. What says the inscription then? It says, "Let Arthmius, son of Pythonax the Zealite, be declared an outlaw and an enemy of the Athenian people and their allies, him and his family. Then the cause is written why this was done, because he brought the Median gold into Peloponnesus. That is the inscription. By the gods, only consider and reflect among yourselves what must have been the spirit, what the dignity of those Athenians who acted so. One Arthemius, a Zelite, subject of the king, for Zelea is in Asia, because in his master's service he brought gold into Peloponnesus, not to Athens, they proclaimed an enemy of the Athenians and their allies, him and his family, and outlawed. That is not by the outlawry commonly spoken of, for what would a Zelite care to be excluded from Athenian franchises? It means not that, but in the statutes of homicide it is written, in cases where a prosecution for murder is not allowed, but killing is sanctioned, and let him die an outlaw, says the legislator, by which he means that whoever kills such a person shall be unpolluted. Therefore they considered that the preservation of all Greece was their own concern. But for such opinion they would not have cared whether people in Peloponnesus were bought and corrupted. And whomsoever they discovered taking bribes, they chastised and punished so severely as to record their names in brass. The natural result was that Greece was formidable to the barbarian, not the barbarian to Greece. 'Tis not so now, since neither in this nor in other respects are your sentiments the same. But what are they? You know yourselves. Why am I to upbraid you with everything? The Greeks in general are alike, and no better than you. Therefore I say, our present affairs demand earnest attention and wholesome counsel. There is a foolish saying of persons who wish to make us easy, that Philip is not yet as powerful as the Lacedaemonians were formerly, who ruled everywhere by land and sea, and had the king for their ally, and nothing withstood them. Yet Athens resisted even that nation, and was not destroyed. I myself believe that while everything has received great improvement, and the present bears no resemblance to the past, nothing has been so changed and improved as the practice of war. For anciently, as I am informed, the Lacedaemonians and all Grecian people would, for 4 or 5 months during the season only, invade and ravage the land of their enemies with heavy armed and national troops, and return home again. And their ideas were so old-fashioned, or rather national, that they never purchased an advantage from any. Theirs was a legitimate and open warfare. But now you doubtless perceive that the majority of disasters have been effected by treason. Nothing is done in fair field or combat. You hear of Philip marching where he pleases, not because he commands troops of the line, but because he has attached to him a host of skirmishers, cavalry, archers, mercenaries, and the like. When with these he falls upon a people in civil dissension, and none through mistrust will march out to defend the country, he applies engines and besieges them. I need not mention that he makes no difference between winter and summer, that he has no stated season of repose. You, knowing these things, reflecting on them, must not let the war approach your territories, nor get your necks broken, relying on the simplicity of the old war with the Lacedaemonians, but take the longest time beforehand for defensive measures and preparations. See that he stirs not from home. Avoid any decisive engagement. For a war, if we choose, men of Athens, to pursue a right course, we have many natural advantages, such as the position of his kingdom, which we may extensively plunder and ravage, and 1,000 more. But for a battle, he is better trained than we are. Nor is it enough to adopt these resolutions and oppose him by warlike measures. You must, on calculation and on principle, abhor his advocates here, remembering that it is impossible to overcome your enemies abroad until you have chastised those who are his ministers within the city, which, by Jupiter and all the gods, you cannot and will not do. You have arrived at such a pitch of folly or madness, or I know not what to call it. I am tempted often to think that some evil genius is driving you to ruin, that for the sake of scandal or envy or jest or any other cause you command hirelings to speak, some of whom would not deny themselves to be hirelings, and laugh when they abuse people. And this, bad as it is not the worst. You have allowed these persons more liberty for their political conduct than your faithful counselors, and see what evils are caused by listening to such men with indulgence. I will mention facts that you will all remember. In Olynthus, some of the statesmen were in Philip's interest, doing everything for him. Some were on the honest side, aiming to preserve their fellow citizens from slavery. Which party now destroyed their country, or which betrayed the cavalry? By whose betrayal Olynthus fell? The creatures of Philip. They that while the city stood, slandered and calumniated the honest counselors so effectually that the Olynthian people were induced to banish Apollonides. Nor is it there only, and nowhere else, that such practice has been ruinous. What can be the reason, perhaps you wonder, why the Olynthians were more indulgent to Philip's advocates than to their own? The same which operates with you. They who advise for the best cannot always gratify their audience, though they would, for the safety of the state must be attended to. Their opponents, by the very counsel which is agreeable, advance Philip's interest. One party required contribution, the other said there was no necessity. One were for war and mistrust, the other for peace, until they were ensnared, and so on for everything else, not to dwell on particulars. The one made speeches to please for the moment, and gave no annoyance. The other offered salutary counsel that was offensive. Many rights did the people surrender at last, not from any such motive of indulgence or ignorance, but submitting in the belief that all was lost, which by Jupiter and Apollo I fear will be your case, when on calculation you see that nothing can be done. I pray, men of Athens, it may never come to this. Better die 1,000 deaths than render homage to Philip, or sacrifice any of your faithful counselors. A fine recompense have the people of Aureus got, for trusting themselves to Philip's friends, and spurning Euphraeus. Finally are the Eretrian commons rewarded, for having driven away your ambassadors, and yielded to Clitarchus. Yes, they are slaves, exposed to the lash and the torture. Finally he spared the Olynthians. It is folly and cowardice to cherish such hopes, and while you take evil counsel and shirk every duty, and even listen to those who plead for your enemies, to think you inhabit a city of such magnitude that you cannot suffer any serious misfortune. Yea, and it is disgraceful to exclaim on any occurrence, when it is too late, who would have expected it? However, this or that should have been done, the other left undone. Many things could the Olynthians mention now, which, if foreseen at the time, would have prevented their destruction. Many could the Orites mention, many the Phocians, and each of the ruined states. But what would it avail them? As long as the vessel is safe, whether it be great or small, the mariner, the pilot, every man in turn should exert himself, and prevent its being overturned either by accident or design. But when the sea hath rolled over it, their efforts are vain. And we likewise, O Athenians, whilst we are safe, with a magnificent city, plentiful resources, lofty reputation, what must we do? Many of you, I dare say, have been longing to ask. Well then, I will tell you. I will move a resolution. Pass it, if you please. First, let us prepare for our own defense. Provide ourselves, I mean, with ships, money, and troops, for surely, though all other people consented to be slaves, we at least ought to struggle for freedom. When we have completed our own preparations and made them apparent to the Greeks, then let us invite the rest, and send our ambassadors everywhere with the intelligence, to Peloponnesus, to Rhodes, to Chios, to the king, I say, for it concerns his interests not to let Philip make universal conquest, that, if you prevail, you may have partners of your dangers and expenses in case of necessity, or at all events that you may delay the operations. For since the war is against an individual, not against the collected power of a state, even this may be useful, as were the embassies last year to Peloponnesus, and the remonstrances with which I and the other envoys went round and arrested Philip's progress, so that he neither attacked Ambracia nor started for Peloponnesus. I say not, however, that you should invite the rest without adopting measures to protect yourselves. It would be folly, while you sacrifice your own interest, to profess a regard for that of strangers, or to alarm others about the future, whilst for the present you are unconcerned. I advise not this. I bid you send supplies to the troops in Chersonesus, and do what else they require. Prepare yourselves and make every effort first, then summon, gather, instruct the rest of the Greeks. That is the duty of a state possessing a dignity such as yours. If you imagine that Chalcidians or Megarians will save Greece, while you run away from the contest, you imagine wrong. Well for any of those people if they are safe themselves. This work belongs to you. This privilege your ancestors bequeathed to you, the prize of many perilous exertions. But if every one will sit seeking his pleasure and studying to be idle himself, never will he find others to do his work. And more than this, I fear we shall be under the necessity of doing all that we like, not at one time. Were proxies to be had, our inactivity would have found them long ago, but they are not. Such are the measures which I advise, which I propose. Adopt them, and even yet, I believe, our prosperity may be re-established. If any man has better advice to offer, let him communicate it openly. Whatever you determine, I pray to all the gods for a happy result. Translation of Charles R. Kennedy. Invective against license of speech. This, you must be convinced, is a struggle for existence. You cannot overcome your enemies abroad till you have punished your enemies, his ministers, at home. They will be the stumbling blocks which prevent you reaching the others. Why, do you suppose, Philip now insults you? To other people he at least renders services, though he deceives them, while he is already threatening you. Look, for instance, at the Thessalians. It was by many benefits conferred on them that he seduced them into their present bondage. And then the Olynthians again, how he cheated them, first giving them Potidaea and several other places, is really beyond description. Now he is enticing the Thebans by giving up to them Boeotia and delivering them from a toilsome and vexatious war. Each of these people did get a certain advantage, but some of them have suffered what all the world knows. Others will suffer whatever may hereafter befall them. As for you, I recount not all that has been taken from you, but how shamefully have you been treated and despoiled. Why is it that Philip deals so differently with you and with others? Because yours is the only state in Greece in which the privilege is allowed of speaking for the enemy, and a citizen taking a bribe may safely address the assembly, though you have been robbed of your dominions. It was not safe at Olynthus to be Philip's advocate, unless the Olympian commonalty had shared the advantage by possession of Potidaea. It was not safe in Thessaly to be Philip's advocate, unless the people of Thessaly had secured the advantage by Philip's expelling their tyrants and restoring the synod at Pylae. It was not safe in Thebes until he gave up Boeotia to them and destroyed the Phocians. Yet at Athens, though Philip has deprived you of Amphipolis and the territory round Cardia, nay, is making Euboea a fortress as a check upon us, and is advancing to attack Byzantium, it is safe to speak in Philip's behalf. Justification of his patriotic policy. Do not go about repeating that Greece owes all her misfortunes to one man. No, not to one man, but to many abandoned men distributed throughout the different states, of whom by earth and heaven Aeschines is one. If the truth were to be spoken without reserve, I should not hesitate to call him the common scourge of all the men, the districts, and the cities which have perished. For the sower of the seed is answerable for the crop. I affirm that if the future had been apparent to us all, If you, Aeschines, had foretold it and proclaimed it at the top of your voice, instead of preserving total silence, nevertheless the state ought not to have deviated from her course, if she had regard to her own honor, the traditions of the past, or the judgment of posterity. As it is, she is looked upon as having failed in her policy, the common lot of all mankind when such is the will of heaven. But if, claiming to be the foremost state of Greece, she had deserted her post, she would have incurred the reproach of betraying Greece to Philip. If we had abandoned without a struggle all which our forefathers braved every danger to win, who would not have spurned you, Aeschines? How could we have looked in the face the strangers who flocked to our city, if things had reached their present pass? Philip, the chosen leader and lord of all, while others, without our assistance, had borne the struggle to avert this consummation. We, who have never in times past preferred inglorious safety to peril in the path of honor. Is there a Greek or a barbarian who does not know that Thebes, at the height of her power, and Sparta before her, ay, and even the king of Persia himself, would have been only glad to compromise with us, and that we might have had what we chose, and possessed our own in peace, had we been willing to obey orders, and to suffer another to put himself at the head of Greece? But it was not possible. It was not a thing which the Athenians of those days could do. It was against their nature, their genius, and their traditions, and no human persuasion could induce them to side with a wrongdoer because he was powerful, and to embrace subjection because it was safe. No, to the last our country has fought and jeopardized herself for honor and glory and preeminence, a noble choice in harmony with your national character, as you testify by your respect for the memories of your ancestors who have so acted. And you are in the right, for who can withhold admiration from the heroism of the men who shrank not from leaving their city and their fatherland, and embarking in their warships, rather than submit to foreign dictation? Why, Themistocles, who counseled this step, was elected general, and the man who counseled submission was stoned to death, and not he only, for his wife was stoned by your wives, as he was by you. The Athenians of those days went not in quest of an orator or a general who could help them to prosperous slavery, but they scorned life itself, if it were not the life of freedom. Each of them regarded himself as the child not only of his father and of his mother, but of his country. And what is the difference? He who looks on himself as merely the child of his parents awaits death in the ordinary course of nature, while he who looks on himself as the child also of his country will be ready to lay down his life rather than see her enslaved. Do I take credit to myself for having inspired you with sentiments worthy of your ancestors? Such presumption would expose me to the just rebuke of every man who hears me. What I maintain is that these very sentiments are your own, that the spirit of Athens was the same before my time, though I do claim to have had a share in the application of these principles to each successive crisis. Aeschines, therefore, when he impeaches our whole policy, and seeks to exasperate you against me as the author of all your alarms and perils, in his anxiety to deprive me of present credit, is really laboring to rob you of your everlasting renown. If by your vote against Ctesiphon you condemn my policy, you will pronounce yourselves to have been in the wrong, instead of having suffered what has befallen you through the cruel injustice of fortune. But it cannot be. You have not been in the wrong, men of Athens, in doing battle for the freedom and salvation of all. I swear it by your forefathers, who bore the battle's brunt at Marathon, by those who stood in arms at Plataea, by those who fought the sea fight at Salamis, by the heroes of Artemisium, and many more whose resting place in our national monuments attests that as our country buried, so she honored all alike, victors and vanquished. She was right, for what brave men could do, all did, though a higher power was master of their fate. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 29. Thomas de Quincey, 1785 to 1859. By George R. Carpenter. De Quincey's popular reputation is largely due to his autobiographical essays, to his confessions. Whatever may be the merits of his other writings, the general public, as in the case of Rousseau, of Dante, of St. Augustine, and of many another, has, with its instinctive and unquenchable desire for knowledge of the inner life of men of great emotional and imaginative power, singled out De Quincey's Confessions as the most significant of his works. There has arisen a popular legend of De Quincey, making him, not unlike Dante, who had seen hell with his bodily eyes, a man who had felt in his own person the infernal pangs and pleasures consequent upon enormous and almost unique excesses in the use of that oriental drug which possesses for us all such a romantic attraction. He became the English opium eater, and even the most recent and authoritative edition of his writings, that of the late Professor Masson, did not hesitate in advertisements to avail itself of a title so familiar and so sensational. To a great degree, this feeling on the part of the public is natural and proper. De Quincey's opium habit, begun in his youth under circumstances that modern physicians have guessed to be justifiable, and continued throughout the remainder of his life, at first without self-restraint, at last in what was for him moderation, has rendered him a striking and isolated figure in Western lands. We have a right eagerly to ask, on this strongly marked temperament, so delicately imaginative and so keenly logical, so receptive and so retentive, a type alike of the philosopher and the poet, the scholar and the musician, on such a contemplative genius, what are the effects of so great and so constant indulgence in a drug noted for its power of heightening and extending, for a season, the whole range of the imaginative faculties? Justifiable as such feelings may be, however, they tend to wrong De Quincey's memory, and to limit our conceptions of his character and genius. He was no vulgar opium drunkard. He was, to all appearances, singularly free, even from the petty vices to which eaters of the drug are supposed to be peculiarly liable. To be sure, he was not without his eccentricities. He was absent-mindedly careless in his attire, unusual in his hours of waking and sleeping, odd in his habits of work, ludicrously ignorant of the value of money, solitary, prone to whims, by turns reticent and loquacious. But for all his eccentricities, De Quincey, unlike Poe, for example, is not a possible object for pity or patronage. They would be foolish who could doubt his word or mistrust his motives. He was queer, as most great Englishmen of letters of his time were. But the more his at first enigmatic character comes to light, through his own letters and through the recollections of his friends, the more clearly do we see him to have been a pure-minded and well-bred man, kind, honest, generous, and gentle. His life was almost wholly passed among books, books in many languages, books of many kinds and times. These he incessantly read and annotated, and the treasures of this wide reading, stored in a retentive and imaginative mind, form the basis of almost all his work that is not distinctly autobiographical. De Quincey's writings, as collected by himself, and more recently by Professor Masson, fill 14 good-sized volumes, and consist of about 215 separate pieces, all of which were contributed to various periodicals between 1813, when at the age of 38 he suddenly found himself and his family dependent for support on his literary efforts, to his death in 1859. Books, sustained efforts of construction, he did not, except in a single instance, and probably could not produce. His mind held rich stores of information on many subjects, but his habit of thought was essentially non-consecutive, and his method merely that of the brilliant talker, who illumines delightfully many a subject, treating none, however, with reserved power and thorough care. His attitude toward his work, it is worth while to notice, was an admirable one. His task was often that of a hack writer, his spirit never. His life was frugal and modest in the extreme, and though writing brought him bread and fame, he seems never, in any recorded instance, to have concerned himself with its commercial value. He wrote from a full mind, and with genuine inspiration, and lived and died a man of letters, from pure love of letters and not of worldly gain. As we have noticed, it is the autobiographical part of De Quincey's writing, the confessions of one who could call every day for a glass of laudanum negus, warm and without sugar, that has made him famous, and which deserves first our critical attention. It consists of 400 or 500 pages of somewhat disconnected sketches, including the Confessions of an English Opium Eater and Suspiria de Profundis. De Quincey himself speaks of them as a far higher class of composition than his philosophical or historical writings, declaring them to be, unlike the comparatively matter-of-fact memoirs of Rousseau and St. Augustine, modes of impassioned prose ranging under no precedents that I am aware of in any literature. What De Quincey attempted was to clothe in words scenes from the world of dreams, a lyric fashion, as it were, wholly in keeping with contemporary taste and aspiration, which under the penetrating influence of Romanticism were maintaining the poetical value and interest of isolated and excited personal feeling. Like Dante, whose Vita Nuova, De Quincey's Confessions greatly resemble in their essential characteristics of method, he had lived from childhood in a world of dreams. Both felt keenly the pleasures and sorrows of the outer world, and in both contemplative imagination was so strong that the actual fact, the real Beatrice, if you will, became as nothing to that same fact transmuted through idealizing thought. De Quincey was early impressed by the remarkable fashion in which dreams or reveries weave together the separate strands of wakeful existence. Before he was 2 years old, he had, he says, a remarkable dream of terrific grandeur about a favorite nurse, which is interesting to myself for this reason, that it demonstrates my dreaming tendencies to have been constitutional and not dependent on laudanum. At the same time, he connected a profound sense of pathos with the reappearance, very early in the spring, of some crocuses. These two incidents are a key to the working of De Quincey's mind. Waking or sleeping, his intellect had the rare power of using the facts of life, as the composer might use a song of the street, building on a wandering ballad a whole symphony of transfigured sound, retaining skillfully in the midst of the new and majestic music the winning qualities of the popular strain. To such a boy, with an imaginative mind, an impassioned nature, and a memory which retained and developed powerfully, year by year, all associations involving the feelings of grandeur, magnificence, or immensity, to such a boy, life and experience were but the storing of material which the creative mind might weave into literature that had the form of prose and the nature of poetry. De Quincey shared Dante's rare capacity for retaining strong visual images, his rare power of weaving them into a new and wonderful fabric. But De Quincey, though as learned and as acute as Dante, had not Dante's religious and philosophical convictions. A blind faith and scholastic reason were the foundation of the great vision of the Divine Comedy. De Quincey had not the strong but limited conception of the world on which to base his imagination. He had not the high religious vision to nerve him to higher contemplation, and his work can never serve in any way as a guide and message to mankind. De Quincey's visions, however, have the merit of not being forced. He did not resolve to see what faith and reason bade him. While all controlled reasoning was suspended under the incantation of opium, his quick mind, without conscious intent, without prejudice or purpose, assembled such mysterious and wonderful sights and sound as the naked soul might see and hear in the world of actual experience. For De Quincey's range of action and association was not as narrow as might seem. He had walked the streets of London friendless and starving, saved from death by a dram given by one even more wretched than he, only a few months after he had talked with the king. De Quincey's latent images are therefore not grotesque or medieval, not conditioned by any philosophical theory, not of any inferno or paradise. The elements of his visions are the simple elements of all our striking experiences: the faces of the dead, the grieving child, the tired woman, the strange foreign face, the tramp of horses' feet. And opium merely magnified these simple elements, rendered them grand and beautiful without giving them any forced connection or relative meaning. We recognize the traces of our own transfigured experience, but we are relieved from the necessity of accepting it as having an inner meaning. De Quincey's singular hold on our affection seems, therefore, to be his rare quality of presenting the unusual but typical dream or reverie as a beautiful object of interest, without endeavoring to give it the character of an allegory or a fable. The greater part of De Quincey's writings, however, are historical, critical, and philosophical in character, rather than autobiographical. But these are now much neglected. We sometimes read a little of Joan of Arc, and no one can read it without great admiration. The Flight of the Tartars has even become a part of prescribed literature in our American schools. But of other essays than these, we have as a rule only a dim impression or a faint memory. There are obvious reasons why De Quincey's historical and philosophical writings, in an age which devotes itself so largely to similar pursuits, no longer recommend themselves to the popular taste. His method is too discursive and leisurely, his subjects as a rule too remote from current interest, his line of thought too intricate. These failings, from our point of view, are the more to be regretted because there has never been an English essayist more entertaining or suggestive than De Quincey. His works cover a very wide range of subject matter, from the knocking on the gate in Macbeth to the casuistry of Roman meals and the toilet of a Hebrew lady. His topics are always piquant. Like Poe, De Quincey loved puzzling questions, the cryptograms, the tangled undersides of things, where there are many and conflicting facts to sift and correlate. The points that are now usually settled in footnotes and by references to German authorities in dealing with such subjects, he showed not only that he possessed the same keen logic which entertains us in Poe, but that he was the master of great stores of learned information. We are never wholly convinced, perhaps, of the eternal truth of his conclusions, but we like to watch him arrive at them. They seem fresh and strange, and we are dazzled by the constantly changing material. Nothing can be more delightful than the constant influx of new objects of thought, the unexpected incidents, the seemingly inexpugnable logic that ends in paradox, the play of human interest in a topic to which all living interest seems alien. There is scarcely a page in all of De Quincey's writings that, taken by itself, is actually dull. In each one receives a vivid impression of the same lithe and active mind, examining with lively curiosity even a recondite subject, cracking a joke here and dropping a tear there, and never intermitting the smooth flow of acute but often irrelevant observation. The generation that habitually neglects De Quincey has lost little important historical and philosophical information, perhaps, but it has certainly deprived itself of a constant source of entertainment. As a stylist, De Quincey marked a new ideal in English, that of impassioned prose. As he himself expresses it, prose which deliberately exalts its subject matter as the opera does its. And it was really as an opera that De Quincey conceived of the essay. It was to have its recitatives, its mediocre passages, the well and firmly handled parts of ordinary discourse, all comparatively unornamented matter, was, however, but preparative to the lyric outburst, the strophe and antistrophe of modulated song. In this conception of style others had preceded him, Milton notably, but only half consciously and not with sustained success. There could be no great English prose until the 18th century had trimmed the tangled periods of the 17th, and the romantic movement of the 19th added fire and enthusiasm to the clear but conventional style of the 18th. Ruskin and Carlyle have both the same element of bravura, as will be seen if one tries to analyze their best passages as music. But in De Quincey this lyric arrangement is at once more delicate and more obvious, as the reader may assure himself if he reread his favorite passages, noticing how many of them are in essence exclamatory, or actually vocative, as it were. In this ideal of impassioned prose, De Quincey gave to the prose of the latter part of the century its keynote. Macaulay is everywhere equally impassioned or unimpassioned. The smooth-flowing and useful canal, rather than the picturesque river, in which rapids follow the long reaches of even water, and are in turn succeeded by them. To conceive of style as music, as symmetry, proportion, and measure, only secondarily dependent on the clear exposition of the actual subject matter, that is De Quincey's ideal, and there Pater and Stevenson have followed him. De Quincey's fame has not gone far beyond the circle of those who speak his native tongue. A recent French critic finds him rough and rude, sinister even in his wit. In that circle, however, his reputation has been high, though he has not been without stern critics. Mr. Leslie Stephen insists that his logic is more apparent than real, that his humor is spun out and trivial, his jest ill-timed and ill-made. His claim that his confessions created a new genre is futile. They confess nothing epoch-making, no real crises of soul, merely the adventures of a truant schoolboy, the recollections of a drunkard. He was full of contemptuous and effeminate British prejudices against agnosticism and continental geniuses. And so, Mr. Stephen continues, in a life of 73 years De Quincey read extensively and thought acutely by fits, ate an enormous quantity of opium, wrote a few pages which revealed new capacities in the language, and provided a good deal of respectable padding for the magazines. Not a single one of the charges can be wholly denied. On analysis, De Quincey proves guilty of all these offenses against ideal culture. Rough jocoseness, diffusiveness, local prejudice, a life spent on details, a lack of philosophy. These are faults, but they are British faults, Anglo-Saxon faults. They scarcely limit affection or greatly diminish respect. De Quincey was a sophist, a rhetorician, a brilliant talker. There are men in that sort in every club, in every community. We forgive their eccentricity, their lack of fine humor, the most rigid logic, or the highest learning. We do not attempt to reply to them. It is enough if the stream of discourse flows gently on from their lips. A rich and well-modulated vocabulary, finely turned phrases, amusing quips and conceits of fancy, acute observations, a rich store of recondite learning, these charm and hold us. Such a talker, such a writer was De Quincey. Such was his task, to amuse, to interest, and at times to instruct us. One deeper note he struck rarely, but always with the master's hand. The vibrating note felt in passages characteristic of immensity, solitude, grandeur, and it is to that note that De Quincey owes the individuality of his style and his fame. There are few facts in De Quincey's long career that bear directly on the criticism of his works. Like Ruskin, he was the son of a well-to-do and cultivated merchant. But the elder De Quincey unfortunately died too early to be of any help in life to his impulsive and unpractical boy, who quarreled with his guardians, ran away from school, and neglected his routine duties at Oxford. His admiration for Wordsworth and Coleridge led him to the Lake Country, where he married and settled down. The necessity of providing for his family at last aroused him from his life of meditation and indulgence in opium, and brought him into connection with the periodicals of the day. After the death of his wife in 1840, he moved with his children to the vicinity of Edinburgh, where in somewhat eccentric solitude he spent the last 20 years of his uneventful life. End of section 29. Recording by Chris Pyle. Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 30. Selected Works by Thomas de Quincey. Charles Lamb, from Biographical Essays. It sounds paradoxical, but is not so in a bad sense, to say that in every literature of large compass, some authors will be found to rest much of the interest which surrounds them on their essential non-popularity. They are good for the very reason that they are not in conformity to the current taste. They interest because to the world they are not interesting. They attract by means of their repulsion. Not as though it could separately furnish a reason for loving a book, that the majority of men had found it repulsive. Prima facie, it must suggest some presumption against a book, that it has failed to gain public attention. To have roused hostility, indeed, to have kindled a feud against its own principles or its temper, may happen to be a good sign. That argues power. Hatred may be promising. The deepest revolutions of mind sometimes begin in hatred, but simply to have left a reader unimpressed is in itself a neutral result, from which the inference is doubtful. Yet even that, even simple failure to impress, may happen at times to be a result from positive powers in a writer, from special originalities such as rarely reflect themselves in the mirror or the ordinary understanding. It seems little to be perceived how much the great scriptural idea of the worldly and the unworldly is found to emerge in literature as well as in life. In reality, the same combinations of moral qualities, infinitely varied, which compose the harsh physiognomy of what we call worldliness in the living groups of life, must unavoidably present themselves in books. A library divides into sections of worldly and unworldly, even as a crowd of men divides into that same majority and minority. The world has an instinct for recognizing its own, and recoils from certain qualities, when exemplified in books, with the same disgust or defective sympathy as would have governed it in real life. From qualities, for instance, of childlike simplicity, of shy profundity, or of inspired self-communion, the world does and must turn away its face towards grosser, bolder, more determined, or more intelligible expressions of character and intellect. And not otherwise in literature, nor at all less in literature, than it does in the realities of life. Charles Lamb, if any ever was, is amongst the class here contemplated. He, if any ever has, ranks amongst writers whose works are destined to be forever unpopular, and yet forever interesting. Interesting, moreover, by means of those very qualities which guarantee their non-popularity, the same qualities which will be found forbidding to the worldly and the thoughtless, which will be found insipid to many even amongst robust and powerful minds, are exactly those which will continue to command a select audience in every generation. The prose essays, under the signature of Elia, form the most delightful section among Lamb's works. They traverse a peculiar field of observation, sequestered from general interest, and they are composed in a spirit too delicate and unobtrusive to catch the ear of the noisy crowd, clamoring for strong sensations. But this retiring delicacy itself, the pensiveness checkered by gleams of the fanciful, and the humor that is touched with cross-lights of pathos, together with the picturesque quaintness of the objects casually described, whether men or things or usages, and in the rear of all this the constant recurrence to ancient recollections and to decaying forms of household life, as things retiring before the tumult of new and revolutionary generations. These traits in combination communicate to the papers a grace and strength of originality which nothing in any literature approaches, whether for degree or kind of excellence, except the most felicitous papers of Addison, such as those on Sir Roger de Coverley, and some others in the same vein of composition. They resemble Addison's papers also in the diction, which is natural and idiomatic even to carelessness. They are equally faithful to the truth of nature. And in this only they differ remarkably, that the sketches of Elia reflect the stamp and impress of the writer's own character, whereas in all those of Addison the personal peculiarities of the delineator, though known to the reader from the beginning, through the account of the club, are nearly quiescent. Now and then they are recalled into a momentary notice, but they do not act, or at all modify his pictures of Sir Roger or Will Wimble. They are slightly and amiably eccentric, but the spectator himself, in describing them, takes the station of an ordinary observer. Everywhere, indeed, in the writings of Lamb, and not merely in his Elia, the character of the writer cooperates in an undercurrent to make the effect of the thing written. To understand in the fullest sense either the gaiety or the tenderness of a particular passage, you must have some insights into the peculiar bias of the writer's mind, whether native and original or impressed gradually by the accidents of situation, whether simply developed out of predispositions by the action of life, or violently scorched into the constitution by some fierce fever of calamity. There is in modern literature a whole class of writers, though not a large one, standing within the same category. Some marked originality of character in the writer becomes a coefficient with what he says to a common result. You must sympathize with this personality in the author before you can appreciate the most significant parts of his views. In most books, the writer figures as a mere abstraction, without sex or age or local station, whom the reader banishes from his thoughts. What is written seems to proceed from a blank intellect, not from a man clothed with fleshly peculiarities and differences. These peculiarities and differences neither do, nor generally speaking could, intermingle with the texture of the thoughts, so as to modify their force or their direction. In such books, and they form the vast majority, there is nothing to be found or to be looked for beyond the direct objective. Sit venio verbo. But in a small section of books, the objective in thought becomes confluent with the subjective in the thinker. The two forces unite for a joint product, and fully to enjoy the product, or fully to apprehend either element, both must be known. It is singular and worth inquiring into, for the reason that the Greek and Roman literature had no such books. Timon of Athens or Diogenes, one may conceive qualified for this mode of authorship, had journalism existed to arouse them in those days. Their articles would no doubt have been fearfully caustic. But as they failed to produce anything, and Lucy in an after age is scarcely characteristic enough for the purpose, perhaps we may pronounce Rabelais and Montaigne the earliest of writers in the class described. In the century following theirs came Sir Thomas Browne, and immediately after him La Fontaine. Then came Swift, Sterne, with others less distinguished. In Germany, Hippel, the friend of Kant, Harman, the obscure, and the greatest of the whole body, John Paul Friedrich Richter. In him, from the strength and determinateness of his nature, as well as from the great extent of his writing, the philosophy of this interaction between the author as a human agency and his theme as an intellectual reagency might best be studied. From him might be derived the largest number of cases illustrating boldly this absorption of the universal into the concrete, of the pure intellect into the human nature of the author. But nowhere could illustrations be found more interesting. Shy, delicate, evanescent, shy as lightning, delicate and evanescent as the colored pencilings on a frosty night from the northern lights, than in the better parts of Lamb. To appreciate Lamb, therefore, it is requisite that his character and temperament should be understood in their coyest and most wayward features. A capital defect it would be if these could not be gathered silently from Lamb's works themselves. It would be a fatal mode of dependency upon an alien and separable accident, if they needed an external commentary. But they do not. The syllables lurk up and down the writings of Lamb, which decipher his eccentric nature. He has characterized their dispersed in anagram. And to any attentive reader, the regathering and restoration of the total word from its scattered parts is inevitable without an effort. Still, it is always a satisfaction in knowing a result, to know also its why and how, and insofar as every character is likely to be modified by the particular experience, sad or joyous, through which life has traveled, it is a good contribution towards the knowledge of that resulting character as a whole to have a sketch of that particular experience. What trials did it impose? What energies did it task? What temptations did it unfold? These calls upon the moral powers, which in music so stormy many a life is doomed to hear, how were they faced? The character in a capital degree molds oftentimes the life, and the life always in a subordinate degree molds the character. and the character being in this case of Lamb so much of a key to his writings, it becomes important that the life should be traced, however briefly, as a key to the character. Despair. From Confessions of an English Opium Eater. Then suddenly would come a dream of far different character, a tumultuous dream, commencing with the music such as now I often heard in sleep, music of preparation and of awakening suspense. The undulations of fast-gathering tumults were like the opening of the coronation anthem, and like that gave the feeling of a multitudinous movement, of infinite cavalcades filing off, and the tread of innumerable armies. The morning was come of a mighty day, a day of crisis and of ultimate hope for human nature, then suffering mysterious eclipse and laboring in some dread extremity. Somewhere, but I knew not where, somehow, but I knew not how, by some beings, but I knew not by whom, a battle, a strife, an agony was traveling through all its stages, was evolving itself, like the catastrophe of some mighty drama, with which my sympathy was the more insupportable, from deepening confusion as to its local scene, its cause, its nature, and its undecipherable issue. I, as is usual in dreams, where of necessity we make ourselves central to every movement, had the power and yet had not the power to decide it. I had the power, if I could raise myself to will it, and yet again had not the power, for the weight of 20 Atlantics was upon me, or the oppression of inexpiable guilt. Deeper than ever plummets sounded, I lay inactive. Then like a chorus the passion deepened. Some greater interest was at stake, some mightier cause than ever yet the sword had pleaded or trumpet had proclaimed. Then came sudden alarms, hurryings to and fro, trepidations of innumerable fugitives. I knew not whether from the good cause or the bad, darkness and lights, tempest and human faces, and at last, with the sense that all was lost, female forms and the features that were worth all the world to me. And but a moment allowed, and clasped hands with heartbreaking partings, and then everlasting farewells. And with a sigh such as the caves of hell sighed when the incestuous mother uttered the abhorred name of death, the sound was reverberated. Everlasting farewells, and again, and yet again, reverberated, everlasting farewells. And I awoke in struggles and cried aloud, I will sleep no more. The Dead Sister. From Confessions of an Opium Eater. On the day after my sister's death, whilst the sweet temple of her brain was yet unviolated by human scrutiny, I formed my own scheme for seeing her once more. Not for the world would I have made this known, nor have suffered a witness to accompany me. I had never heard of feelings that take the name of sentimental, nor dreamed of such a possibility. But grief even in a child hates the light and shrinks from human eyes. The house was large. There were 2 staircases, and by one of these I knew that about noon, when all would be quiet, I could steal up into her chamber. I imagined that it was exactly high noon when I reached the chamber door. It was locked, but the key was not taken away. Entering, I closed the door so softly that although it opened upon a hall which ascended through all the stories, no echo ran along the silent walls. Then turning around, I sought my sister's face. But the bed had been moved, and the back was now turned. Nothing met my eyes but one large window wide open, through which the sun of midsummer at noonday was showing down torrents of splendor. The weather was dry, the sky was cloudless. The blue depths seemed the express types of infinity. And it was not possible for eye to behold, or for heart to conceive any symbols more pathetic of life, and the glory of life. Let me pause for one instant, in approaching a remembrance so affecting and revolutionary for my own mind, and one which, if any earthly remembrance will survive for me in the hour of death, to remind some readers and to inform others, that in the original Opium Confessions I endeavored to explain the reason why death, cateris paribus, is more profoundly affecting in summer than in other parts of the year, so far at least as it is liable to any modification at all from accidents of scenery or season. The reason, as I there suggested, lies in the antagonism between the tropical redundancy of life in summer and the dark sterilities of the grave. The summer we see, the grave we haunt with our thoughts. The glory is around us, the darkness is within us. And the two coming into collision, each exalts the other into stronger relief. But in my case there was even a subtler reason why the summer had this intense power of vivifying the spectacle or the thoughts of death. And recollecting it, often I have been struck with the important truth that far more of our deepest thoughts and feelings pass to us through perplexed combinations of concrete objects, pass to us as involutes, if I may coin that word, in compound experiences incapable of being disentangled, that never reach us directly and in their own abstract shapes. It had happened that amongst our nursery collection of books was the Bible, illustrated with many pictures. And in long dark evenings, as my three sisters with myself sate by the fireside round the guard of our nursery, no book was so much in request amongst us. It ruled us and swayed us as mysteriously as music. One young nurse, whom we all loved, before any candle was lighted, would often strain her eye to read it for us, and sometimes, according to her simple powers, would endeavor to explain what we found obscure. We, the children, were all constitutionally touched with pensiveness. The fitful gloom and sudden lambencies of the room by firelight suited our evening state of feelings, and they suited also the divine revelations of power and mysterious beauty which awed us. Above all, the story of a just man, man and yet not man, real above all things and yet shadowy above all things, who had suffered the passion of death in Palestine, slept upon our minds like early dawn upon the waters. The nurse knew and explained to us the chief differences in Oriental climates, and all these differences, as it happens, expressed themselves in the great varieties of summer. The cloudless sunlights of Syria, those seem to argue everlasting summer. The disciples plucking the ears of corn, that must be summer. But above all, the very name of Palm Sunday, a festival in the English church, troubled me like an anthem. Sunday. What was that? That was a day of peace which masked another peace, deeper than the heart of man can comprehend. Palms, what were they? That was an equivocal word. Palms in the sense of trophies expressed the pomps of life. Palms as a product of nature expressed the pomps of summer. Yet still, even this explanation does not suffice. It was not merely by the peace and by the summer, by the deep sound of rest below all rest and of ascending glory, that I had been haunted. It was also because Jerusalem stood near to those deep images both in time and in place. The great event of Jerusalem was at hand when Palm Sunday came, and that the scene of that Sunday was near in place to Jerusalem. Yet what then was Jerusalem? Did I fancy it to be the omphalos, navel, of the earth? That pretension had once been made for Jerusalem, and once for Delphi. And both pretensions had become ridiculous as the figure of the earth became known. Yes, but if not of the earth, for the earth's tenet, Jerusalem was the omphalos of mortality. Yet how? There, on the contrary, it was, as we infants understood, that mortality had been trampled underfoot. True, but for that very reason, there was that mortality had opened its very gloomiest crater. There it was indeed that the human had risen on wings from the grave, but for that reason there also it was that the divine had been swallowed up by the abyss. The lesser star could not rise before the greater would submit to eclipse. Summer, therefore, had connected itself with death, not merely as a mode of antagonism, but also through intricate relations to scriptural scenery and events. Out of this digression, which was almost necessary for the purpose of showing how inextricably my feelings and images of death were entangled with those of summer, I returned to the bedchamber of my sister. From the gorgeous sunlight I turned round to the corpse. There lay the sweet childish figure, there the angel face, and as people usually fancy, it was said in the house that no features had suffered any change. Had they not? The forehead, indeed, the serene and noble forehead, that might be the same. But the frozen eyelids, the darkness that seemed to steal from beneath them, the marble lips, the stiffening hands laid palm to palm as if repeating the supplications of closing anguish, Could these be mistaken for life? Had it been so, wherefore did I not spring to those heavenly lips with tears and never-ending kisses? But so it was not. I stood checked for a moment. Awe, not fear, fell upon me, and whilst I stood, a solemn wind began to blow, the most mournful that ear ever heard. Mournful, that is saying nothing. It was a wind that had swept the fields of mortality for 100 centuries. Many times since, upon a summer day, when the sun is about the hottest, I have remarked the same wind arising and uttering the same hollow, solemn, Memnonian, but saintly swell. It is in this world the one sole audible symbol of eternity. And 3 times in my life I have happened to hear the same sound in the same circumstances, namely when standing between an open window and a dead body on a summer day. Instantly, when my ear caught this vast aeolian intonation, when my eye filled with the golden fullness of life, the pomps and glory of the heavens outside, and turning when it settled upon the frost which overspread my sister's face, instantly a trance fell upon me. A vault seemed to open in the zenith of the far blue sky, a shaft which ran up forever. I and spirit rose, as if on billows, that also ran up the shaft forever. And the billows seemed to pursue the throne of God, and that also ran before us, and fled away continually. The flight and the pursuit seemed to go on forever and ever. Frost, gathering frost, some sarser wind of death, seemed to repel me. I slept, but for how long I cannot say. Slowly I recovered my self-possession and found myself standing as before, close to my sister's bed. O flight of the solitary child to the solitary God, flight from the ruined corpse to the throne that could not be ruined. How rich wert thou, in truth, for after years. Rapture of grief that, being too mighty for a child to sustain, foundest a happy oblivion in a heaven-born dream, and within that sleep didst conceal a dream, whose meaning, in after years, when slowly I deciphered, suddenly there flashed upon me a new light, and even by the grief of a child, as I will show you, reader, hereafter were confounded the falsehoods of philosophers. In the Opium Confessions I touched a little upon the extraordinary power connected with opium, after long use, of amplifying the dimensions of time. Space also it amplifies, by degrees that are sometimes terrific. But time it is upon which the exalting and multiplying power of opium chiefly spends its operation. Time becomes infinitely elastic, stretching out to such immeasurable and vanishing termini, that it seems ridiculous to compute the sense of it, on waking, by expressions commensurate to human life. As in starry fields one computes by diameters of the earth's orbit or of Jupiter's, so in valuing the virtual time lived during some dreams, the measurement by generations is ridiculous, by millennia is ridiculous, by eons, I should say, if eons were more determinate, would be also ridiculous. On this single occasion, however, in my life, the very inverse phenomenon occurred, but why speak of it in connection with opium? Could a child of 6 years old have been under that influence? No, but simply because it so exactly reversed the operation of opium. Instead of a short interval, expanding into a vast one, this occasion a long one had contracted into a minute. I have reason to believe that a very long one had elapsed during this wondering or suspension of my perfect mind. When I returned to myself there was a foot, or I fancied so, on the stairs. I was alarmed, for I believed that if anybody should detect me, means would be taken to prevent my coming again. Hastily, therefore, I kissed the lips that I should kiss no more, and slunk like a guilty thing with stealthy steps from the room. Thus perished the vision, loveliest among all the shows which earth has revealed to me. Thus mutilated was the parting, which should have lasted forever. Thus tainted with fear was the farewell sacred to love and grief, to perfect love and perfect grief. O Ahasuerus, everlasting Jew, fable or not a fable, thou, when first starting on thy endless pilgrimage of woe, thou, when first flying through the gates of Jerusalem, and vainly yearning to leave the pursuing curse behind thee, couldst not more certainly have read thy doom of sorrow in the misgivings of thy troubled brain, than I, when passing forever from my sister's room, The worm was at my heart, and confining myself to that state of life, I may say, the worm that could not die. For if, when standing upon the threshold of manhood, I had ceased to feel its perpetual gnawings, that was because of vast expansion of intellect. It was because new hopes, new necessities, and the frenzy of youthful blood had translated me into a new creature. Man is doubtless, by some subtle nexus that we cannot perceive, extending from the newborn infant to the superannuated dotard. But as regards many affections and passions incident to his nature at different stages, he is not one. The unity of man in this respect is coextensive only with the particular stage to which the passion belongs. Some passions, as that of sexual love, are celestial by one half of their origin, animal and earthly by the other half. These will not survive their own appropriate stage, but love which is altogether holy, like that between two children, will revisit undoubtedly by glimpses the silence and darkness of old age, and I repeat my belief that unless bodily torment should forbid it, that final experience in my sister's bedroom, or some other, in which your innocence was concerned, will rise again for me to illuminate the hour of death. End of section 30. Recording by Chris Pyle. Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 31. Selected Works by Thomas de Quincey. Levana and Our Ladies of Sorrow. From Confessions of an English Opium Eater. Oftentimes at Oxford I saw Levana in my dreams. I knew her by her Roman symbols. Who is Levana? Reader, that do not pretend to have leisure for very much scholarship, you will not be angry with me for telling you. Levana was the Roman goddess that performed for the newborn infant the earliest office of ennobling kindness, typical by its mode of that grandeur which belongs to man everywhere, and of that benignity in powers invisible, which even in pagan worlds sometimes descends to sustain it. At the very moment of birth, just as the infant tasted for the first time the atmosphere of our troubled planet, it was laid on the ground. That might bear different interpretations. But immediately, lest so grand a creature should grovel there for more than one instant, either the paternal hand as proxy for the goddess Levana, or some near kinsman as proxy for the father, raised it upright, bade it look erect as the king of all this world, and presented its forehead to the stars, saying, perhaps in his heart, Behold what is greater than yourselves. This symbolic act represented the function of Levana, and that mysterious lady, who never revealed her face except to me in dreams, has always acted by delegation, had her name from the Latin verb, as still it is in the Italian verb, levare, to raise aloft. This is the explanation of Levana, and hence it has arisen that some people have understood by Levana the tutelary power that controls the education of the nursery. She that would not suffer at his birth even a prefigurative or mimic degradation for her awful ward, far less could be supposed to suffer the real degradation attaching to the non-development of his powers. She therefore watches over human education. Therefore it is that Levana often communes with the powers that shake man's heart. Therefore it is that she dotes upon grief. These ladies, said I softly to myself, on seeing the ministers with whom Levana was conversing, these are the sorrows, and they are three in number, as the graces are three, who dress man's life with beauty. The parcae are three, who weave the dark arras of man's life in their mysterious loom, always with colors sad in part, sometimes angry with tragic crimson and black. The Furies are three, who visit with retributions called from the other side of the grave, offences that walk upon this. And once even the Muses were but three, who fit the harp, the trumpet, or the lute, to the great burdens of man's impassioned creations. These are the sorrows, all three of whom I know. The last words I say now, but in Oxford I said, one of whom I know. and the others too surely I shall know. For already in my fervent youth I saw dimly relieved upon the dark background of my dreams the imperfect lineaments of the awful sisters. These sisters, by what name shall we call them? If I say simply the sorrows, there will be a chance of mistaking the term. It might be understood of individual sorrow, separate cases of sorrow, whereas I want a term expressing the mighty abstractions that incarnate themselves in all individual sufferings of man's heart. And I wish to have these abstractions presented as impersonations, that is, as clothed with human attributes of life, and with functions pointing to flesh. Let us call them, therefore, Our Ladies of Sorrow. The eldest of the three is named Mater Lacrimarum, Our Lady of Tears. She it is that night and day raves and moans, calling for vanished faces. She stood in Ramah, where a voice was heard of lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children, and refusing to be comforted. She it was that stood in Bethlehem on the night when Herod's sword swept its nurseries of innocence, and the little feet were stiffened forever, which heard at times, as they tottered along floors overhead, woke pulses of love in household hearts that were not unmarked in heaven. Her eyes are sweet and subtle, wild and sleepy by turns, oftentimes rising to the clouds, oftentimes challenging the heavens. She wears a diadem round her head, and I knew by childish memories that she could go abroad upon the winds, when she heard that sobbing of litanies, or the thundering of organs, and when she beheld the mustering of summer clouds. This sister, the elder, it is that carries keys more than papal at her girdle, which open every cottage and every palace. She, to my knowledge, sate all last summer by the bedside of the blind beggar, him that so often and so gladly I talked with, whose pious daughter, 8 years old, with a sunny countenance, resisted the temptations of play and village mirth to travel all day long on dusty roads with her afflicted father. For this did God send her a great reward. In the springtime of the year, and whilst yet her own spring was budding, he recalled her to himself. But her blind father mourns forever over her. Still he dreams at midnight that the little guiding hand is locked within his own, and still he wakens to a darkness that is now within a second and deeper darkness. This Mater Lacrimarum also has been sitting all this winter of 1844 to 1845 within the bedchamber of the Tsar, bringing before his eyes a daughter, not less pious, that vanished to God not less suddenly, and left behind her a darkness not less profound. By the power of her keys it is that Our Lady of Tears glides, a ghostly intruder, into the chambers of sleepless men, sleepless women, sleepless children, from Ganges to the Nile, from Nile to Mississippi, and her, because she is the firstborn of her house, and has the widest empire, let us honor with the title of Madonna. The second sister is called Mater Suspiriorum, Our Lady of Sighs. She never scales the clouds, nor walks abroad upon the winds. She wears no diadem, and her eyes, if they were ever seen, would be neither sweet nor subtle. No man could read their story. They would be found filled with perishing dreams and with wrecks of forgotten delirium. But she raises not her eyes. Her head, on which sits a dilapidated turban, droops forever, forever fastens on the dust. She weeps not, she groans not, but she sighs inaudibly at intervals. Her sister Madonna is oftentimes stormy and frantic, raging in the highest against heaven, and demanding back her darlings. But Our Lady of Sighs never clamors, never defies, dreams not of rebellious aspirations. She is humble to abjectness. Hers is the meekness that belongs to the hopeless. Murmur she may, but it is in her sleep. Whisper she may, but it is to herself in the twilight. Mutter she does at times, but in the solitary places that are desolate as she is desolate, in ruined cities, and when the sun has gone down to his rest. This sister is the visitor of the pariah, of the Jew, of the bondsman to the oar in the Mediterranean galleys, of the English criminal in Norfolk Island, blotted out from the books of remembrance in sweet far-off England, of the baffled penitent reverting his eyes forever upon a solitary grave, which to him seems the altar overthrown of some past and bloody sacrifice, on which altar no oblations can now be availing, whether towards pardon that he might implore, or towards reparation that he might attempt. Every slave that at noonday looks up to the tropical sun with timid reproach, as he points with one hand to the earth, our general mother, but for him a stepmother, as he points with the other hand to the Bible, our general teacher, but against him sealed and sequestered every woman sitting in darkness, without love to shelter her head or hope to illumine her solitude, because the heaven-born instincts kindling in her nature germs of holy affections, which God implanted in her womanly bosom, having been stifled by social necessities, now burn suddenly to waste like sepulchral lamps among the ancients. Every nun defrauded of her unreturning Maytime by wicked kinsmen, whom God will judge. Every captive in every dungeon, all that are betrayed, and all that are rejected, outcast by traditionary law, and children of hereditary disgrace, all these walk with Our Lady of Sighs. She also carries a key, but she needs it little, for her kingdom is chiefly amongst the tents of the shim, and the houseless vagrant of every clime. Yet in the very highest ranks of man she finds chapels of her own, and even in glorious England there are some that, to the world, carry their heads as proudly as the reindeer, who yet secretly have received her mark upon their foreheads. But a third sister, who is also the youngest, hush, whisper whilst we talk of her. Her kingdom is not large, or else no flesh should live. But within that kingdom, all power is hers. Her head, turreted like that of Sibyl, rises almost beyond the reach of sight. She droops not, and her eyes rising so high might be hidden by distance. But being what they are, they cannot be hidden. Through the treble veil of crape which she wears, the fierce light of a blazing misery, that rests not for matins or for vespers, for noon of day or noon of night, for ebbing or for flowing tide, may be read from the very ground. She is the defier of God. She also is the mother of lunacies, and the suggestress of suicides. Deep lie the roots of her power, but narrow is the nation that she rules. For she can approach only those in whom a profound nature has been upheaved by central convulsions, and whom the heart trembles, and the brain rocks under conspiracies of tempest from without and tempest from within. Madonna moves with uncertain steps, fast or slow, but still with tragic grace. Our Lady of Sighs creeps timidly and stealthily. But this youngest sister moves with incalculable motions, bounding and with a tiger's leaps. She carries no key, for though coming rarely amongst men, she storms all doors at which she is permitted to enter at all. And her name is Mater Tenebrarum, Our Lady of Darkness. These were the Simnae Theae of sublime goddesses. These were the Eumenides, or gracious ladies, so called by antiquity and shuddering propitiation, of my Oxford dreams. Madonna spoke. She spoke by her mysterious hand. Touching my head, she beckoned to Our Lady of Sighs, and what she spoke, translated out of the signs, which, except in dreams, no man reads, was this: Lo, here is he whom in childhood I dedicated to my altars. This is he that once I made my darling. Him I led astray, him I beguiled, and from heaven I stole away his young heart to mine. Through me did he become idolatrous, and through me it was, by languishing desires, that he worshipped the worm and prayed to the wormy grave. Holy was the grave to him, lovely was its darkness, saintly its corruption. Him, this young idolater, I have seasoned for thee, dear gentle sister of sighs. Do thou take him now to thy heart, and season him for our dreadful sister, and thou. Turning to the Mater Tenebrarum, she said, Wicked sister, that tempest and hatest, do thou take him from her. See that thy sceptre lie heavy on his head, Suffer not woman and her tenderness to sit near him in his darkness. Banish the frailties of hope. Wither the relenting of love. Scorch the fountains of tears. Curse him as only thou canst curse. So shall he be accomplished in this furnace. So shall he see the things that ought not to be seen, sights that are abominable, and secrets that are unutterable. So shall he read elder truths, sad truths, grand truths, fearful truths. So shall he rise again before he dies. And so shall our commission be accomplished, which from God we had, to plague his heart, until he had unfolded the capacities of his spirit. Savannah Lamar, from Confessions of an English Opium Eater. God smote Savannah Lamar, and in one night by earthquake removed her, with all her towers standing and population sleeping, from the steadfast foundations of the shore to the coral floors of ocean. And God said, Pompeii did I bury and conceal from men through 17 centuries. This city I will bury but not conceal. She shall be a monument to men of my mysterious anger, set in azure light through generations to come, for I will enshrine her in a crystal dome of my tropic seas. This city, therefore, like a mighty galleon with all her apparel mounted, streamers flying, and tackling perfect, seems floating around the noiseless depths of ocean, and oftentimes in glassy calms through the translucid atmosphere of water, that now stretches like an air-woven awning above the silent encampment. Mariners from every clime look down into her courts and terraces, count her gates, and number the spires of her churches. She is one ample cemetery, and has been for many a year. But in the mighty calms that brood for weeks over tropic latitudes, she fascinates the eye with a fata morgana revelation as of human life still subsisting, in submarine asylums sacred from the storms that torment our upper air. Thither, lured by the loveliness of cerulean depths, by the peace of human dwellings privileged from molestation, by the gleam of marble altars sleeping in everlasting sanctity, oftentimes in dreams did I and the dark interpreter cleave the watery veil that divided us from her streets. We looked into the belfries, where the pendulous bells were waiting in vain for the summons, which should awaken their marriage peals. Together we touched the mighty organ keys, that sang no jubilets for the ear of heaven, that sang no requiems for the ear of human sorrow. Together we searched the silent nurseries, where the children were all asleep, and had been asleep through 5 generations. They are waiting for the heavenly dawn, whispered the interpreter to himself. And when that comes, the bells and the organs will utter a jubilant, repeated by the echoes of paradise. Then turning to me, he said, This is sad, this is piteous, but less would not have sufficed for the purpose of God. Look here. Put into a Roman clepsydra 100 drops of water. Let these run out as the sands in an hourglass, every drop measuring the 100th part of a second, so that each shall represent but the 360,000th part of an hour. Now count the drops as they race along, and when the 50th of the 100 is passing, behold, 49 are not, because already they have perished, and 50 are not, because they are yet to come. You see, therefore, how narrow, how incalculably narrow, is the true and actual present. Of that time which we call the present, hardly 100th part but belongs either to a past which has fled, or to a future which is still on the wing. It has perished, or it is not born. It was, or it is not. Yet even this approximation to the truth is infinitely false. For again, subdivide that solitary drop, which only was found to represent the present, into a lower series of similar fractions, and the actual present, which you now arrest, measures now but the 36th millionth of an hour, and so by infinite declensions, the true and very present, in which only we live and enjoy, will vanish into a mote of a mote, distinguishable only by a heavenly vision. Therefore the present, which only man possesses, offers less capacity for his footing than the slenderest film that ever spider twisted from her womb. Therefore also, even this incalculable shadow from the narrowest pencil of moonlight is more transitory than geometry can measure or thought of angel can overtake. The time which is contracts into a mathematical point, and even that point perishes 1,000 times before we can utter its birth. All is finite in the present, and even that finite is infinite in its velocity of flight towards death. But in God there is nothing finite. But in God there is nothing transitory. But in God there can be nothing that tends to death. Therefore it follows that for God there can be no present. The future is the present of God, and to the future it is that he sacrifices the human present. Therefore it is that he works by earthquake. Therefore it is that he works by grief. O deep is the plowing of earthquake. O deep! And his voice swelled like a sanctus rising from the choir of a cathedral. O deep is the plowing of grief. But oftentimes less would not suffice for the agriculture of God. Upon a night of earthquake he builds 1,000 years of pleasant habitations for man. Upon the sorrow of an infant he raises oftentimes from human intellects glorious vintages that could not else have been. Less than these fierce plowshares would not have stirred the stubborn soil. The one is needed for earth, our planet, for earth itself is the dwelling place of man. But the other is needed yet oftener for God's mightiest instrument. Yes, and he looks solemnly at myself, he is needed for the mysterious children of the earth. The Bishop of Beauvais and Joan of Arc, from Miscellaneous Essays. Bishop of Beauvais, thy victim died in fire upon a scaffold, thou upon a down bed. But for the departing minutes of life, both are oftentimes alike. At the farewell crisis, when the gates of death are opening and flesh is resting from its struggles, oftentimes the tortured and torturer have the same truce from carnal torment. Both sink together into sleep. Together both sometimes kindle into dreams. When the mortal mists were gathering fast upon you two, bishop and shepherd girl, when the pavilions of life were closing up their shadowy curtains about you, let us try, through the gigantic glooms, to decipher the flying features of your separate visions. The shepherd girl that had delivered France, she from her dungeon, she from her baiting at the stake, she from her duel with fire, as she entered her last dream, saw Dom Remy, saw the fountain of Dom Remy, saw the pomp of forest in which her childhood had wandered. That Easter festival, which man had denied to her languishing heart, that resurrection of springtime which the darkness of dungeons had intercepted from her, hungering after the glorious liberty of forests, were by God given back into her hands as jewels that had been stolen from her by robbers. With those, perhaps, for the minutes of dreams can stretch into ages, was given back to her by God the bliss of childhood. By special privilege, for her might be created in this farewell dream a second childhood, innocent as the first, but not, like that, sad with the gloom of a fearful mission in the rear. The mission had now been fulfilled. The storm was weathered. The skirts even of that mighty storm were drawing off. The blood that she was to reckon for had been exacted. The tears that she was to shed in secret had been paid to the last. The hatred to herself in all eyes had been faced steadily, had been suffered, had been survived. Bishop of Beauvais, because the guilt-burdened man is in dreams haunted and waylaid by the most frightful of his crimes, and because upon that fluctuating mirror, rising from the fens of death, most of all are reflected the sweet countenances which the man has laid in ruins. Therefore I know, Bishop, that you also, entering your final dream, saw Dom Remy. That fountain of which the witnesses spoke so much showed itself to your eyes in pure morning dews, but neither dews nor the holy dawn could cleanse away the bright spots of innocent blood upon its surface. By the fountain, Bishop, you saw a woman seated, that hid her face, but as you draw near, the woman raises her wasted features. Would Dom Remy know them again for the features of her child? Ah, but you know them, Bishop, well. Oh, mercy, what a groan was that which the servants, waiting outside the bishop's dream at his bedside, heard from his laboring heart, as at this moment he turned away from the fountain and the woman, seeking rest in the forest afar off, yet not so to escape the woman, whom once again he must behold before he dies. In the forest, to which he prays for pity, will he find a respite. What a tumult, what a gathering of feet is there! In glades, where only wild deer should run, armies and nations are assembling. Towering in the fluctuating crowd are phantoms that belong to departed hours. There is the great English prince, regent of France. There is my Lord of Winchester, the princely cardinal that died and made no sign. There is the Bishop of Beauvais, clinging to the shelter of thickets. What building is that which hands so rapid are raising? Is it a martyr's scaffold? Will they burn the child of Domremy a second time? No, it is a tribunal that rises to the clouds, and 2 nations stand around it, waiting for a trial. Shall my Lord of Beauvais sit upon the judgment seat, and again number the hours for the innocent? Ah, no, he is the prisoner at the bar. Already all is waiting. The mighty audience is gathered. The court are hurrying to their seats. The witnesses are arrayed. The trumpets are sounding. The judge is taking his place. Oh, but this is sudden. My lord, have you no counsel? Counsel have I none, in heaven above or on earth beneath. Counselor there is none now that would take a brief from me. All are silent. Is it indeed come to this? Alas, the time is short. The tumult is wondrous. The crowd stretches away into infinity. But yet I will search in it for somebody to take your brief. I know of somebody that will be your counsel. Who is this that cometh from Domremy? Who is she in bloody coronation robes? From Rheims. Who is she that cometh with blackened flesh from walking the furnaces of Rouen? There is she, the shepherd girl, counselor that had none for herself, whom I choose, bishop, for yours. She it is, I engage, that shall take my lord's brief. She it is, bishop, that would plead for you. Yes, bishop, she, when heaven and earth are silent. End of section 31. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 32 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 32. Selected Poems by Paul Deroulede, 1848 to 1914. Paul Deroulede received his education in Paris, where he was born. In accordance with the wishes of his friends, he was educated for the law. But even before applying for admission to the bar, he yielded to the poetic instinct that had been strong in him since boyhood, and began, under the name of Jean Rebel, to send verses to the Parisian periodicals. When only 23 years of age, he wrote for the Académie Française a one-act drama in verse, Juan's Traîneur, which, however, was not a success. The outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in the same year roused his martial spirit. He enlisted and at once entered active service, in which he distinguished himself by acts of signal bravery. A wound near the close of the hostilities took him from the field. It was during the retirement thus enforced that he wrote the lyrics, Songs of the Soldier, that first made him famous throughout his native country. Not since the days of the Marseillaise had the fighting spirit of the French people found such a sympathetic expression. His songs were read and sung all over the country. They received the highest honour of the Academy, and their popularity continued after peace was declared, nearly 150 editions having been exhausted up to 1895. Deroulede now devoted himself to literature and politics. New Songs of the Soldier and a volume of Songs of the Peasant, almost as popular as the war songs, were interspersed with 2 more dramatic works, also in verse, one of which, Le Hetman, was received on the stage with great favour. A cantata, Vive la France, written in 1880, was set to music by Gounod. He also wrote a novel and some treatises dealing with armies and fighting, but his prose works did not attract much attention. Deroulede's best verses are distinguished for their inspiration and genuine enthusiasm. Careless of form and finish, not always stopping to make sure of his rhymes or perfect his metre, he gave the freest vent to his emotions. Some of the heart glow which makes the exhilaration of Burns' poems infectious is found in his songs, but they are generally so entirely French that its scope is limited in a way that the Scots poets, despite their vernacular, was not. The Frenchman's sympathy is always with the harder side of life. In The Songs of the Soldiers he plays on chords of steel. These verses resound with the blast of the bugle, the roll of the drum, the flash of the sword, the rattle of musketry, the boom of the cannon. And even in the songs of the peasant, it is the corn and the wine as the fruit of toil that appeal to him, rather than the grass and the flowers embellishing the fields. The Harvest, from Chant du Paysan. The wheat, the hardy wheat, is rippling on the breeze. 'Tis our great mother's sacred mantle spread afar. Old earth revered, who gives us life, in whom we are. We, the dull clay, the living God moulds as he please. The wheat, the hardy wheat, bends down its heavy head, blessed and consecrate by the eternal hand. The stalks are green, although the yellow ears expand. Keep them, O Lord, from 'neath the tempest's crushing tread. The wheat, the hardy wheat, spreads like a golden sea, whose harvesters, bent low beneath the sun's fierce light, staunch galley slaves, whose oar is now the sickle bright, cleave down the waves, before them falling ceaselessly. The wheat, the hardy wheat, ranged in its serried rows, seems like some noble camp upon the distant plain. Glory to God, the crickets chirp their wide refrain. From sheath to sheath, the welcome bread song sweeping goes. Translated for a Library of the World's Best Literature by Thomas Walsh. In Good Quarters, from Poème Militaire. Mirabeau, 1871. Good old woman, bother not, or the place will be too hot. You might let the fire grow old, save your faggots for the cold. I am drying through and through. But she, stopping not to hear, shook the smouldering ashes near. Soldier, not too warm for you? Good old woman, do not mind, at the storehouse I have dined. Save your vintage and your ham, and this cloth, such as I am, are not used to, save it too. But she heard not what I said, filled my glass and cut the bread. Soldier, here it is for you. Good old woman, sheets for me? Faith, you treat me royally. And your stable, on your hay, there at length my limbs to lay. I shall sleep like monarchs true. But she would not be denied of the sheets, and spread them wide. Soldier, it is made for you. Morning came, the parting tear. Well, good-bye, what have we here? My old knapsack full of food. Dear old creature, hostess good, why indulge me as you do? It was all that she could say, smiling in a tearful way. I have one at war like you. Translated for a Library of the World's Best Literature by Thomas Walsh. Good Fighting, from Poème Militaire. The Crumiers leave their mountain den. Sing, bullets, sing, and bugles blow. Good fighting too our gallant men, and happy they who follow when brothers in arms so dear these go. Yea, happy they who serve our France, and neither pain nor danger fly, but in the front of war's advance, still deem it but a glorious chance to be among the brave who die. No splendid war do we begin, no glory waits us when it's past, but marching through the fiery din, we see our serried ranks grow thin, and blood of Frenchmen welling fast. French blood, a treasure so august, and hoarded with such jealous care, to crush oppression's strength unjust, with all the force of right robust, and buy us back our honour fair. We yield it now to duty's claim, and freely pour out all our store, who judges frees us still from blame. The Crumers' muskets war proclaim, in answer let French cannon roar. Good fighting, and God be your shield, our pride's avengers brave and true. France watches you upon the field, who bear her colours never yield, for 'tis her heart ye bear with you. Translated for a Library of the World's Best Literature by Catherine Hillard. Last Wishes, from Poème Militaire. A grave for me, a grave, and why? I do not wish to sleep alone. Let me within the trenches lie, side by side with my soldiers thrown. Dear old comrades of wars gone by, come, 'tis our final halt is nigh. Clasp your brave hearts to mine own. A sheep for me, a sheet, and why? Such is for them on their beds who moan. The field is the soldier's place to die, the field of carnage, of blood and bone. Dear old comrades of wars gone by, this is the prayer of my soul's last sigh. Clasp your brave hearts to my own. Tears for me, these tears, and why? Knells let the vanquished foe intone. France delivered, I still can cry. France delivered, invaders flown. Dear old comrades of wars gone by, pain is nothing and death a lie. Clasp your brave hearts to my own. Translated for a Library of the World's Best Literature by Thomas Walsh. End of section 32. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 33. Excerpts by René Descartes. René Descartes, 1596 to 1650. The broad scope of literature is illustrated by its inclusion of the writings of René Descartes, Latinized Renatus Cartesius, deliberately turning away from books and making not alike of learned precedent and literary form, he yet could not but avail himself unconsciously of the heritage which he had discarded. This notable figure of 17th century philosophy was born of ancient family at La Haye in Touraine, France, March 31st, 1596, and died at Stockholm, Sweden, February 11th, 1650. From a pleasant student life of 8 years in the Jesuit college at La Flèche, he went forth in his 17th year with unusual acquirements in mathematics and languages, but in deep dissatisfaction with the long dominant scholastic philosophy and the whole method prescribed for arriving at truth. In a strong youthful revolt, his first step was a decision to discharge his mind of all the prejudices into which his education had trained his thinking. As a beginning in this work, he went to Paris for observation of facts and of men. There, having drifted through a 12-month of moderate dissipation, he secluded himself for nearly 2 years of mathematical study, as though purposing to reduce his universe to an equation in order to solve it. The laws of number he could trust, since their lines configured the eternal harmony. At the age of 21, he entered on a military service of 2 years in the army of the Netherlands, and then of about 2 years in the Bavarian army. From 1621, for about 4 years, he was roaming as an observer of men and nature in Germany, Belgium, and Italy. Afterwards, sojourning in Paris about 3.5 years. In 1629, he began 20 years of study and authorship in practical seclusion in Holland. His little work, Discours de la Méthode, Leyden, 1637, is often declared to have been the basis for a reconstitution of the science of thought. It would now perhaps be viewed by the majority of critics rather as a necessary clearing of antiquated rubbish from the ground on which the new construction was to rise. Next to it, among his works, are usually ranked Meditationes de Prima Philosophia and Principia Philosophiae. The long sojourn in Holland was ended in September 1649 in response to an urgent invitation from the studious young Queen Christina of Sweden, who wanted the now famous philosopher as an ornament to her court. After some hesitancy, he sailed for Stockholm, where only 5 months afterward he died. It has been said of Descartes that he was a spectator rather than an active worker in affairs. He was no hero, no patriot, no adherent of any party. He entered armies, but not from the love of a cause. The army was a sphere in which he could closely observe the aspects of human life. He was never married and probably had little concern with love. His attachment to a few friends seems to have been sincere. For literature, as such, he cared little. Erudition, scholarship, historic love, literary elegance were nothing to him. Art and aesthetics did not appeal to him. Probably he was not a great reader, even of philosophic writers. He delighted in observing facts, with a view to finding, stating, and systematizing their relations in one all-comprehending scheme. He never allowed himself to attack the Church in either its doctrine or its discipline. As a writer, though making no attempt at elegance and style, he is deemed remarkably clear and direct when the abstruseness of his usual themes is considered. Descartes' method in philosophy gives signs of formation on the model of a process in mathematics. In all investigations, he would ascertain first what must exist by necessity, thus establishing axioms evidenced in all experience, because independent of all experience. The study of mathematics for use in other departments drew him into investigations whose results made it a new science. He reformed its clumsy nomenclature, also the algebraic use of letters for quantities. He introduced system into the use of exponents to denote the powers of a quantity, thus opening the way for the binomial theorem. He was the first to throw clear light on the negative roots of equations. His is the theorem by use of which the maximum number of positive or negative roots of an equation can be ascertained. Analytical geometry originated with his investigation of the nature and origin of curves. His mathematical improvements opened the way for the reform of physical science and for its immense modern advance. In his optical investigations, he established the law of refraction of light. His ingenious theory of the vortices, tracing gravity, magnetism, light, and heat to the whirling and revolving movements of the molecules of matter with which the universe is filled, was accepted as science for about a quarter of a century. In mental science, Descartes' primary instrument for search of truth was doubt. Everything was to be doubted until it had been proved. This was provisional skepticism, merely to provide against foregone conclusions. It was not to preclude belief, but to summon and assure belief, as distinct from the inane submission to authority, to prejudice, or to impulse. In this process of doubting everything, the philosopher comes at last to one fact which he cannot doubt, the fact that he exists. For if he did not exist, he could not be thinking his doubt. Cogito ergo sum. is one point of absolute knowledge. It is a clear and ultimate perception. The first principle of his philosophy is that our consciousness is truthful in its proper sphere. Also that our thought is truthful and trustworthy under these two conditions. When the thought is clear and vivid, and when it is held to a theme utterly distinct from every other theme, since it is impossible for us to believe that either man who thinks or the universe concerning which he thinks is organized on the basis of a lie. There are necessary truths, and they are discoverable. A second principle is the inevitable ascent of our thought from the fragmentary to the perfect, from the finite to the infinite. Thus the thought of the infinite is an innate idea, a part of man's potential consciousness. This principle, set forth in one of the selections given herewith, is the Cartesian form of the a priori argument for the divine existence, which, like other a priori forms, is viewed by critics not as a proof in pure logic, but as a commanding and luminous appeal to man's entire moral and intellectual nature. A third principle is that the material universe is necessarily reduced in our thought ultimately to two forms, extension and local movement. Extension signifying matter, local movement signifying force. There is no such thing as empty space. There are no ultimate indivisible atoms. The universe is infinitely full of matter. A fourth principle is that the soul and matter are subsistences so fundamentally and absolutely distinct that they cannot act in reciprocal relations. This compelled Descartes to resort to his strained supposition that all correspondence or synchronism between bodily movements and mental or spiritual activities is merely reflex or automatic, or else is produced directly by act of deity. For relief from this violent hypothesis, Leibniz modified the Cartesian philosophy by his famous theory of a pre-established harmony. Descartes did a great work, but it was not an abiding reconstruction. Indeed, it was not construction so much as it was a dream, one of the grandest and most suggestive in the history of thought. Its audacious disparagement of the whole scholastic method startled Europe, upon the dead air of whose philosophy it came as a refreshing breath of transcendental thought. Its suggestions and inspirations are traceable as a permanent enrichment, though its vast fabric swiftly dissolved. The early enthusiasm for it in French literary circles and among professors in the universities of Holland scarcely outlasted a generation. Within a dozen years after the philosopher's death, the Cartesian philosophy was prohibited by ecclesiastical authorities and excluded from the schools. In the British Isles and in Germany, the system has been usually considered as an interesting curiosity in the cabinet of philosophies. Yet the unity of all truth through relations vital, subtle, firm, and universal, though seen only in a vision of the night, abides when the night is gone. With the impressive and noteworthy Discours de la Méthode, Leyden, 1637, were published 3 essays supporting it. La Dioptrique, Les Météores, La Géonométrie. Of his other works, the most important are Meditationes de Prima Philosophia, Paris, 1641, Amsterdam, 1642, and Principia Philosophiae, Amsterdam, 1644. A useful English translation of his most important writings, with an introduction, is by John Veitch, LL.D., The Method, Meditations, and Selections from the Principles, Edinburgh, 1853, 6th edition, Blackwoods, Edinburgh, and London, 1879. See also English translations of portions of his philosophical works by W. Cunningham, 1877, Lowndes, 1878, Mahaffy, 1880, Martineau, 1885, Henry Rogers Huxley, and L. Stephen. For his life, see Vie de Descartes by Baillet, 2 volumes, 1691, Descartes, sa vie, etc., by Millet, 2 volumes, 1867-71, Descartes and His School by Kuno Fischer, English translation, 1887. Of certain principles of elementary logical thought, from the Discourse on Method. As a multitude of laws often only hampers justice, so that a state is best governed when, with a few laws, these are rigidly administered. In like manner, instead of the great number of precepts of which logic is composed, I believe that the 4 following would prove perfectly sufficient for me, provided I took the firm and unwavering resolution never in a single instance to fail in observing them. The first was never to accept anything for true which I did not clearly know to be such. That is to say, carefully to avoid precipitancy and prejudice, and to comprise nothing more in my judgment than what was presented to my mind so clearly and distinctly as to exclude all ground of doubt. The second, to divide each of the difficulties under examination into as many parts as possible, and as might be necessary for its adequate solution. The third, to conduct my thoughts in such order that by commencing with objects the simplest and easiest to know, I might ascend by little and little, and as it were step by step, to the knowledge of the more complex, assigning in thought a certain order, even to those objects which in their own nature do not stand in a relation of antecedence and sequence. And last, in every case, to make enumerations so complete and reviews so general that it might be assured that nothing was omitted. The long chains of simple and easy reasonings by means of which geometers are accustomed to reach the conclusions of their most difficult demonstrations had led me to imagine that all things to the knowledge of which man is competent are mutually connected in the same way, and that there is nothing so far removed from us as to be beyond our reach, or so hidden that we cannot discover it, provided only we abstain from accepting the false for the true, and always preserve in our thoughts the order necessary for the deduction of one truth from another. And I had little difficulty in determining the objects with which it was necessary to commence, for I was already persuaded that it must be with the simplest and easiest to know, and considering that of all those who have hitherto sought truth in the sciences, the mathematicians alone have been able to find any demonstrations, that is, any certain and evident reasons. I did not doubt but that such must have been the rule of their investigations. I resolved to commence, therefore, with the examination of the simplest objects, not anticipating, however, from this any other advantage than that to be found in accustoming my mind to the love and nourishment of truth, and to a distaste for all such reasonings as were unsound. But I had no intention on that account of attempting to master all the particular sciences commonly denominated mathematics, but observing that however different their objects, they all agree in considering only the various relations or proportions subsisting among those objects. I thought it best for my purpose to consider these proportions in the most general form possible, without referring them to any objects in particular, except such as would most facilitate the knowledge of them, and without by any means restricting them to these, that afterwards I might thus be the better able to apply them to every other class of objects to which they are legitimately applicable, perceiving further that in order to understand these relations, I should sometimes have to consider them one by one, and sometimes only to bear them in mind or embrace them in the aggregate. I thought that in order the better to consider them individually, I should view them as subsisting between straight lines, than which I could find no objects more simple, or capable of being more distinctly represented to my imagination and senses. And on the other hand, that in order to retain them in the memory, or embrace an aggregate of many, I should express them by certain characters the briefest possible. In this way, I believe that I could borrow all that was best, both in geometrical analysis and in algebra, and correct all the defects of the one by help of the other. An elementary method of inquiry, from the Discourse on Method. Seeing that our senses sometimes deceive us, I was willing to suppose that there existed nothing really such as they presented to us. And because some men err in reasoning and fall into paralogisms, even on the simplest matters of geometry, I convinced that I was as open to error as any other, rejected as false all the reasonings I had hitherto taken for demonstrations, and finally, when I considered that the very same thoughts, presentations, which we experience when awake may also be experienced when we are asleep, and while there is at that time not one of them true, I suppose that all the objects, presentations, that ever entered into my mind when awake had in them no more truth than the illusions of my dreams. But immediately upon this I observed that whilst I thus wished to think that all was false, it was absolutely necessary that I, who thus thought, should be somewhat, and as I observed that this truth, I think, hence I am, was so certain and of such evidence that no ground of doubt, however extravagant, could be alleged by the skeptics capable of shaking it, I concluded that I might without scruple accept it as the first principle of the philosophy of which I was in search. In the next place, I attentively examined what I was, and as I observed that I could suppose that I had no body, and that there was no world nor any place in which I might be, but that I could not therefore suppose that I was not, and that on the contrary, from the very circumstance that I thought to doubt of the truth of other things, it most clearly and certainly followed that I was. While, on the other hand, if I had only ceased to think, although all the other objects which I had ever imagined had been in reality existent, I would have had no reason to believe that I existed. I thence concluded that I was a substance whose whole essence or nature consists only in thinking, and which, that it may exist, has need of no place, nor is dependent on any material thing. So that I, that is to say, the mind by which I am what I am, is wholly distinct from the body, and is even more easily known than the latter, and is such that although the latter were not, it would still continue to be all that it is. After this, I inquired in general into what is essential to the truth and certainty of a proposition. For since I had discovered one which I knew to be true, I thought that I must likewise be able to discover the ground of this certitude. And as I observed that in the words, I think, hence I am, there is nothing at all which gives me assurance of their truth beyond this, that I see very clearly that in order to think it necessary to exist, I concluded that I might take, as a general rule, the principle that all the things which we very clearly and distinctly conceive are true, only observing, however, that there is some difficulty in rightly determining the objects which we distinctly conceive. In the next place, from reflecting on the circumstance that I doubted, and that consequently my being was not wholly perfect, for I clearly saw that it was a greater perfection to know than to doubt, I was led to inquire whence I had learned to think of something more perfect than myself, and I clearly recognized that I must hold this notion from some nature which in reality was more perfect. As for the thoughts of many other objects external to me, as of the sky, the earth, light, heat, and 1,000 more, I was less at a loss to know whence these came. For since I remarked in them nothing which seemed to render them superior to myself, I could believe that if these were true, they were dependents on my own nature, in so far as it possessed a certain perfection, and if they were false, that I held them from nothing. That is to say, that they were in me because of a certain imperfection of my nature. But this could not be the case with the idea of a nature more perfect than myself. For to receive it from nothing was a thing manifestly impossible, and because it is not less repugnant than the more perfect should be an effect of and dependence on the less perfect, then that something should proceed from nothing. It was equally impossible that I could hold it from myself. Accordingly, it but remained that it had been placed in me by a nature which was in reality more perfect than mine, and which even possessed within itself all the perfections of which I could form any idea, that is to say, in a single word, which was God. I was disposed straightway to search for other truths, And when I had represented to myself the object of the geometers, which I conceived to be a continuous body or a space indefinitely extended in length, breadth, and height or depth, divisible into diverse parts which admit of different figures and sizes and of being moved or transposed in all manner of ways. For all this, the geometer is supposed to be in the object they contemplate. I went over some of their simplest demonstrations. And in the first place, I observed that the great certitude which by common consent is accorded to these demonstrations is founded solely upon this, that they are clearly conceived in accordance with the rules I have already laid down. In the next place, I perceived that there was nothing at all in these demonstrations which could assure me of the existence of their object. Thus, for example, supposing a triangle to be given, I distinctly perceived that its 3 angles were necessarily equal to 2 right angles, but I did not, on that account, perceive anything which could assure me that any triangle existed, while on the contrary, recurring to the examination of the idea of a perfect being, I found that the existence of the being was comprised in the idea in the same way that the equality of its 3 angles to 2 right angles is comprised in the idea of a triangle, or as in the idea of a sphere. The equidistance of all points on its surface from the center, or even still more clearly, and that consequently it is at least as certain that God, who is this perfect being, is or exists, as any demonstration of geometry can be. The idea of God from the Meditations. There only remains, therefore, the idea of God, in which I must consider whether there is anything that cannot be supposed to originate with myself. By the name God, I understand a substance infinite, eternal, immutable, independent, all-knowing, all-powerful, and by which I myself and every other thing that exists, if any such there be, were created. But these properties are so great and excellent that the more attentively I consider them, the less I feel persuaded that the idea I have of them owes its origin to myself alone. And thus it is absolutely necessary to conclude, from all that I have before said, that God exists. For though the idea of substance be in my mind owing to this, that I myself am a substance, I should not, however, have the idea of an infinite substance, seeing I am a finite being, unless it were given me by some substance, in reality infinite. And I must not imagine that I do not apprehend the infinite by a true idea, but only by the negation of the finite, in the same way that I comprehend repose and darkness by the negation of motion and light. Since, on the contrary, I clearly perceive that there is more reality in the infinite substance than in the finite, and therefore that in some way I possess the perception, notion, of the infinite before that of the finite. That is, the perception of God before that of myself. For how could I know that I doubt, desire, or that something is wanting to me, and that I am not wholly perfect, if I possess no idea of a being more perfect than myself, by comparison with which I knew the deficiencies of my nature? And it cannot be said that this idea of God is perhaps materially false, and consequently that it may have arisen from nothing. In other words, that it may exist in me from my imperfection. As I before said of the ideas of heat and cold and the like, for on the contrary, as this idea is very clear and distinct and contains in itself more objective reality than any other, there can be no one of itself more true or less open to the suspicion of falsity. The idea, I say, of a being supremely perfect and infinite is in the highest degree true. For although perhaps we may imagine that such a being does not exist, we nevertheless cannot suppose that this idea represents nothing real, as I have already said of the idea of cold. It is likewise clear and distinct in the highest degree, since whatever the mind clearly and distinctly conceives as real or true, and as implying any perfection, is contained entire in this idea. And this is true, nevertheless, although I do not comprehend the infinite, and although there may be in God an infinity of things that I cannot comprehend, nor perhaps even compass by thought in any way. For it is of the nature of the infinite that it should not be comprehended by the finite, and it is enough that I rightly understand this, and judge that all which I clearly perceive, and in which I know there is some perfection, and perhaps also an infinity of properties of which I am ignorant, are formally or eminently in God, in order that the idea I have of him may become the most true, clear, and distinct of all the ideas in my mind. But perhaps I am something more than I suppose myself to be, and it may be that all those perfections which I attribute to God in some way exist potentially in me, although they do not yet show themselves and are not reduced to act. Indeed, I am already conscious that my knowledge is being increased and perfected by degrees, and I see nothing to prevent it from thus gradually increasing to infinity, nor any reason why, after such increase in perfection, I should not be able thereby to acquire all the other perfections of the divine nature, nor, in fine, why the power I possess of acquiring those perfections, if it really now exist in me, should not be sufficient to produce the ideas of them. Yet, on looking more closely into the matter, I discover that this cannot be. For in the first place, although it were true that my knowledge daily acquired new degrees of perfection, and although there were potentially in my nature much that was not as yet actually in it, still all these excellences make not the slightest approach to the idea I have of the deity, in whom there is no perfection, merely potentially, but all actually existent. For it is even an unmistakable token of imperfection in my knowledge that it is augmented by degrees. Further, although my knowledge increase more and more, nevertheless I am not therefore induced to think that it will ever be actually infinite, since it can never reach that point beyond which it shall be incapable of further increase. But I conceive God as actually infinite, so that nothing can be added to his perfection. And in fine, I readily perceive that the objective being of an idea cannot be produced by a being that is merely potentially existent, which, properly speaking, is nothing, but only a being existing formally or actually. And truly, I see nothing in all that I have now said which it is not easy for anyone who shall carefully consider it to discern by the natural light. But when I allow my attention in some degree to relax, the vision of my mind being obscured, and as it were blinded by the images of sensible objects, I do not readily remember the reason why the idea of being more perfect than myself must of necessity have proceeded from a being in reality more perfect. On this account, I am here desirous to inquire further whether I, who possess this idea of God, could exist supposing there were no God. And I ask, from whom could I in that case derive my existence? Perhaps from myself, or from my parents, or from some other causes less perfect than God. For anything more perfect, or even equal to God, cannot be thought or imagined. But if I were independent of every other existence, and were myself the author of my being, I should doubt of nothing. I should desire nothing, and in fine, no perfection would be wanting to me, for I should have bestowed upon myself every perfection of which I possess the idea, and I should thus be God. And it must not be imagined that what is now wanting to me is perhaps of more difficult acquisition than that of which I am already possessed. For on the contrary, it is quite manifest that it was a matter of much higher difficulty than I, a thinking being, should arise from nothing, than it would be for me to acquire the knowledge of many things of which I am ignorant, and which are merely the accidents of a thinking substance. And certainly, if I possessed of myself the greater perfection of which I have now spoken, in other words, if I were the author of my own existence, I would not, at least, have denied to myself things that may be more easily obtained, as that infinite variety of knowledge of which I am at present destitute. I could not indeed have denied to myself any property which I perceive is contained in the idea of God, because there is none of these that seems to be more difficult to make or acquire. And if there were any that should happen to be more difficult to acquire, they would certainly appear so to me, supposing that I myself were the source of the other things I possess, because I should discover in them a limit to my power. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 34. Paul Desjardins, by Grace King. What a man stands for in the life and literature of his day is easily enough estimated when his name passes current in his language for a hitherto undesignated shade of meaning. One of the most acute and sensitive of contemporary French critics, Monsieur Jules Lemaitre, in an article on an evolutionary phase in modern literature, expresses its significant characteristic to be l'idéal de vie intérieure, la morale absolue, si je puis m'exprimer ainsi, le desjardinisme, the ideal of spiritual life, absolute morality, if I may so express myself, desjardinism. The term, quickly appropriated by another French critic and one of the remarkable women of letters of her day, the late Baron Blaise de Bury, is literally interpreted as summing up whatever is highest and purest and of most rare attainment in the idealism of the present hour. And she further, with the intuition of her sex, feeling a pertinent question before it is put, singles out the vital germ of difference which distinguishes this young writer as typical of the idealism of the hour and makes him its name-giver. What is in other men the indirect and hidden source of their public acts is in Paul Desjardins the direct source of life itself, the life to be lived, and also of the mode in which that life is to be conceived and to be made apparent to the world. Of the life, sincerity is its prime virtue. Each leader proves his faith by his individual conduct, as by his judgments on events and men. The pure passion of abstract thought fires each to do the best that is his to do. His life is to be the word-for-word translation of his own spirit. The deathbed repentance of a century, born sceptical, reared decadent, and professing practical materialism, the conversion of a literature from the pure passion of the senses to the pure passion of abstract thought, the assumption of an apostolic mission by journalists, novelists, playwrights, college professors, and scientific masters, will doubtless furnish the century to come with one of its most curious and interesting fields of study. It is an episode in evolution which may indeed be termed dramatic, this fifth act of the 19th century epic of France, or it might be called of Paris, the story of its pilgrimage from revolution to evolution. Monsieur Melchior de Vogue, himself one of the apostles of the new life, or of the new work in the old life of France, describes the preparation of the national soil for the growth of Desjardinism. He says, "The French children who were born just before 1870 grew up in an atmosphere of patriotic mourning and amidst the discouragement of defeat. National life, such as it became reconstituted after that terrible shock, revealed to them on all sides nothing but abortive hopes, paltry struggles of interest, and a society without any other hierarchy but that of money, and without other principle or ideal than the pursuit of material enjoyment. Literature reflected these same tendencies. It was dejected or vile, and distressed the heart by its artistic dryness, or disgusted it by its trivial realism. Science itself began to appear to many what it is in reality, namely a means, not an end. Its prestige declined, and its infallibility was questioned. Above all, it was clear from two evident social symptoms that if science can satisfy some very distinguished minds, it can do nothing to moralize and discipline societies. For 100 years after the destruction of the religious and political dogmas of the past, France had lived as best she could on some few fragile dogmas, which had in their turn been consecrated by a naive superstition. These dogmas were the principles of 1789, the almightiness of reason, the efficacy of absolute liberty, the sovereignty of the people, in a word, the whole credo of the Revolution. In order to shake that faith in these principles, it was necessary that human reason, proclaimed infallible, should turn its arms against itself. And that is what happened. Scientific criticism, after having ruined old dogmatism, made as short work of the revolutionary legend as of the monarchical one, and showed itself as pitiless for the rights of man as it had been for the rights of God. All these causes combined sufficiently explain the nihilism and pessimism which invaded the souls of the young during the past 10 years. Clear-sighted boys analysed life with a vigour and a precision unknown to their predecessors. Having analysed it, they found it bad. They turned away from life with fear and horror. There was heard from the peaks of intelligence a great cry of discouragement. Beware of deceitful nature. Fear life. Emancipate yourself from life. This cry was first uttered by the masters of contemporary thought, a Schopenhauer, a Taine, a Tolstoy. Below them, thousands of humbler voices repeated in chorus. According to each one's turn of mind, the new philosophy assumed shades different in appearance. Buddhist nirvana, atheistic nihilism, mystic asceticism. But all these theories proceeded from the same sentiment, and all these doctrines may be reduced to the same formula. Let us depreciate life. Let us escape from its snares. Paul Desjardins, by name and family, belongs to the old bourgeoisie of France, that reserve force of Gallic virtue to which the French people always look for help in political and moral crises. Like most of the young men of distinction in the French world of letters, he combines professional and literary work. He is professor of rhetoric at the Lycée Veuve in Paris, and a member of the brilliant editorial staff of the Journal des Débats. Paris offered to his grasp her same old choice of subjects, to his eye the same aspects of life, which form her one freehold for all artists, and he had but the instrument of his guild, his pen. The series of his collected contributions to journals and magazines bear a no more distinctive title than the hackneyed one of Notes Contemporaines, but the subtitles betray at once the trend of originality. Great Souls and Little Lives, The Obscure Ones, Companions of the New Life. And in the treatment of these subjects, and especially in his sketches of character and critical essays upon the literature of his day, Desjardins' originality resolves itself more and more clearly into spirituality of thought, expressed in an incorruptible simplicity of style. To quote from Madame de Bury again, one of the chief characteristics of Paul Desjardins' utterances is their total disinterestedness, their absolute detachment from self. Nowhere else have you the same indescribable purity, the same boundless generosity of joy in others' good, the same pervading altruism. These writings were the expression of a mind on a journey, a quest, not of any one definite mind, for so completely has the personality of the author been subdued to his mission, that his mind seems typical of the general mind of young France in quest of spirituality, his individuality a common one to all participants in the new movement, as it is called. In 1892, the boldest effort of Desjardins, a small pamphlet, The Present Duty, appeared. It created a sensation in the thinking world of Paris. It marked a definite stage accomplished in the new movement, and an arrival at one stopping place at least. While the critics were still diagnosing over the pamphlet as a theory, a small band of men, avowing the same convictions as Desjardins, proceeded to test it as a practical truth. They enrolled themselves into a Union for Moral Action, which had for its object to associate together, without regard to religious or political beliefs, all serious-minded men who cared to work for the formation of a healthy public opinion, for a moral awakening, and for the education and strengthening of the modern decadent or enervated willpower. In general, it is common interests, doctrines, needs that bring men together in associations. The Union for Moral Action sought, on the contrary, to associate men of diverse interests and opinions, adversaries even, into collaboration for the common morality. In response to the interpellations, questions, and doubts evoked by The Present Duty, Desjardins published in the Débat a series of articles on the conversion of the Church. They contributed still more to differentiate him from the other leaders of the new movement. In fact, few caring to share the responsibility of such radical utterances, he has been left in literary isolation in his advanced position, a position which, although it can but command the admiration and respect of the press and the educational and religious contingent of Paris, none the less attracts sarcasm and irony in the world's centre of wit, sensual tolerance, and moral scepticism. As the reproach of his literary confrères expresses it, the author has given way before the apostle. The life to be lived commanded the sacrifice. Desjardins makes now but rare appearances in his old journalistic places, and in literature he has determinatively severed connections through which fame and fortune might confidently be expected. He now gives his writings anonymously to the small weekly publication, the official organ of the Union for Moral Action, depending for his living upon his professorial position in the College St. Stanislas. Une Critique, one of Desjardins' earliest essays, strikes the note of his life and writings at a time when he himself was unconscious of its portentous meaning to his world and his literature. Whatever deserves to be, deserves the best attention of our intellect. Everything calls for interest, only it must be an interest divested of self-interest and sincere. But above all we must labour hard to understand, respect, and tenderly love in others whatever contains one single grain of simple intrinsic goodness. Believe me, this is everywhere, and it is everywhere to be found if you will only look for it. The supremacy of the truly good, here lies the root of the whole teaching, the whole new way of looking at things and judging men. New views of the universality of our world, of poetry, of religion, of kindness, human kindness, of virtue, of worth. Think it over. These are the objects on which our new generation is fixing its thoughts and trying to awaken yours. This it is which is so new. Translation of Madame Blaise de Bury. The present duty. There are many of us who at times have forgotten our personal troubles, however great they were, by picturing to ourselves the moral distress of souls around us, and by meditating on the possible remedy for this universal ill. Some remain serene before this spectacle. They resign themselves to fatal evil and inextricable doubt. They look with cold blood on that which is. Others, like the one who speaks here, are more affirmative, because they are more impassioned, more wounded, knowing neither how to forget, nor how to be patient, nor yet how to despair peaceably. They are less troubled by that which is than by that which ought to be. They have even turned towards that which ought to be, as towards the salvation for which their whole heart is calling. It is their weakness not to know how to interest themselves for any length of time in what does not in some way assume the aspect of a duty that concerns them. They do not contest, in fact, that it is a weakness not to be able to look with a disinterested eye on disease, corporal or spiritual, a weakness to feel the necessity of having something to do at the bedside of the dying, even if that something be in vain, to employ the anguish of one's heart in preparing, even up to the supreme moment, remedies in the shadow of the chamber. We are in a state of war. It would be almost cowardly to be silent about our intimate beliefs, for they are contradicted and attacked. We must not content ourselves with a pacification or truce which will permit us with facile weakness to open all the pores of our intelligence to ideas contrary to our conviction. It is necessary, on the contrary, to gird ourselves, to entrench ourselves. There is today, between us and many of our contemporaries, an irreconcilable disagreement that must be faced, a great combat in which parts must be taken. As far as I can see, this is what it is. In a word, our subjection to animal instinct, egoism, falsehood, absolutely evil, or are they merely inelegancies? That is to say, things deprecated just at present, but which, well ornamented and perfumed with grace, might not again attract us, satisfy us, furnish us a type of life equivalent after all to the life of the sages and saints. For nothing shows us with certainty that the latter is any better than the former. Are justice and love a sure good, a sure law, and the harbour of safety? Or are they possible illusions, probable vanities? Have we a destiny, an ideal, or are we agitating ourselves without cause and without purpose for the amusement of some malicious demiurge, or simply for the absurd caprice of great Pan? This is the question that divides consciences. A great subject of dispute, surely greater than that of the divinity of Jesus Christ, for example, than that even of the existence of a personal God, or of any other purely speculative question you may please, and above all, one more urgent, for there are counterblows in it, which frighten me in my everyday existence, me, a man kept to the business of living from the hour I awake to the light until the hour I go to sleep, and according to the answer I may give myself on this point, is the spirit in which I dig in my little garden. Personally, I have taken sides after reflection. After experience also, I do profess with conviction that humanity has a destiny and that we live for something. What is to be understood exactly by this word humanity? In short, I know not, only that this, of which I know nothing, does not exist yet, but it is on the road to existence, on the road to make itself known, and that it concerns me who am here. What must be understood by this word destiny? I do not know much more. I have only, so far, dreams about it, dreams born of some profound but incommunicable love, which an equal love only could understand. My conscience is not pure enough to conceive a stronger conviction. I only affirm that this destiny of humanity, if it were known, would be such that all men, ignorant or simple, could participate in it. It is already something to know that, in short, I see at least by lightning flashes from which side the future will shine, and I walk towards it and live thus, climbing up in a steep dark forest towards a point where a light is divined, a light that cannot deceive me, but which the obtruding branches of a complicated and apparent life hide from me. That which will bring me nearer it is not arguing about the probable nature of the light, but walking, I mean fortifying in myself and others a will for the good. We have on one side undecided and lukewarm allies, on the other adversaries, and we are forced necessarily to combat. This necessity will become clearer each day. It is the antagonism of negatives and positives, of those who tend to destroy and those who tend to reconstruct. There is no question here, be it understood, of knowing whether we are deceiving ourselves in choosing such or such a particular duty. That I would concede without trouble, having always estimated that our moral judgments, like our acts, have need of ceaseless revision and amelioration according to an endless progression. There is a question of much more, of knowing in an absolute manner whether there be a duty for us or not. Good is in fact that which ought to be. Like Christ, who according to St. Paul is not a yes and a no, but a yes, duty is a yes. To slip into it the shadow of a possibility of a no is to destroy it. The men of today are thus negatives or positives, as they range themselves under one opinion or the other, and they must range themselves under one of the two. They cannot escape. The question which divides us, to know whether we live in vain, imposes itself upon every one who opens his lips or moves his finger, upon every conscious being who breathes. That so-and-so never speaks of it, never thinks of it, may be, but their lives answer for them and testify loudly enough. I confess that at first sight the negatives seem for the moment the more numerous. They include many groups which I shall not enumerate here. I range with them the charming, uncertain ones, like Monsieur René and his melodious disciples, the sombre and nihilistic Buddhists, all those to whom the law of the completion of man through the good is indeed foolish and chimerical, since their lives imply the negation of it. I mean to say the immense multitude of those who live in any kind of way, good, easy people, refined possibly from caprice, coquetry or laziness, but in complete moral anesthesia. Now we come to the positives. They include first of all true Christians and all true Jews attached to the profound spirit of their religion. Then the philosophers and poets who affirm or sing the moral ideal, the new disciples of Plato, the Stoics, the Kantians, famous or unknown, to whom life alone, outside of all speculation, is a solid affirmation of the possibility and sufficiency of the good. That the actions of these men and women on the way to creating themselves free beings, human beings, have the same value as doctrine cannot be denied. They labour and suffer here and there, each one in his own cell, each one making his own goodness consist in the realization of what he believes to be the absolute good, making themselves faithful servants of something, existing outside of themselves, the city, religion, charity, justice, truth even, or beauty, conceived as modes of adoration. All these compose, it seems to me, one and the same church, having the philosophers and poets of duty for doctors of divinity, the heroes of duty for congregation. These may be called by the general name of positives. Let our eyes be opened. Everything that surrounds us is vitiated. Many of the children playing on the promenades are sickly. Their little faces are often enough marked with livid blotches. Their bones are often enough twisted. sad symptoms of the degradation of parents. At every street corner are distributed libertine productions by traders in the depravity of the weak. If anyone wishes to recognize the furnace of vice burning within us, let him observe merely the looks cast upon an honest woman as she passes by respectable men, old men. What savage expressions intercepted under the feverish light of the electric lamps! What tension, what spasms of covetousness, what hallucinations of pleasure and of gold! Tragic matter here, but low tragedies à la Balzac, not those acted under an open sky by heroes. A few pistol shots from time to time, a few poisonings, some drownings, that is all that transpires of the interior evil. The rest passes away in suppressed tears, brooding hatreds, in accepted shame. In such confusion, the consciences of the best, of the most disinterested ones, lose the cleanness of their stamp. "You are smiling there at an obscenity," said I to a friend. He protested, then reflecting, agreed with me, quite astonished that he had not perceived it. Honest men are troubled by all this circumjacent corruption, and rightly so, for at the bottom they are parts of it. They are distinguished from it only by more cleanliness, education, elegance, but not by principle. In fact, from top to bottom, all this society lives on sensation. That is the common trait through it all, and it is graded according to the quality of its sensations. Fundamentally, there is only sensation, with here and there unequally subtle nerves. There are no terms less reconcilable one to another than research of sensation and moral obligation. There is nothing more opposed. Therefore, he who expects all from his sensations depends absolutely on externals, upon the fortuitous things of life in all their incoherence. He is no longer a self-centre. He feels himself no longer responsible. His personality is dissolved, evaporated. It does not react, and ambient nature already absorbs him, like some dead thing. And this is where we are. I recognize then the evil. I see it in its extent. Nevertheless, to paint this lamentable picture once more is not to show our moral ideas. Our moral idea is what we believe touching the life which shall be best. It is not exactly our life. Ever since the antique Medea of Ovid uttered that cry, many others, one after another, have groaned over the fact that, seeing the best and approving it, they yet follow the worst, alas. Such a sorrow is today profound and universal. There where vice abounds, sorrow superabounds. It is no longer that melancholy born of the insufficiency of external reality, once for all recognized, that felt by Obermann and proud romanticists, but a humble, narrow, ragged rancour, mixed with disdain, with disgust, born of our insufficiency to ourselves, perceived thoroughly. Never, I believe, have we been more generally sad than in these times. And it is that which saves us. I find here our greatness. He alone is lost who feels himself at ease and healthful in evil. Consciences without anxiety are the only hopeless ones. Let us hope then, for it cannot be denied that we feel we are very ill. It is apparent that we are in labour with something which shall be our cure. The symptoms of this painful labour are not lacking. The works which are appearing now, preeminent in form, but obscure and hesitating in principles, bear signs of the stress in which they were conceived. Soon they will seem merely specious. In the poetry, romance, painting, music of today, how many exquisite works are born, not of energy guided by love, but only of a dream of energy, a dream of love, on the shores of inconsolable exile. The truth is, we no longer know what to become. When any one of the antique misfortunes strikes us, death, abandonment, ruin, We no longer bear it as our fathers did. We no longer know the dignified, peaceful mournings of old, but under an unexpected stroke, the torment, the complicated rending in the heart, show that it has been secretly undermined. We feel indeed divided within ourselves, and we need to be unified, but the inward unification is possible only for the absolutely debauched or the absolutely good man. There is no via media, half virtue rends us. Our spiritual life being in truth, miracle and mystery, I do not know how to explain what each one knows so well. I do not know how there is developed within us that sublime state, known and described under different names by Socrates, Plato, Plotinus, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, St. Paul, St. Augustine, Tauler, the author of The Imitation, Shelley, Emerson, Tolstoy, but I know that such a state, which we all know by experience, merits alone the name of positive morality. Well then, history shows that what is true of each one of us personally is true of society. The conversion of the Church. While a purer spirit is visibly awakening in ailing humanity and turning it again to Christ, the religion of Christ is rejuvenating. His Church is no longer motionless. Thus, in the midst of a great confusion, two religious movements which correspond with one another are defining themselves with sufficient clearness. On the one side, men without any precise faith, and who thought themselves without any faith, have perceived that they carry within themselves that which they sought, an explanation of themselves, say a principle of salvation. At whatever point these thinking men arrive, it is apparent at the present that they are progressing in the way of the Evangel and following the path of the cross. On the other side, the Roman Catholic Church, governed by a vigilant Pope, has declared herself. She has spoken of love at the moment when all were thirsty for love and self-forgetfulness. She intercedes for the suffering masses at the moment when others were going to do it outside of her, perhaps against her. And more, she is resolutely today accenting spirituality, after having so long accented ritual or policy. The new spiritualists and the renewed Christians are thus pushed forward to a meeting with one another by the need of their practical cooperation, and also perhaps by the consciousness of their intimate kinship. They are marching from both sides with the same rallying cry, fraternity and sacrifice. Here they are flying from the city of the plain, where a material civilization reigns, and claiming to suffice all. They are emigrating. They know not whither, if it be only towards the heights. There they are descending from their high, narrow, clerical, shut-in fastness. The conversion that the Church should make is a conversion of the heart. It must become again a school of true liberty and love. Herein lies all the anxiety of the moment, and the great Catholic question lies not between the Church and the Republic, but between the Church and the people, or rather between the Church and the pure spirit. By loving the people in truth, and by making itself the people, it is clear that the Catholic Church would simply be returning to its original source. Now, returning to its original source is, in a word, all that the Church should do, and that which, following her example, all old institutions should do so as to live and to make us live. To last means to be reborn perpetually. In truth, each one of these institutions was born in former times from a definite need of the soul, and at first they responded exactly to it, and that is why they prevailed. All their strength came from the fact that they were necessary. Their weakness comes from the fact that they are no longer so. At first the religious community was formed of the imperious necessity of a deliverance from evil. It was not for ornament, not for the charm of burning incense under arches. neither was it formed to do what kings, warriors, and judges are sufficient to do. These last would have absorbed it, but they cannot, although they try to do so every day, but they can never do so unless the Church abandons her own functions to usurp theirs. She would then, by forgetting her destination, commit suicide. But even then, another Church would form in response to the spiritual hunger and thirst which never ceases. Thus the whole problem of the existence of an institution is to remain forever necessary and therefore faithful to its original source. Let us add that civil society cannot maintain itself without also constant rejuvenation, becoming young again. It also exists only by the active consent of willing minds. It is essential for the harmony of the whole that each person should be an individual and not an automaton. As men, divided by the external accidents of habit, condition, fortune, and united by that which is fundamental within them, the weakening of that which is within them disintegrates them. And thence the principal cause of our divisions comes from hardly anyone today being in his heart that which he appears to be. Therefore, to bring back diverse conditions to their original source and to the reason of their being, to re-establish the principle in the centre of the life of each, is to do the work of unification. To say to the priests, be primitive Christians, imitate the chosen master, is, socially speaking, a good action, which all Christians and non-Christians should applaud, for the salvation of all depends upon it. The remedy of our malady, without doubt, lies not in having all France to mass, but first that all should make their faith the rule of their actions. That which lies at the bottom of our consciences is the thing by which we are brothers. 2 impressions. From Notes Contemporaines. 2 impressions have remained with me. They date from a month's wandering in Switzerland, at a time when there are no tourists to be met. The first is of the exquisite scenes of wintry nature, as she shows herself at this season, when none come to visit her. Still, reposeful, silent, veiled. How much more touching and impressive than when profaned by the summer crowd. This is the moment when the Jura should be seen. The pine woods on the hills are but faintly powdered with snow, and the patches of dry, rusty vegetation beneath lie on the grey stones like the broad red stains of blood. Seeds hang here and there on the bare branches, mixed with the tendrils of the wild vine, or with ghostly clusters of what were the flowers of the clematis. The falling leaves are golden. Those already fallen are of an ashen grey. The delicate tracery overhead is of infinite complexity, exquisite in its endless detail, and the whole of this disrobed nature, in its unadorned simplicity, has an impress of sincerity that reminds you of the drawings of Holbein. Flat pools of shallow water lie about, carpeted with mosses and mirroring the sky. The smoke of the huts rises upward, gaunt and straight. No one is near. There are no passers-by, and there is no sound, except that of a waterfall, fuller in its rush than at any other season. Silence, a silence so fragile that the step of a single wayfarer on the road would be enough to break it, reigns undisturbed and covers everything like a winding sheet. My second impression is of another kind, though almost as comforting, at least by the contrast. It was given me by the conversation of the peasant folk, plain, humble mountaineers. The speech and thought of these men is plain and direct, devoid of artifice, clear and fathomable. They furnish you an unvarnished tale of their own simple experience, the life experience of a man, no more. They neither invent nor disguise, and are totally incapable of presenting either fact or circumstances in a way that shall suggest to the hearer another or a different sense. Our woeful habit of ridiculing what lies indeed at the bottom of our hearts they have never learned. They copy, line by line and stroke by stroke, the meaning that is in them, the intentions of their inner mind. In our Parisian haunts, it seems to me that their success would be a problem. But they are heedless of success, and to us, when we escape from our vitiated centres, from an atmosphere poisoned by that perpetual straining after effect, the pure, undressed simplicity of these primitives is as refreshing as to our overexcited and exhausted nerves are the green, quiet, hidden nooks of their alpine solitudes. With them there is no need of imaginative expression. The trouble of thought is useless. Their words are the transparent revelation of their beliefs. The calm brought to the hyper-civilized spirit by this plainness and directness of nature is absolutely indescribable. And when I came to reflect on the profoundness of mental quietude, I might say of consolation, that I had attained to during my wanderings, I could not help recognizing what a cruel, fatal part is played in the lives of all of us by irony. It is, with Frenchmen, a kind of veneer, worn even by the most unpretentious in place of whatever may be real in them. And where this outward seeming is absent, they are completely at a loss. Well-bred Frenchmen rarely, if ever, have or pronounce an opinion or pass a judgment, unless with a playful obliquity of judgment, and on things in general. They assume an air of knowing what they are talking about, and of having probed the vanity of all human effort before they have ever attempted or approached it. And even this indifference, this disdain, this apparent dislike to the responsibility of so much as an opinion, even this is not natural, not innate. Its formula is not of its own creation. It is but the repetition of what was originated by someone else. The truth is that in our atmosphere all affirmative action is difficult. It is hard either to be or to do. This habit of irony has destroyed all healthful activity here. It is a mere instrument of evil. If you grasp it, it turns to mischief in your hands, and either slips from and eludes them, or wounds you, as often as not, mortally. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 35, Selected Poems by Sir Aubrey De Vere, 1788 to 1846. At Curragh Chase, in the picturesque county of Limerick, Ireland, Aubrey Hunt was born in 1788. On the death of his father, he succeeded to the baronetcy and took the name of De Vere. Though his deep love of nature prompted him while very young to write descriptive verses, it was the drama that first seriously attracted him. This form he chose for his first painstaking work, Julian the Apostate. The play opens at the time when Julian, having renounced the faith of his household oppressors, is allowed as a pagan worshipper to participate in the Eleusinian mysteries. When, it is said, he consented to the assassination of his uncle, the Emperor Constantius. It found an admiring and enthusiastic audience and received unstinted praise from the critics. One wrote, "Lord Byron has produced nothing to equal it," and another, "Scott has nothing so intellectual or so elevated among his exquisite sketches." Mary Tudor, a drama written 2 years before his death in 1846, is his most considerable work, says his son, and an expression of his sympathy with great qualities obscured by great errors and great calamities. The sonnet was, however, the form of composition he preferred, and as a sonneteer he will be remembered. His sonnets are mainly historical, though he wrote also some religious and descriptive ones, which Wordsworth considered the most perfect to our age. His earlier ones, modelled after those of Petrarch and Philokaija, are inferior in imagery, phraseology, and nobility of thought to those produced under the influence of Wordsworth, a poet whose genius De Vere was among the first to acknowledge, and whose friendship he regarded as one of the chief honours of his life. Like his friend, De Vere was a patriot, and in his historical sonnets he has recorded his love for the land of his remoter ancestors, whereas in the Lamentations of Ireland he has expressed with great ardour his love for the land of his birth. In 1842 he published The Song of Faith, which, with the exception of a few translations, was all he gave to the world in 20 years. Devoted to his occupations as a country gentleman, and being of a singularly modest disposition, he neither loved nor courted fame, nor found in it any incentive to action. Sir Aubrey De Vere was not in the modern acceptance of the term a national poet, nor was he, as so many of his contemporaries, anti-Irish. He modelled his poems on the great English writers, but all he wrote is pervaded with a deep sympathy for Ireland, and that at a time when such sympathy was rare. The Crusaders. The flattering crowd wreathe laurels for the brow of blood-stained chief or regal conqueror. To Caesar or the Macedonian bow, meteors of earth that set to rise no more. A hero worship as of old? Not now, should chieftain bend with servile reverence o'er the fading pageantry of Paynim lore. True heroes they, whose consecrated vow led them to jury fighting for the cross, while not by avarice lured or lust of power inspired, they combated that Christ should reign, and life laid down for him counted no loss. On Dorylaeum's plain by Antioch's tower, and Ascalon sleep well the martyred slain. The Children's Band. From The Crusaders. All holy influences dwell within the breast of childhood. Instincts fresh from God inspire it ere the heart beneath the rod of grief hath bled or caught the plague of sin. How mighty was this fervour which could win its way to infant souls, and was the sod of Palestine by infant creuses trod? Like Joseph went they forth, or Benjamin, in all their touching beauty to redeem. And did their soft lips kiss the sepulchre? Alas, the lovely pageant, as a dream, faded. They sank not through ignoble fear, they felt not Moslem steel. By mountain stream, in sands, in fens they died, no mother near. The Rock of Cashel. Royal and saintly Cashel, I would gaze upon the wreck of thy departed powers, not in the dewy light of matin hours, nor in the meridian pomp of summer blaze, but at the close of dim autumnal days, when the sun's parting glance through slanting showers sheds o'er thy rock-thrown battlements and towers such awful gleams as brighten or decay's prophetic cheek. At such a time, methinks, there breathes from thy lone courts and voiceless aisles a melancholy moral, such as sinks on the lone traveller's heart amid the piles of vast Persepolis on her mountain stand, or Thebes half buried in the desert sand. The right use of prayer. Therefore, when thou wouldst pray, or dost thine alms, blow not a trump before thee. Hypocrites do thus vaingloriously. The common streets boast of their largesse, echoing their psalms. On such the Lord of Man, like unctuous balms, falls with sweet savour. Impious counterfeits, prating of heaven, for earth their bosom beats. Grasping at weeds, they lose immortal palms. God needs not iteration nor vain cries. That man communion with his God might share, below, Christ gave the ordinance of prayer. Vague ambages and witless ecstasies avail not. Ere a voice to prayer be given, the heart should rise on wings of love to heaven. The Church. Aye, wisely do we call her mother, she who from her liberal breath breathes sustenance to nations, a majestic charity. No marble symbol cold, in suppliant glance deceitful smiling, strenuous her advance, yet calm, while holy ardours fancy free direct her measured steps, in every chant sedate, as Una neath the forest tree, encompassed by the lions. Why, alas, must her perverse and thoughtless children turn from her example? Why must the silky breath of bigotry stain charity's pure glass, poison the springs of art and science, burn the brain through life, and sear the heart in death? Sonnet. Sad is our youth, for it is ever going, crumbling away beneath our very feet. Sad is our life, for onward it is flowing, in currents unperceived, because so fleet. Sad are our hopes, for they were sweet in sowing, but tares self-sown have overtopped the wheat. Sad are our joys, for they were sweet in blowing, and still, oh still, their dying breath is sweet. And sweet is youth, although it hath bereft us of that which made our childhood sweeter still. And sweet is middle life, for it hath left us a nearer good to cure an older ill. And sweet are all things when we learn to prize them, not for their sake, but his who grants them or denies them. End of section 35. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2020. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 36. Selected excerpts from The True History of the Conquest of Mexico by Bernal Diaz del Castillo. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, 1498 to 1593. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, one of the chief chroniclers of the conquest of Mexico by the Spaniards, was born at Medina del Campo in Old Castile about the year 1498. Concerning the date of his death, authorities differ widely. He died in Guatemala, perhaps not long after 1570, but some say not until 1593. Of humble origin, he determined while still a youth to seek his fortune in the New World. In 1514, he went with Pedrarias to Darien and Cuba. He was a common soldier with Córdoba in the first expedition to Yucatan in 1517. He accompanied Grijalva to Mexico in the following year and finally enlisted under the banner of Cortés. In every event that marked the career of that brilliant commander in Mexico, Diaz had a part. He was engaged in 119 battles and was present at the siege and surrender of the capital in 1521. Of unswerving loyalty and bravery, according to his own naive statement, he was frequently appointed by Cortés to highly important missions. When Cortés set out to subdue the defection under Cristobal de Olid at Honduras, Diaz followed his old chief in the terrible journey through the forests and swamps. On his return, he presumably adopted the life of a planter, although he had complained loudly of the meagre allotment of land and laborers which the conqueror gave him. In 1568, however, after the lapse of half a century, when Cortés had been dead 21 years, we find the veteran comfortably established as regidor, a civic officer, to the city of Guatemala, and busily engaged on the narrative of the heroic deeds of his youth. In his introduction to the Historia, Diaz frankly admits that his principal motive in taking up his pen was to vindicate the valor of himself and others who had been completely overshadowed by the exaggerated reputation of Cortés. When fairly started, he happened to run across the Crónica de la Nueva España, Saragossa, 1554, of Gomara, secretary and chaplain to Cortés, 1540–47. At first, the rough old soldier threw down his pen in despair, on noting the polished style of the scholar. But when he became aware of the gross inaccuracies of his predecessor, who had never even set foot in America, he determined, so he declares, to write above all things a faithful narrative of the stirring events in which he had participated. Thus was completed his Historia Verdadera de la Conquista de la Nueva España. For some reason this valuable manuscript lay neglected in a private library for about 60 years. Finally it fell into the hands of Father Alonso Remor, a sagacious priest, who published it at Madrid in 1632. The narrative of this soldier historian, although clumsy, full of digressions and repetitions, and laying bare his ignorance, simplicity, and vanity, will nevertheless always be read with far more interest than the weightier works of Las Casas, Gomara, or Herrera. Prescott explained the secret of its fascination when he said, "Bernal Diaz, the untutored child of nature, is a most true and literal copyist of nature. He transfers the scenes of real life by a sort of daguerreotype process, if I may so say, to his pages. He is among chroniclers what Defoe is among novelists. All the picturesque scenes and romantic incidents of the campaign are reflected in his pages as in a mirror. The lapse of 50 years has had no power over the spirit of the veteran. The fire of youth glows in every line of his rude history, and as he calls upon the scenes of the past, the remembrance of the brave companions who are gone gives, it may be, a warmer colouring to the picture than if it had been made at an earlier period." A fairly good English translation of the work of Bernal Diaz appeared in London in 1800, under the title of The True History of the Conquest of Mexico. From The True History of the Conquest of Mexico, translation of Maurice Keating, London, 1800. The Capture of Guatimotzin. Sandoval at this moment made a signal for the flotilla to close up to him, and perceived that Guatimotzin was prisoner to Holguin, who was taking him to Cortés. Upon this he ordered his rowers to exert their utmost to bring him up to Holguin's vessel, and, having arrived by the side of it, he demanded Guatimotzin to be delivered to him as general of the whole force, but Holguin refused, alleging that he had no claim whatever. A vessel which went to carry the intelligence of the great event brought also to Cortés, who was then on the summit of the great temple in the Tlatelolco, very near the part of the lake where Guatimotzin was captured, an account of the dispute between his officers. Cortés immediately dispatched Louis Marin and Francisco de Lugo to bring the whole party together to his quarters, and thus to stop all litigation, but he enjoined them not to omit treating Guatimotzin and his queen with the greatest respect. During the interval he employed himself in arranging a state, as well as he could, with cloths and mantles. He also prepared a table with refreshments to receive his prisoners. As soon as they appeared, he went forward to meet them, and embracing Guatimotzin, treated him and all his attendants with every mark of respect. The unfortunate monarch, with tears in his eyes and sinking under affliction, then addressed him in the following words. Malintzin, I have done that which was my duty in the defense of my kingdom and people. My efforts have failed, and being now brought by force a prisoner in your hands, draw that poniard from your side and stab me to the heart. Cortes embraced and used every expression to comfort him, by assurances that he held him in high estimation for the valor and firmness he had shown, and that he had required a submission from him and the people at the time that they could no longer reasonably hope for success, in order to prevent further destruction. But that was all past, and no more to be thought of it. He should continue to reign over the people as he had done before. Cortes then inquired after his queen, to which Guatimotzin replied that in consequence of the compliance of Sandoval with his request, she and her women remained in the piraguas until Cortes should decide as to their fate. The general then caused them to be sent for, and treated them in the best manner his situation afforded. The evening was drawing on, and it appeared likely to rain. He therefore sent the whole royal family to Guyoacan under the care of Sandoval. The rest of the troops then returned to their former quarters, we to ours of Tacuba, and Cortes, proceeding to Guyoacan, took the command there, sending Sandoval to resume his station at Tepeaquilla. Thus was the siege of Mexico brought to a conclusion by the capture of Guatimotzin and his chiefs, on the 13th of August, at the hour of Vespers, being the day of Saint Hippolytus, in the year of our Lord 1521. Glorified be our Lord Jesus Christ, and our Lady the Holy Virgin Mary, his blessed Mother. Amen. Guatimotzin was of a noble appearance both in person and countenance. His features were rather large and cheerful, with lively eyes. His age was about 23 or 4 years, and his complexion very fair for an Indian. His queen, the niece of Montezuma, was young and very handsome. The mortality at the conquest of Mexico. What I am going to mention is truth, and I swear and say amen to it. I have read of the destruction of Jerusalem, but I cannot conceive that the mortality there exceeded this of Mexico, for all the people from the distant provinces which belonged to this empire had concentrated themselves here, where they mostly died. The streets, the squares, the houses, and the courts of the Tlatelolco were covered with dead bodies. We could not step without treading on them. The lake and canals were filled with them, and the stench was intolerable. For this reason, our troops, immediately after the capture of the royal family, retired to their former quarters. Cortes himself was for some time ill from the effect of it. Cortes. I will now proceed to describe the person and disposition of the Marquis, Cortes. He was of good stature and strongly built, of a rather pale complexion and serious countenance. His features were, if faulty, rather too small, his eyes mild and grave. His beard was black, thin, and scanty, his hair in the same manner. His breast and shoulders were broad, and his body very thin. He was very well limbed, and his legs rather bowed, an excellent horseman, and dexterous in the use of arms. He also possessed a heart and mind which is the principal part of the business. I have heard that when he was a lad in Hispaniola he was very wild about women, and that he had several duels with able swordsmen, in which he always came off with victory. He had the scar of a sword wound near his under lip, which appeared through his beard if closely examined, and which he received in some of those affairs. In his appearance, manners, transactions, conversation, table, and dress, everything bore the appearance of a great lord. His clothes were according to the fashion of the time. He was not fond of silks, damasks, or velvets, but everything plain and very handsome, nor did he wear large chains of gold, but a small one of fine workmanship bearing the image of Our Lady the Blessed Virgin, with her precious Son in her arms, and a Latin motto, and on the reverse St. John the Baptist with another motto. He wore on his finger a ring with a very fine diamond, and in his cap, which according to the fashion of that day was of velvet, he bore a medal, the head and motto of which I do not recollect, but latterly he wore a plain cloth cap without any ornament. His table was always magnificently attended and served, with 4 majordomos or principal officers, a number of pages, and a great quantity of plate, both gold and silver. He dined heartily at midday, and drank a glass of wine mixed with water, of about half a pint. He was not nice in his food, nor expensive, except on particular occasions where he saw the propriety of it. He was very affable with all his captains and soldiers, especially those who accompanied him in his first expedition from Cuba. He was a Latinist, and, as I have been told, a bachelor of laws. He was also something of a poet, and a very good rhetorician, very devout to our Holy Virgin and to Saint Peter, Saint Iago, and Saint John the Baptist, and charitable to the poor. When he swore, he used to say, "By my conscience," and when he was angry with any of us his friends, he would say, "Oh, may you repent it." When he was very angry, the veins in his throat and forehead used to swell, and when in great wrath he would not utter a syllable to anyone. He was very patient under insults or injuries, for some of the soldiers were at times very rude and abusive to him, but he never resented their conduct, although he had often great reason to do so. In such cases he used only to say, "Be silent," or "Go away in God's name, and take care not to repeat this conduct, or I will have you punished." He was very determined and headstrong in all business of war, not attending to any remonstrances on account of danger, an instance of which he showed in the attack of those fortresses called the Rocks of the Marquis, which he forced us to scale, contrary to our opinions, and when neither courage, counsel, nor wisdom could give any rational hope of success. Where we had to erect a fortress, Cortés was the hardest laborer in the trenches. When we were going to battle, he was as forward as any. Cortés was very fond of play, both at cards and dice, and while playing he was very affable and good-humoured. He used frequently at such times those cant expressions which are customary amongst persons who game. In military service he practised the most strict attention to discipline, constantly going the rounds in person during the night, visiting the quarters of the soldiers, and severely reprehending those whom he found without their armour and appointments, and not ready to turn out, repeating to them the proverb that "it is a bad sheep which cannot carry its own wool." On our expedition to Higueras, I perceived that he had acquired a habit which I had never before observed in him, and it was this. After eating, if he did not get his siesta or sleep, his stomach was affected and he fell sick. For this reason, when on the journey, let the rain be ever so heavy or the sun ever so hot, he always reposed for a short time after his repast, a carpet or cloak being spread under a tree, on which he lay down, and, having slept a short time, he mounted his horse and proceeded on his journey. When we were engaged in the wars during the conquest of New Spain, he was very thin and slender, but after his return from Higueras he grew fat and acquired a belly. He at this time trimmed his beard, which had now begun to grow white, in the short fashion. In his early life he was very liberal, but grew close latterly, some of his servants complaining that he did not pay them as he ought, and I have also to observe that in his latter undertakings he never succeeded. Perhaps such was the will of heaven, his reward being reserved for another place, for he was a good cavalier and very devout to the Holy Virgin, and also to St. Paul and other holy saints. God pardon him his sins, and me mine, and give me a good end, which is better than all conquests and victories over Indians. Of divine aid in the Battle of Santa Maria de la Vittoria. In his account of this action, Gomara says that previous to the arrival of the main body of the cavalry under Cortés, Francisco de Morla appeared in the field upon a grey dappled horse, and it was one of the holy apostles, Saint Peter or Saint Iago, disguised under his person. I say that all our works and victories are guided by the hand of our Lord Jesus Christ, and that in this battle there were so many enemies to every one of us that they could have buried us under the dust they could have held in their hands, but that the great mercy of God aided us throughout. What Gomara asserts may be the case, and I, sinner as I am, was not worthy to be permitted to see it. What I did see was Francisco de Morla riding in company with Cortés and the rest upon a chestnut horse, and that circumstance and all the others of that day appear to me, at this moment that I am writing, as if actually passing in view of these sinful eyes. But although I, unworthy sinner that I am, was unfit to behold either of those holy apostles, upwards of 400 of us were present, that their testimony be taken. Let inquiry also be made how it happened that when the town was founded on that spot, it was not named after one or other of those holy apostles, and called Santiago de la Vittoria or Sant Pedro de la Vittoria, as it was Santa Maria, and the church erected and dedicated to one of those holy saints. Very bad Christians were we indeed, according to the account of Gomara, who, when God sent us his apostles to fight at our head, did not every day after acknowledge and return thanks for so great a mercy. Would to heaven that it were so, but until I read the chronicle of Gomara I never heard of it, nor was it ever mentioned amongst the conquerors who were then present. Cortés destroys certain idols. There was on the island of Cozumel a temple and some hideous idols, to which all the Indians of the neighboring districts used to go frequently in solemn procession. Cortés summoned all the caciques and chief persons to come to him, and as well as he could, by signs and interpretations, explained to them that the idols which they worshipped were not gods, but evil things which would draw their souls down to hell, and if they wished to remain in a brotherly connection with us, they must pull them down and place in their stead the crucifix of our Lord, by whose assistance they would obtain good harvests and the salvation of their souls, with many other good and holy reasons which he expressed very well. The priests and chiefs replied that they worshipped these gods as their ancestors had done, because they were kind to them, and that if we attempted to molest them, the gods would convince us of their power by destroying us in the sea. Cortés then ordered them to be prostrated, which we immediately did, rolling them down some steps. He next sent for lime, of which there was abundance in the place, and Indian masons, by whom, under our direction, a very handsome altar was constructed, whereon we placed an image of the Holy Virgin, and the carpenters having made a crucifix, which was erected in a small chapel close to the altar, Mass was said by the Reverend Father Juan Diaz, and listened to by the priests, chiefs, and the rest of the natives, with great attention. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 37. Selected poems by Charles Dibdin. Charles Dibdin, 1745 to 1814. The saying, "Let me make the songs of a nation and I care not who makes its laws," receives an interesting illustration in the sea songs of Charles Dibdin. They were written at a momentous period in English history. The splendid gallantry and skill of England's sailors, and the genius of her naval commanders had made her mistress of the seas, and the key of all combinations against the French Caesar. The sterling qualities of the British seamen are the inspiration of Dibdin's songs. Many of these were first given at Dibdin's monodramatic entertainments at the Sans Souci Theatre in London, or as parts of his musical dramas. They appealed at once to Englishmen and were sung by every ship's crew. They fired the national spirit and played so important a part in the quickening of English patriotism that the government, recognizing their stirring force in animating the naval enthusiasm during the Napoleonic Wars, granted a pension of £200 a year to the Ocean Bard of England. Charles Dibdin was born in 1745 in a small village near the great seaport of Southampton. His love of the salt air drew him often to the ocean's shores, where he saw the ships of all lands pass and repass, and heard the merry sailors' songs. And yet his own songs, upon which his title to a place in literature rests, were incidental products of his active mind. He was an actor, a dramatist, and a composer as well. He wrote some 30 minor plays and the once popular operettas of The Shepherd's Artifice, The Padlock, The Quaker, and The Waterman. He wrote also a history of the stage, musical tour through England, and an autobiography which bore the title Professional Life. His 2 novels are now forgotten, but it is interesting to recall that for the Stratford Jubilee, in honor of Shakespeare, the words of which were by Garrick, Dibdin composed the much-admired songs, dances, and serenades. He wrote more than 1,300 songs, most of which had of course only a brief existence, but there were enough of them burning with genuine lyric fire to entitle him to grateful remembrance among England's poets. In all of these songs, whether the theme be his native land or the wind-swept seas that close it round, love is the poet's real inspiration. Love of old England and her sovereign, love of the wealth-bringing ocean, love of the good ship that sails its waves. This fundamental affection for the things of which he sings has endeared the songs of Dibdin to the heart of the British sailor, and in this lies the proof of their genuineness. His songs are simple and melodious. There is a manly ring in their word and rhythm. They have the swagger and the fearlessness of the typical tar. They have, too, the beat of his true heart, his kindly vagary, his sturdy fidelity to his country and his king. There is nothing quite like them in any other literature. Sea Song. I sailed in the good ship the Kitty, with a smart-blowing gale and rough sea. Left my Polly, the lads call so pretty, safe at her anchor, ye. She blubbered salt tears when we parted, and cried, "Now be constant to me." I told her not to be downhearted, so up went the anchor, ye. And from that time, no worse nor no better, I've thought on just nothing but she, nor could grog nor flip make me forget her. She's my best bower anchor, ye. When the wind whistled larboard and starboard, and the storm came on weather and lee, the hope I with she should be harboured was my cable and anchor, ye. And yet, my boys, would you believe me? I returned with no rhino from the sea. Mistress Polly would never receive me, so again I heaved anchor, ye. Song, The Heart of a Tar. Yet though I've no fortune to offer, I've something to put on a par. Come then, and accept my proffer, 'tis the kind, honest heart of a tar. Never let such a trifle as this is. Girls, be to my pleasure a bar. You'll be rich, though 'tis only in kisses, with the kind, honest heart of a tar. Besides, I'm none of your ninnies, The next time I come from afar, I'll give you a lapful of guineas with the kind honest heart of a tar. Your lords with such fine baby faces that strut in a garter and star, have they under their tambour and laces the kind honest heart of a tar? Poor Jack. Go patter to lubbers and swabs, do you see, bout danger and fear and the like. A tight water boat and good sea room give me, and it an't to a little I'll strike. Though the tempest top gallant mast smack smooth should smite, and shiver each splinter of wood, clear the deck, stow the yards, and house everything tight, and under reef foresail wheels scud, avast, nor don't think me a milksop so soft, be to taken for trifles aback, for they say there's a Providence sits up aloft to keep watch for the life of poor Jack. I heard our good chaplain palaver one day about souls, heaven, mercy, and such, and my timbers, what lingo he'd coil and belay, why, 'twas just all as one as High Dutch. For he said, how a sparrow can't founder, d'ye see, without orders that come down below, and a many fine things that proved clearly to me oft that Providence takes us in tow. For he says, do you mind me let storms never so oft take the topsails of sailors aback. There's a sweet little cherub that sits up aloft to keep watch for the life of poor Jack. I said to our Paul, for do you see, she would cry, when last we weighed anchor for sea, what argufies snivelling and piping your eye? Why, what a young fool you must be! Can't you see the world's wide, and there's room for us all, both for seamen and lubbers ashore? And so, if to old Davy I go, my dear Paul, why, you never will hear of me more. What then? All's a hazard come, don't be so soft. Perhaps I may, laughing come back. For do you see, there's a cherub sits smiling aloft to keep watch for the life of poor Jack. Do you mind? A sailor should be every inch, all as one as a piece of the ship, and with her brave the world without offering to flinch, from the moment the anchor's atrip. As for me, in all weathers, all times, sides and ends, naught's a trouble from duty that springs. For my heart is my Paul's, and my rhinos my friends, and as for my life, 'tis the king's. Even when my time comes, never believe me so soft as for grief to be taken aback, for the same little cherub that sits up aloft will look out a good berth for poor Jack. Tom Bowling. Here, a sheer hulk, lies poor Tom Bowling, the darling of our crew. No more he'll hear the tempest howling, for death has broached him too. His form was of the manliest beauty, his heart was kind and soft, faithful below he did his duty, but now he's gone aloft. Tom never from his word departed, his virtues were so rare. His friends were many and true-hearted, his Paul was kind and fair. And then he'd sing so blithe and jolly, ah, many's the time and oft, but mirth has turned to melancholy, for Tom is gone aloft. Yet shall poor Tom find pleasant weather, when he who all commands shall give, to call life's crew together, the word to pipe all hand. Thus death, who kings and towers dispatches, in vain Tom's life has doffed. For though his body's under hatches, his soul is gone aloft. End of section 37. Recording by Shreya Sethi.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 38, The Life and Writings of Dickens by Lawrence Hutton. Charles Dickens was born at Landport in Portsea on the 7th of February, 1812. His childhood was a very unhappy one. He describes himself in one of his essays as a very queer, small boy, and his biographer tells us that he was very sickly as well as very small. He had little schooling and numberless hard knocks, and rough and toilsome was the first quarter of his journey through life. Many of the passages in David Copperfield are literally true pictures of his own early experiences, and much of that work may be accepted as autobiographical. He was fond of putting himself and his own people into his books, and of drawing his scenes and his characters from real life, sometimes only slightly disguised. Tradition says that he built both Mr. Micawber and Mr. Turveydrop out of his own father, that Mrs. Nickleby was based upon his own mother, and that his wife, who was the Dora of Copperfield in the beginning of their married life, became in later years the Flora of Little Dorrit. The elder Dickens had unquestionably some of the traits ascribed to the unpractical friend of Copperfield's youth, and something of the cruel self-indulgence and pompous deportment of the dancing master in the Bleak House. And it was during his father's imprisonment for debt, when the son was but a youth, that Dickens got his intimate knowledge of the Marshalsea, and of the heart-breaking existence of its inmates. Some years before Copperfield was written, he described in a fragment of actual autobiography, quoted by Forster, the following scene. My father was waiting for me in the lodge of the debtors' prison, and we went up to his room, on the top story but one, and cried very much. And he told me, I remember, to take warning by the Marshalsea, and to observe that if a man had £20 a year, and spent £19 and 19 shillings and 6 pence, he would be happy, but that a shilling spent the other way would make him wretched. In these chambers Dickens afterwards put Mr. Dorrit, and while the father remained in confinement, the son lived for a time in a back attic in Lant Street, Borough, which was to become the home of the eccentric Robert Sawyer, and the scene of the famous supper party given to do honour to Mr. Pickwick and the other chaps. Quote, if a man wishes to abstract himself from the world, to remove himself from the reach of temptation, to place himself beyond the possibility of any inducement to look out of a window, he should by all means go to Lant Street. End quote. Lant Street still exists, as Mr. Pickwick found it, and as Dickens knew it, between 1822 and 1824. He had numerous lodgings, alone and with his family, during those hard times, all of them of the same miserable, wretched character, and it is interesting to know that the original of Mrs. Pyncheon was his landlady in Camden Town, and that the original of the Marchioness waited on the elder Dickens during his stay in the Marshalsea. The story of the unhappy drudgery of the young Copperfield is the story of the young Dickens without exaggeration. Quote, no words can express the secret agony of my soul as I sunk into this companionship, he wrote in 1845 or 1846, compared these everyday associates with those of my happier childhood, and felt my early hopes of growing up to be a learned and distinguished man crushed in my breast. The deep remembrance of the sense I had of being utterly neglected and hopeless, of the shame I felt in my position, of the misery it was to my young heart to believe that day by day what I had learned and thought and delighted in and raised my fancy and my emulation up by, was passing away beneath me, never to be brought back any more, cannot be written. My whole nature was so penetrated with the grief and humiliation of such considerations that even now, famous and caressed and happy, I often forget in my dreams that I have a dear wife and children, even that I am a man, and I wander desolately back to that time of my life. End quote. In the course of a few years, happily, the cloud lifted, and in 1831, when Dickens was a youth of 19, we find him beginning life as a reporting journalist. He wrote occasional pieces for the magazines, and some faint hope of growing up to be a distinguished and learned man arose again, no doubt, in his breast. N.P. Willis met him one day in 1835 when, as Willis expresses it, Dickens was a paragraphist for the London Morning Chronicle. The paragraphist, according to Willis, was lodging in the most crowded part of Holborn, in an uncarpeted and bleak-looking room, with a deal table, 2 or 3 chairs, and a few books. It was up a long flight of stairs, this room, and its occupant, quote, was dressed very much as he has since described Dick Swiveller, minus the swell look. His hair was cropped close to his head, his clothes were scant, though jauntily cut, and after exchanging a ragged office coat for a shabby blue, he stood by the door, collarless and buttoned up, the very personification, I thought, of a close sailor to the wind. Not long after this Macron sent me the sheets of Sketches by Boz, with a note saying that they were by a gentleman, Dickens, who went with us to Newgate. I read the book with amazement at the genius displayed in it, and in my note of reply assured Macron that I thought his fortune was made as a publisher, if he could monopolize the author." End quote. This picture is very graphic, but it must be accepted with a grain of salt. The Sketches of Boz, illustrative of everyday life and everyday people, Dickens' first printed book, appeared in 1835. A series of papers bearing the same title was published the next year. Boz was the nickname he had bestowed upon his younger brother Augustus, in honor of the Moses of Vicar of Wakefield. The word, pronounced through the nose, became Boses, afterwards shortened to Boz, which, said Dickens, which was a very familiar household word to me long before I was an author, and so I came to adopt it. The sketches, the character of which is explained in their subtitle, were regarded as unusually clever things of their kind. They attracted at once great attention in England, and established the fact that a new star had risen in the firmament of British letters. Dickens was married on the 2nd day of April, 1836, to Miss Catherine Hogarth, just a week after he had published the first shilling number of The Posthumous Papers of the Pickwick Club, edited by Boz. The work appeared in book form the next year. Its success was phenomenal, and it brought to its author not only fame, but a fixed sum per annum, which is better. It assured his comfort in the present and in the future, and it wiped out all the care and troubles of his past. It was in itself the result of an accident. Messrs. Chapman and Hall, attracted by the popularity of the sketches, proposed to their author a series of monthly articles to illustrate certain pictures of a comic character by Robert Seymour, an artist in their employment. Dickens assented, upon the condition that, quote, the plates were to be so modified that they would arise naturally out of the text. End quote. And so between them Mr. Pickwick was born, although under the saddest of circumstances, for only a single number had appeared when Seymour died at his own hand. Hablot K. Brown succeeded him, signing the name of Phiz, and with Boz was Phiz long associated in other prosperous ventures. Mr. Pickwick is a benevolent, tender-hearted, elderly gentleman who, as the president of a club organized, quote, for the purpose of investigating the source of the Hampstead ponds, end quote, journeys about England in all directions with 3 companions, to whom he acts as a guide, philosopher, and friend. He's an amiable old goose, and his companions are equally verdant and unsophisticated. But since 1837, they have been as famous as any men in fiction. The story is a long one, the pages are crowded with incidents and with characters. It is disconnected and often exaggerated. Much of it is as improbable as it is impossible, but it has made the world laugh for 60 years now, and it still holds its own unique place in the hearts of men. From this period, the pen of Dickens was never idle for 33 years. Pickwick was succeeded by Oliver Twist, begun in Bentley Magazine in January 1837, and printed in book form in 1838. It is the story of the progress of a parish boy, and it is sad and serious in its character. The hero was born and brought up in a workhouse. He was starved and ill-treated, but he always retained his innocence and his purity of mind. He fell among thieves, Bill and Nancy Sykes, Fagin and the Artful Dodger, to whom much powerful description is devoted, but he triumphed in the end. The life of the very poor and of the very degraded among the people of England during the latter end and the first half of the 19th century was admirably portrayed, and for the first time in their existence the British blackguards of both sexes were exhibited in fiction, clad in all their instincts of low brutality, and without that glamour of attractive romance which the earlier writers had given to Jack Sheppard, to Jonathan Wild, or to Noel Flanders. 2 dramatic compositions by Dickens, neither of them adding very much to his reputation, appeared in 1836, to wit, The Stranger Gentleman, a comic burletta in 3 acts, and The Village Coquette, a comic opera in 2 acts. They were presented upon the stage towards the close of that year with fair success. In 1838, Dickens edited the memoirs of Joseph Grimaldi, a celebrated clown. His share in the composition of this work was comparatively small, and consisted of a preface, dated February of that year. It was followed by sketches of young gentlemen and by The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby, both published in 1839. To this latter he signed his name, Charles Dickens, dropping from that period the pseudonym Boz. The titular hero is the son of a poor country gentleman. He makes his own way in the world as the usher of a Yorkshire school, as an actor in a travelling troupe, and as the clerk and finally the partner in a prosperous mercantile house in London. Smike, his pupil, Crummles, his theatrical manager, Ninetta Crummles, the infant phenomenon of the company, Newman Noggs, the clerk of his uncle Ralph Nickleby, the Cheeryble brothers, his employers, are among the most successful and charming of Dickens' earlier creations. Quote, Mr. Squeers and his school, he says, were faint and feeble pictures of an existing reality, purposely subdued and kept down, lest they should be deemed impossible. End quote. That such establishments ceased to exist in reality in England after the appearance of Nickleby is proof enough of the good his pictures did in this and many other ways. In 1840 to 1841 appeared Master Humphrey's Clock, comprising of 2 stories of The Old Curiosity Shop and Barnaby Rudge, which were subsequently printed separately. The story of Little Nell, the gentle, lovable inmate of the Curiosity Shop, is one of the most sad and tender tales of fiction, and Dickens himself confessed that he was almost heartbroken when she died. Her path was crossed by Quilp, a cunning and malicious dwarf of hideous appearance, who consumed hard-boiled eggs, shells and all, for his breakfast, ate his prawns, with their heads and their tails on, drank scalding hot tea, and performed so many horrifying acts that one almost doubted that he was human, and by Christopher Nubbles, a shock-headed, shambling, awkward, devoted lad, the only element of cheerfulness that ever came into her life. In this book appeared Richard Swiveller and his Marchioness, Samson and Sarah Brass, and Mrs. Jarley, who to be appreciated must be seen and known, as Dickens has drawn them at full length. Barnaby Rudge was a half-witted lad, who, not knowing what he did, joined the Gordon rioters. The scenes are laid in the no-popery times of 1779, because he was permitted to carry a flag and to wear a blue ribbon. The history of that exciting period of English semi-political, semi-religious excitement is graphically set down. Prominent figures in the book are Grip the Raven, whose cry was "I am a devil, never say die," and Miss Dolly Varden, the blooming daughter of the Clerkenwell locksmith, who has given her name to the modern feminine costume of the Montesquieu style. The literary results of Dickens' first visit to the United States in 1842, when he was 30 years of age, were American Notes for General Circulation, published in that year and containing portions of Martin Chuzzlewit, which appeared in 1844. His observations in the notes upon the new country and its inhabitants gave great offense to the American people, and were perhaps not in the best taste. He saw the crude and ridiculous side of his hosts, he emphasized their faults, while he paid little attention to their virtues, and his criticisms and strictures rankled in the sensitive American mind for many years. Martin Chuzzlewit, the hero of the novel bearing his name, spent some time in the western half-settled portion of America, with Mark Tapley, his light-hearted, optimistic friend and companion. The pictures of the morals and the manners of the men and women with whom the emigrants were brought into contact were anything but flattering, and they served to widen the temporary breach between Dickens and his many admirers in the United States. The English scenes of Chuzzlewit are very powerfully drawn. Tom and Ruth Pinch, Pecksniff, Sarah Gamp, and Betsy Prigg are among the leading characters of the work. In 1843 appeared The Christmas Carol, the first and perhaps the best of that series of tales of peace and goodwill, with which, after the Christmas time, the name of Dickens is so pleasantly and familiarly associated. It was followed by The Chimes in 1844, by The Cricket on the Hearth in 1845, by The Haunted Man in 1848, all the work of Dickens himself, and by other productions written by Dickens in collaborations with other men. Concerning these holiday stories, some unknown writer said in the public press at the time of Dickens' death, "He has not only pleased us, he has softened the hearts of a whole generation. He made charity fashionable. He awakened pity in the hearts of 60 millions of people. He made a whole generation keep Christmas with acts of helpfulness to the poor. And every barefooted boy and girl in the streets of England and America today fares a little better, gets fewer cuffs and more pudding, because Charles Dickens wrote." In 1846 he produced his Pictures from Italy, The Battle of Life, a love story, and began in periodical form his dealings with the firm in Dombey and Son, wholesale, retail, and for exportation, published in book form in 1847. Here we have the pathetic story of Little Paul, the tragic fate of Carker, the amusing episode of Jack Bunsby and his designing widow, and the devotion of Susan Nipper, Mr. Toots, Captain Cuttle, and Sol Gills to the gentle, patient, lovable Florence. On the personal history of David Copperfield, published in 1850, and Dickens' share in its plot, something has already been said here. It is perhaps the most popular of all his productions, containing as it does Mr. Dick, the Peggottys, the Micawbers, the Heaps, Betsy Trotwood, Steerforth, Tommy Traddles, Dora, Agnes, and little Emily, and all of whom the world has been so deeply interested for so many years. A Child's History of England and Bleak House saw the light in 1853. The romance was written as a protest and a warning against the law's delays, as exhibited in the Court of Chancery, and it contains the tragedy of Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock, and the short but touching story of poor Joe. Hard Times, a tale in one volume, was printed in 1854. It introduces the Gradgrind family. Little Dorrit appeared in 1857. In this book he returns to the debtor's prison of Micawber and of his own father. Little Dorrit herself was the child of the Marshalsea, in which she was born and brought up. And the whole story is an appeal against the injustice in depriving of personal liberty those who cannot pay their bills or meet their notes, however small. Its prominent characters are the Clennans, mother and son, the Meagleses, Flintwitch, Sir Decimus Tite Barnacle, Rigaud, and Little Cavietto. A Tale of Two Cities, a remarkable departure for Dickens, and unlike any of his other works, was the book of the year in 1859. It was conceded, even by those who are not counted among the admirers of its author, to be a most vivid and correct picture of Paris during the time of the Revolution, when the guillotine was the King of France. Its central figure, Sidney Carton, one of the most heroic characters in romance, gives his life to restore his friend to the girl whom they both love. The Uncommercial Traveller, a number of sketches and stories originally published in his weekly journal All the Year Round, appeared in 1860. They were supplemented in 1868 by another volume bearing the same title and containing 11 other papers collected from the same periodical. Great Expectations, 1861, like Copperfield, is the story of a boy's childhood told by the boy himself, but by a boy with feelings, sentiments, and experiences very different from those of the earlier work. The plot is not altogether a cheerful one, but many of the characters are original and charming, notably Joe Gargery, Jaggles, Wemmick, the exceedingly eccentric Miss Havisham, and the very amiable and simple Biddy. Somebody's Luggage, 1862, Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings, 1863, Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy, 1864, Dr. Marigold's Prescription, 1865, Mugby Junction, 1866, and No Thoroughfare, 1867, Christmas stories, all of them, were written by Dickens in collaboration with other writers. Our Mutual Friend, the last completed work of Dickens, was printed in 1865. Mr. Boffin, the Golden Dustman with the Great Heart, Silas Wegg, Mr. Venus, the Rider Hoods, Jenny Wren, the Podsnaps, the Veneerings, Betty Higden, Miss Wilfer, and the Boofer Lady, are as fresh and as original as are any of his creations, and show no trace of the coming disaster. Before the completion of The Mystery of Edwin Drood, Dickens died at his home, Gadshall Place, literally in harness and without warning, on the 9th of June, 1870. But 6 numbers of his last work appeared in periodical form. Its author left no notes of what was to follow, and the mystery has never been solved. Mr. Charles Collins, Dickens' son-in-law, however, in a private letter to Mr. Augustine Daly of New York, who had proposed to dramatize the tale, gave some general outline for the scheme of Edwin Drood. The titular character, he said, was never to reappear, he having been murdered by Jasper. The girl Rosa, not having been really attached to Edwin, was not to lament his loss very long, and was, I believe, to admit the sailor Mr. Tartar to supply his place. It was intended that Jasper should urge on the search after Edwin and the pursuit of the murderer, thus endeavoring to divert suspicion from himself, the real murderer. As to anything further, it would be purely conjectural. Besides this immense amount of admirable work, Dickens founded, conducted, and edited 2 successful periodicals, Household Words, established in March 1850, and followed by All the Year Round, beginning in April 1859. To these he contributed many sketches and stories. He began public readings in London in 1858, and continued them with great profit to himself and with great satisfaction to immense audiences for upwards of 12 years. He appeared in all the leading cities of Great Britain, and he was enormously popular as a reader in America during his second and last visit in 1868. As an after-dinner and occasional speaker, Dickens was rarely equaled, and as an actor upon the amateur stage, in plays of his own composition, he was inimitable. Of his attempts at verse, The Ivy Green is the only one that is held in remembrance. A strong argument in favor of what may be called the staying qualities of Dickens is the fact that his characters, even in a mutilated, unsatisfactory form, have held the stage for half a century or more and still have power to attract and move great audiences, wherever is spoken the language in which he wrote. The dramatization of the novel is universally and justly regarded as the most ephemeral and worthless of dramatic production, and the novels of Dickens, on account of their length, of the great number of figures he introduces, of the variety and occasional exaggeration of his dialogues and his situations, have been peculiarly difficult of adaptation to theatrical purposes. Nevertheless, the world laughed and cried over Micawber, Captain Cuttle, Daniel Peggotty, and Caleb Plummer, behind the footlights, years after Dolly Spanker, Aminadab Sleek, Timothy Toodles, Alfred Evelyn, and Geoffrey Dalk, their contemporaries in the standard and legitimate drama, created solely and particularly for dramatic representation, were absolutely forgotten. And Sir Henry Irving, 60 years after the production of Pickwick, drew great crowds to see his Alfred Jingle, while that picturesque and ingenious swindler Robert Macaire, Jingle's once famous and familiar confrere and plausible rascality, was never seen on the boards except as he was burlesqued and caricatured in comic opera. It is pretty safe to say, and not in a Pickwickian sense, that Pecksniff will live almost as long as hypocrisy lasts, that Heap will not be forgotten while mock humility exists, that Mr. Dick will go down to posterity arm in arm with Charles I, whom he could not avoid in his memorial, that Barkis will be quoted until men cease to be willing, and so long as cheap, rough coats cover faith, charity, and honest hearts, the world will remember that Captain Cuttle and the Peggottys were so clad. End of section 38. Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 39. The One Thing Needful from Hard Times, by Charles Dickens. Now what I want is facts. Teach these boys and girls nothing but facts. Facts alone are needed in life. Plant nothing else and root out everything else. You can only form the minds of reasoning animals upon facts. Nothing else will ever be of any service to them. This is the principle upon which I bring up my own children, and this is the principle upon which I bring up these children. Stick to the facts, sir. The scene was a plain, bare, monotonous vault of a schoolroom, and the speaker's square forefinger emphasized his observations by underscoring every sentence with a line on the schoolmaster's sleeve. The emphasis was helped by the speaker's square wall of a forehead, which had his eyebrows for its base, while his eyes found commodious cellarage in two dark caves, overshadowed by the wall. The emphasis was helped by the speaker's voice, which was inflexible, dry, and dictatorial. The emphasis was helped by the speaker's hair, which bristled on the skirts of his bald head, a plantation of furs to keep the wind from its shining surface, all covered with knobs like the crust of a plum pie, as if the head had scarcely warehouse room for the hard facts stored inside. The speaker's obstinate carriage, square coat, square legs, square shoulders, nay, his very neckcloth, trained to take him by the throat with an unaccommodating grasp like a stubborn fact, as it was, all helped the emphasis. In this life we want nothing but facts, sir, nothing but facts. The speaker, and the schoolmaster, and the third grown person present all backed a little, and swept with their eyes the inclined plane of little vessels then and there arranged in order, ready to have imperial gallons of facts poured into them until they were full to the brim. Thomas Gradgrind, sir, a man of realities, a man of fact and calculations, a man who proceeds upon the principle that 2 and 2 are 4, and nothing over, and who is not to be talked into allowing for anything over. Thomas Gradgrind, sir, peremptorily Thomas Gradgrind. With a rule and a pair of scales, and the multiplication table always in his pocket, sir, ready to weigh and measure any parcel of human nature, and tell you exactly what it comes to. It is a mere question of figures, a case of simple arithmetic. You might hope to get some other nonsensical belief into the head of George Gradgrind, or Augustus Gradgrind, or John Gradgrind, or Joseph Gradgrind, all supposititious non-existent persons, but into the head of Thomas Gradgrind, no, sir. In such terms Mr. Gradgrind always mentally introduced himself, whether to his private circle of acquaintances, or to the public in general. In such terms, no doubt substituting the words boys and girls for sir, Thomas Gradgrind now presented Thomas Gradgrind to the little pitchers before him, who were to be filled so full of facts. Indeed, as he eagerly sparkled at them from the cellarage before mentioned, he seemed a kind of cannon, loaded to the muzzle with facts, and prepared to blow them clean out of the regions of childhood at one discharge. He seemed a galvanizing apparatus, too, charged with a grim mechanical substitute for the tender young imaginations that were to be stormed away. "Girl number 20, said Mr. Gradgrind, squarely pointing with his square forefinger. "I don't know that girl. Who is that girl?" "Sissy Jupe, sir," explained number 20, blushing, standing up, and curtsying. "Sissy is not a name," said Mr. Gradgrind. "Don't call yourself Sissy. Call yourself Cecilia." "It's father as calls me Sissy, sir," returned the young girl in a trembling voice, and with another curtsy. "Then he has no business to do it," said Mr. Gradgrind. "Tell him he mustn't. Cecilia Jupe, let me see. What is your father?" "He belongs to the horse-riding, if you please, sir." Mr. Gradgrind frowned, and waved off the objectionable calling with his hand. "We don't want to know anything about that here. You mustn't tell us about that here. Your father breaks horses, don't he?" "If you please, sir, when they can get any to break, they do break horses in the ring, sir." "You mustn't tell us about the ring here." "Very well, then. Describe your father as a horsebreaker. He doctors sick horses, I dare say." "Oh, yes, sir." "Very well, then. He is a veterinary surgeon, a farrier, a horsebreaker. Give me your definition of a horse." Sissy Jupe thrown into the greatest alarm by this demand. "Girl number 20, unable to define a horse," said Mr. Gradgrind, for the general behoof of all the little pitchers. "Girl number 20 possessed of no facts in reference to one of the commonest of animals. Some boy's definition of a horse. Bitzer, yours." The square finger, moving here and there, lighted suddenly on Bitzer, perhaps because he chanced to sit in the same ray of sunlight which, darting in at one of the bare windows of the intensely whitewashed room, irradiated Sissy. For the boys and girls sat on the face of the inclined plane in two compact bodies, divided up the center by a narrow interval, and Sissy, being at the corner of a row on the sunny side, came in for the beginning of a sunbeam, of which Bitzer, being at the corner of a row on the other side, a few rows in advance, caught the end. But whereas the girl was so dark-eyed and dark-haired that she seemed to receive a deeper and more lustrous color from the sun when it shone upon her, the boy was so light-eyed and light-haired that the self-same rays appeared to draw out of him what little color he ever possessed. His cold eyes would hardly have been eyes, but for the short ends of lashes which, by bringing them into immediate contrast with something paler than themselves, expressed their form. His short cropped hair might have been a mere continuation of the sandy freckles on his forehead and face. His skin was so unwholesomely deficient in the natural tinge, that he looked as though if he were cut he would bleed white. "Bitzer," said Thomas Gradgrind, "your definition of a horse." "Quadruped, graminivorous, 40 teeth, namely 24 grinders, 4 eye teeth, and 12 incisive, sheds coat in the spring, in marshy countries sheds hooves too, hooves hard but requiring to be shod with iron, age known by marks in mouth." Thus, and much more. Bitzer. "Now, girl number 20, said Mr. Gradgrind, you know what a horse is." She curtsied again, and would have blushed deeper if she could have blushed deeper than she had already blushed all this time. Bitzer, after rapidly blinking at Thomas Gradgrind with both eyes at once, and so catching the light upon his quivering ends of lashes, that they looked like the antennae of busy insects, put his knuckles to his freckled forehead, and sat down again. The third gentleman now stepped forth, a mighty man at cutting and drying. He was a government officer, in his way, and in most other people's too, a professed pugilist, always in training, always with a system to force down the general throat like a bolus, always to be heard of at the bar of his little public office, ready to fight all England. To continue his fistic phraseology, he had a genius for coming up to the scratch, wherever and whatever it was, and proving himself an ugly customer. He would go in and damage any subject whatever with his right, follow him up with his left, stop, exchange, counter, bore his opponent, he always fought all England, to the ropes, and fall upon him neatly. He was certain to knock the wind out of common sense, and render that unlucky adversary deaf to the call of time, and he had it in charge from high authority to bring about the great public office millennium, when commissioners would reign upon the earth. "Very well," said this gentleman, briskly smiling and folding his arms. "That's a horse. Now, let me ask you, girls and boys, would you paper a room with representations of horses?" After a pause, one half of the children cried in chorus, "Yes, sir," upon which the other half, seeing the gentleman's face that yes was wrong, cried out in chorus, "No, sir," as the custom is in these examinations. "Of course, no. Why wouldn't you?" A pause. One corpulent slow boy, with a wheezy manner of breathing, ventured the answer, because he wouldn't paper a room at all, but would paint it. "You must paper it," said the gentleman rather warmly. "You must paper it," said Thomas Gradgrind, "whether you like it or not. Don't tell us you wouldn't paper it. What do you mean, boy?" "I'll explain it to you then," said the gentleman after another and dismal pause, "why you wouldn't paper a room with the representations of horses. Do you ever see horses walking up and down the sides of rooms in reality? In fact, do you?" "Yes, sir," from one half. "No, sir," from the other. "Of course no," said the gentleman with an indignant look at the wrong half. "Why, then, are you not to see anywhere what you don't see in fact? You are not to have anywhere what you don't have in fact. What is called taste is only another name for fact." Thomas Gradgrind nodded his approbation. "This is a new principle, a discovery, a great discovery," said the gentleman. "Now, I'll try you again. Suppose you were going to carpet a room. Would you use a carpet having a representation of flowers on it?" There being a general conviction by this time that "No, sir," was always the right answer to this gentleman, the chorus of no was very strong. Only a few feeble stragglers said yes, among them Sissy Jupe. "Girl number 20, said the gentleman, smiling in the calm strength of knowledge. Sissy blushed and stood up. "So you would carpet your room, or your husband's room, if you were a grown woman, and had a husband, with representations of flowers, would you?" said the gentleman. "Why would you?" "If you please, sir, I'm very fond of flowers," returned the girl. "And is that why you would put tables and chairs upon them, and have people walking over them with heavy boots?" "It wouldn't hurt them, sir. They wouldn't crush and wither, if you please, sir. They would be the pictures of what was very pretty and pleasant, and I would fancy—" "Aye, but you mustn't fancy," cried the gentleman, quite elated by coming so happily to his point. "That's it. You are never to fancy. You are not, Cecilia Jupe," Thomas Gradgrind solemnly repeated, "to do anything of that kind." "Fact, fact, fact," said the gentleman, and "fact, fact, fact," repeated Thomas Gradgrind. "You are to be in all things regulated and governed," said the gentleman, "by fact. We hope to have before long a board of fact, composed of commissioners of fact, who will force the people to be a people of fact, and of nothing but fact. You must discard the word fancy altogether. You have nothing to do with it. You are not to have any object of use or ornament, what would be a contradiction in fact. You don't walk upon flowers in fact. You cannot be allowed to walk upon flowers and carpets. You don't find that foreign birds and butterflies come and perch on your crockery. You cannot be permitted to paint foreign birds and butterflies upon your crockery. You never meet with quadrupeds going up and down walls. You must not have quadrupeds represented upon walls. You must use, said the gentleman, for all these purposes combinations and modifications, in primary colours, of mathematical figures, which are susceptible of proof and demonstration. This is the new discovery. This is fact. This is taste." The girl curtsied and sat down. She was very young, and she looked as if she were frightened by the matter-of-fact prospect the world afforded. "Now, if Mr. McCoquelchild," said the gentleman, "will proceed to give his first lesson here, Mr. Gradgrind, I shall be happy at your request to observe the mode of his procedure." Mr. Gradgrind was much obliged. "Mr. McCoquelchild, we only wait for you." So Mr. McCoquelchild began in his best manner. He and some 140 other schoolmasters had been lately turned at the same time, in the same factory, on the same principles, like so many pianoforte legs. He had been put through an immense variety of paces, and had answered volumes of head-breaking questions, orthography, etymology, syntax, and prosody, biography, astronomy, geography, and general cosmography, the sciences of compound proportion, algebra, land surveying and leveling, vocal music, and drawing from models, were all at the ends of his 10-chilled fingers. He had worked his stony way into Her Majesty's most honourable Privy Council's Schedule B, and had taken the bloom off the higher branches of mathematics and physical science, French, German, Latin, and Greek. He knew all about all the watersheds of all the world, whatever they are, and all the histories of all the peoples, and all the names of all the rivers and mountains, and all the productions, manners, and customs of all the countries, and all their boundaries and bearings on the 32 points of the compass. Ah, rather overdone, McCoquan child. If he had only learned a little less, how infinitely better he might have taught much more. He went to work in this preparatory lesson not unlike Morgania and the 40 Thieves, looking into all the vessels ranged before him one after another, to see what they contained. Say, good McCoquan child, when from thy boiling store thou shalt fill each jar brimful, by and by, dost thou think that then wilt always kill outright the robber Fancy lurking within, or sometimes only maim and distort him? End of section 39.
Section 40, Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 40, The Boy at Mugby, from Mugby Junction, by Charles Dickens. I am the boy at Mugby. That's about what I am. You don't know what I mean? What a pity. But I think you do. I think you must. Look here. I am the boy at what is called the refreshment room at Mugby Junction, and what's proudest boast is that it never yet refreshed a mortal being. Up in a corner of the down refreshment room at Mugby Junction, in the height of 27 cross draughts, I've often counted 'em while they brushed the first-class hair 27 ways. Behind the bottles, among the glasses, bounded on the nor'west by the beer, stood pretty far to the right of a metallic object that's at times the tea-urn and at times the soup tureen, according to the nature of the last twang imparted to its contents, which are the same groundwork fended off from the traveller by a barrier of stale sponge cakes erected atop of the counter, and lastly exposed sideways to the glare of our Mrs. Eye. You ask a boy so situated, next time you stop in a hurry at Mugby for anything to drink, you take particular notice that he'll try to seem not to hear you, that he'll appear in an absent manner to survey the line through a transparent medium composed of your head and body, and that it won't serve you as long as you can possibly bear it. That's me. What a lark it is. We are the model establishment, we are, at Mugby. Other refreshment rooms send their imperfect young ladies up to be finished off by our missus. For some of the young ladies, when they're new to the business, come into it mild. Ah, our missus, she soon takes that out of 'em. Why, I originally come into the business meek myself, but our missus, she soon took that out of me. What a delightful lark it is! I look upon us refreshmenters as occupying the only proudly independent footing on the line. There's papers, for instance. My honourable friend, if you will allow me to call him so, him as belongs to Smith's bookstall, why, he no more dares to be up to our refreshment and games than he dares to jump atop of a locomotive with her steam at full pressure, and cut away upon her alone, driving himself at limited mail speed. Papers, he'd get his head punched at every compartment, first, second, and third, the whole length of a train, if he was to venture to imitate my demeanour. It's the same with the porters, the same with the guards, the same with the ticket clerks, the same the whole way up to the secretary, traffic manager, or very chairman. There ain't a one among 'em on the nobly independent footing we are. Did you ever catch one of them, when you wanted anything of 'em, making a system of surveying the line through a transparent medium composed of your head and body? I should hope not. You should see our bandolin room at Mugby Junction. It's led to by the door behind the counter, which you'll notice usually stands ajar, and it's the room where our missus and our young ladies bandolins their hair. You should see 'em at it, betwixt trains, bandolining away as if they was anointing themselves for the combat. When you're telegraphed, you should see their noses all a-going up with scorn, as if it was a part of the working of the same cook and Wheatstone electrical machinery. You should hear our missus give the word, "Here comes the beast to be fed," and then you should see 'em indignantly skipping across the line from the up to the down, or vice versa, and begin to pitch the stale pastry into the plates, and chuck the sawdust sandwiches under the glass covers, and get out the sherry, oh my eye, for your refreshment. It's only in the Isle of the Brave and Land of the Free, by which of course I mean to say Britannia, that refreshment in is so effective, so wholesome, so constitutional a check upon the public. Fair was a foreigner, which having politely with his hat off beseeched our young ladies and our misses for a little glass of pranty, and having had the line surveyed through him by all and no other acknowledgment, was a proceeding at last to help himself, as seems to be the custom in his own country, when our missus, with her hair almost a-coming on bandolined with rage, and her eyes emitting sparks, flew at him, caught the decanter out of his hand, and said, "Put it down, I won't allow that." The foreigner turned pale, stepped back with his arms stretched out in front of him, his hands clasped, and his shoulders raised, and exclaimed, "Ah, is it possible that these disdainous females and this ferocious old woman are placed here by the administration, not only to empoison their voyagers, but to affront them? Great heaven, how arrives it the English people? Or is he then a slave or idiot?" Another time, a merry, wide-awake American gent had tried the sawdust and spit it out, and had tried the sherry and spit that out, and had tried in vain to sustain exhausted nature upon butterscotch, and had rather extra bandolined and line surveyed through, when, as the bell was ringing, and he paid our missus, he says, very loud and good-tempered, "I tell you what 'tis, marm, I larf, there, I larf, I do. I ought to have seen most things, for I hail from the unlimited side of the Atlantic Ocean, and I've travelled right slick over the limited, head on through Jerusalem and the East, and likewise France and Italy, Europe, old world, and am now upon the track to the chief European village. But such an institution as you, and your young ladies, and your fixins solid and liquid, afore the glorious tarnal I never did see yet. And if I ain't found the eighth wonder of monarchical creation in finding you, and your young ladies, and your fixins solid and liquid, all as aforesaid, established in a country where the people air not absolute lunatics, I am extra double darned with a nip and frizzle to the innermostest grid. Wherefore, there, I larf. I do, marm, I larf." And so he went, stamping and shaking his sides, along the platform all the way to his own compartment. I think it was her standing up agin the foreigner as give our missus the idea of going over to France, and drawing a comparison betwixt refreshment inn as followed among the frog-eaters, and refreshment inn as triumphant in the Isle of the Brave and Land of the Free, by which of course I mean to say again Britannia. Our young ladies, Miss Swift, Miss Piff, and Mrs. Sniff, was unanimous opposed to her going, for as they says to our missus one and all, it is well beknown to the hens of the hearth as no other nation except Britain has an idea of anythink, but above all of business. Why then should you tire yourself to prove what is already proved? Our missus, however, being a teaser at all points, stood out grim obstinate, and got a return pass by southeastern tidal to go right through, if such should be her dispositions, to Marseille. Sniff is husband to Mrs. Sniff, and is a regular insignificant cove. He looks after the sawdust department in a back room, and is sometimes, when we are very hard put to it, let behind the counter with a corkscrew. but never when it can be helped, his demeanour towards the public being disgusting servile. How Mrs. Sniff ever come so far to lower herself as to marry him, I don't know, but I suppose he does, and I should think he wished he didn't, for he leads an awful life. Mrs. Sniff couldn't be much order with him if he was public. Similarly, Miss Whiff and Miss Piff, taking the tone of Mrs. Sniff, they shoulder Sniff about when he is let in with a corkscrew, and they whisk things out of his hands when in his servility he is a-going to let the public have them, and they snap him up when, in the crawling baseness of his spirit, he is a-going to answer a public question, and they draw more tears into his eyes than ever the mustard does, which he all day long lays on to the sawdust, but it ain't strong. Once when Sniff had the repulsiveness to reach across to get the milk pot to hand over for a baby, I see our missus in a rage catch him by both his shoulders and spin him out into the bandolinin room. But Mrs. Sniff, how different. She's the one as you'll notice to be always looking another way from you when you look at her. She's the one with the small waist buckled in tight in front and with the lace cuffs at her wrists, which she puts on the edge of the counter before her and stands a-smoothing while the public foams. This smoothing the cuffs and looking another way while the public foams is the last accomplishment taught to the young ladies as come to Mugby to be finished by our missus, and it's always taught by Mrs. Sniff. When our missus went away upon her journey, Mrs. Sniff was left in charge. She did hold the public in check most beautiful. In all my time, I never see half so many cups of tea given without milk to people as wanted it with, nor half so many cups of tea with milk given to people as wanted it without. When foaming ensued, Mrs. Sniff would say, "Then you'd better settle it among yourselves and change with one another." It was a most highly delicious lark. I enjoyed the refreshmenting business more than ever, and was so glad I had took to it when young. Our missus returned. It got circulated among the young ladies, and it, as it might be, penetrated to me through the crevices of the bandolinin room that she had had horrors to reveal, if revelation so contemptible could be dignified with the name. Agitation became weakened. Excitement was up in the stirrups. Expectation stood a-tiptoe. At length it was put forth that on our slackest evening in the week, and at our slackest time of that evening betwixt trains, our missus would give her views of foreign refreshmenting in the bandolinin room. It was arranged tasteful for the purpose. The bandolinin table and glass were hid in a corner. An armchair was elevated on a packing case for our missus' occupation. A table and a tumbler of water, no sherry in it, thank ye, was placed beside it. Two of the pupils, the season being autumn, and hollyhocks and dahlias being in, ornamented the wall with 3 devices in those flowers. On one might be read, "May all be and never learn." On another, "Keep the public down." On another, "Our refreshment in charter." The whole had a beautiful appearance, with which the beauty of the sentiments corresponded. On our missus' brow was wrote severity as she ascended the fatal platform. Not that that was anything new. Miss Whiff and Miss Piff sat at her feet. 3 chairs from the waiting room might have been perceived by an average eye in front of her, on which the pupils were as accommodated. Behind them a very close observer might have discerned a boy, myself. "Where," said our missus, glancing gloomily around, "is Sniff?" "I thought it better," answered Mrs. Sniff, "that he should not be let come in. He is such an ass." "No doubt," assented our missus, "but for that reason is it not desirable to improve his mind?" "Oh, nothing will ever improve him," said Mrs. Sniff. "However," pursued our missus, "call him in, Ezekiel." I called him in. The appearance of the low-minded cove was hailed with disapprobation from all sides, on account of his having brought his corkscrew with him. He pleaded the force of habit. "The force," said Mrs. Sniff. "Don't let us have you talking about force, for gracious sake. There, do stand still where you are, with your back against the wall." He is a smiling piece of vacancy, and he smiled in the mean way in which he will even smile at the public if he gets a chance. Language can say no meaner of him. And he stood upright near the door, with the back of his head agin the wall, as if he was a-waiting for somebody to come and measure his height for the army. "I should not enter, ladies," says our missus, "on the revolting disclosures I'm about to make, if it was not in hope that they will cause you to be yet more implacable in the exercise of the power you wield in a constitutional country, and yet more devoted to the constitutional motto which I see before me." It was behind her, but the words sounded better so. "May Albion never learn." Here the pupils as had made the motto admired it, and cried, "Hear, hear, hear!" Sniff, showing an inclination to join in chorus, got himself frowned down by every brow. "The baseness of the French," pursued our missus, "as displayed in the fawning nature of their refreshmenting, equals, if not surpasses, anythink as was ever heard of the baseness of the celebrated Bonaparte." Miss Swift, Miss Piff, and me, we drawed a heavy breath, equal to saying, "We thought as much." Miss Whiff and Miss Piff seeming to object to my drawing mine along with theirs, I drawed another to aggravate 'em. "Shall I be believed," says our missus with flashing eyes, "when I tell you that no sooner had I set foot upon that treacherous shore—" Here Sniff, either busting out mad or thinking aloud, says in a low voice, "Feet, plural, you know." The cowering that come upon him when he was spurned by all eyes, added to his being beneath contempt, was sufficient punishment for a cove so grovelling. In the midst of a silence rendered more impressive by the turned-up female noses with which it was pervaded, our missus went on, "Shall I be believed when I tell you that no sooner had I landed," this word with a killing look at Sniff, "on that treacherous shore, that I was ushered into a refreshment room where there were, I do not exaggerate, actually eatable things to eat?" A groan burst from the ladies. I not only did myself the honour of joining, but also of lengthening it out. "Where there were," our missus added, "not only eatable things to eat, but also drinkable things to drink." A murmur swelling almost into a scream ariz. Miss Piff, trembling with indignation, called out, "Name!" "I will name," said our missus. "There was roast fowls, hot and cold. There was smoking roast veal, surrounded with brown potatoes. There was hot soup with, again I ask, shall I be credited? Nothing bitter in it, and no flour to choke off the consumer. There was a variety of cold dishes set off with jelly. There was salad. There was, mark me, fresh pastry, and that of a light construction. There was a luscious show of fruit. There was bottles and decanters of sound small wine of every size, and adapted to every pocket. The same odious statement will apply to brandy, and these were set out upon the counter so that all could help themselves." Our Mrs. Lips so quivered that Mrs. Sniff, though scarcely less convulsed than she were, got up and held the tumbler to them. "This," proceeds our Mrs., "was my first unconstitutional experience. Well would it have been if it had been my last and worst, but no. As I proceeded farther into that enslaved and ignorant land, its aspect became more hideous. I need not explain to this assembly the ingredients and formation of the British refreshment sandwich." Universal laughter, except from Sniff, who, as sandwich cutter, shook his head in a state of the utmost dejection as he stood with it agin the wall. "Well," said our missus, with dilated nostrils, "take a fresh, crisp, long, crusty penny loaf made of the whitest and best flour, cut it longwise through the middle, insert a fair and nicely fitting slice of ham, tie a smart piece of ribbon round the middle of the whole to bind it together, add at one end a neat wrapper of clean white paper by which to hold it, and the universal French refreshment sandwich busts on your disgusted vision. A cry of shame from all, except Sniff, which rubbed his stomach with a soothing hand. I need not, said our Mrs., explain to this assembly the usual formation and fitting of the British refreshment room. No, and laughter. Sniff again shaking his head in low spirits agin the wall. Well, said our Mrs., what would you say to a general decoration of everything, to hangings, sometimes elegant, to easy velvet furniture, to abundance of little tables, to abundance of little seats, to brisk bright waiters, to great convenience, to a prevailing cleanliness and tastefulness, positively addressing the public and making the beast thinking itself worth the pains? Contemptuous fury on the part of all the ladies, Mrs. Sniff looking as if she wanted somebody to hold her, and everybody else looking as if they'd rather not. 3 times, said our Mrs., working herself into a truly tremendous state, 3 times did I see these shameful things only between the coast and Paris, and not counting either, at Hazebrook, at Arras, at Amiens. But worse remains. Tell me, what would you call a person who should propose in England that there should be kept, say at our own model Mugby Junction, pretty baskets, each holding an assorted cold lunch and dessert for one, each at a certain fixed price, and each within a passenger's power to take away, to empty in the carriage at perfect leisure, and to return at another station 50 or 100 miles further on. There was disagreement what such a person should be called, whether revolutionist, atheist, bright, I said him, or un-English. Miss Piff screeched her shrill opinion last in the words, a malignant maniac. You dot, says our Mrs., the brand set upon such a person, by the righteous indignation of my friend Miss Piff, a malignant maniac. Know, then, that malignant maniac has sprung from the congenial soil of France, and that his malignant madness was in unchecked action on this same part of my journey. I noticed that Sniff was rubbing his hands, and that Mrs. Sniff had got her eye upon him, but I did not take more particular notice, owing to the excited state in which the young ladies was, and to feeling myself called upon to keep it up with a howl. On my experience south of Paris, said our Mrs. in a deep tone, I will not expatiate. Too loathsome were the task. But fancy this, fancy a guard coming round with the train at full speed to inquire how many for dinner. Fancy his telegraphing forward the number of diners. Fancy everyone expected, and the table elegantly laid for the complete party. Fancy a charming dinner in a charming room, and the head cook concerned for the honour of every dish, superintending in his clean white jacket and cap. Fancy the beast travelling 600 miles on end, very fast and with great punctuality, yet being taught to expect all this to be done for it. A spirited chorus of, "The beast!" I noticed that Sniff was again a-rubbing his stomach with a soothing hand, and that he had drored up one leg. But again I didn't take particular notice, looking on myself as called upon to stimulate public feeling, it being a lark besides. Putting everything together, said our Mrs., French refreshmenting comes to this, and it comes to a nice total. First, eatable things to eat, and drinkable things to drink. A groan from the young ladies, kept up by me. Second, convenience and even elegance. Another groan from the young ladies, kept up by me. Third, moderate charges. This time a groan from me, kept up by the young ladies. Fourth, and here, says our Mrs., I claim your angriest sympathy, attention, common civility, nay, even politeness. Me and the young ladies regularly raging mad all together. And I cannot, in conclusion, says our Mrs. with her spitefullest sneer, give you a completer picture of that despicable nation, after what I have related, than assuring you that they wouldn't bear our constitutional ways and noble independence at Mugby Junction for a single month, and that they would turn us to the right about and put another system in our places as soon as look at us. Perhaps sooner, for I do not believe they have the good taste to care to look at us twice. The swelling tumult was arrested in its rise. Sniff, bore away by his servile disposition, had roared up his leg with a higher and a higher relish, and was now discovered to be waving his corkscrew over his head. It was at this moment that Mrs. Sniff, who had kept her eye upon him like the fabled obelisk, descended on her victim. Our Mrs. followed them both out, and cries was heard in the sawdust department. You come into the down refreshment room at the Junction, making believe you don't know me, and I'll point out to you with my right thumb over my shoulder which is our Mrs., and which is Miss Swift, and which is Miss Piff, and which is Mrs. Sniff. But you won't get a chance to see Sniff, because he disappeared that night. Whether he perished, tore to pieces, I cannot say, but his corkscrew alone remains to bear witness to the servility of his disposition.
End of section 40. Section 41 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 41. The Burning of Newgate, from Barnaby Rudge, by Charles Dickens. During the whole of this day, every regiment in or near the metropolis was on duty in one or other part of the town, and the regulars and militia, in obedience to the orders which were sent to every barrack and station within 24 hours' journey, began to pour in by all the roads. But the disturbances had attained to such a formidable height, and the rioters had grown with impunity to be so audacious, that the sight of this great force, continually augmented by new arrivals, instead of operating as a check, stimulated them to outrages of greater hardihood than any they had yet committed, and helped to kindle a flame in London, the like of which had never been beheld, even in its ancient and rebellious times. All yesterday and on this day likewise, the commander-in-chief endeavored to arouse the magistrates to a sense of their duty, and in particular the Lord Mayor, who was the faintest-hearted and most timid of them all. With this object, large bodies of the soldiery were several times dispatched to the Mansion House to await his orders. But as he could by no threats or persuasions be induced to give any, and as the men remained in the open street, fruitlessly for any good purpose, and thrivingly for a very bad one, these laudable attempts did harm rather than good. For the crowd, becoming speedily acquainted with the Lord Mayor's temper, did not fail to take advantage of it by boasting that even the civil authorities were opposed to the Papists, and could not find it in their hearts to molest those who were guilty of no other offense. These vaunts they took care to make within the hearing of the soldiers, and they, being naturally loath to quarrel with the people, received their advances kindly enough, answering, when they were asked if they desired to fire upon their countrymen, no, they would be damned if they did, and showing much honest simplicity and good nature. The feeling that the military were no popery men, and were ripe for disobeying orders and joining the mob, soon became very prevalent in consequence. Rumors of their disaffection and of their leaning towards the popular cause spread from mouth to mouth with astonishing rapidity,
and whenever they were drawn up idly in the streets or squares, there was sure to be a crowd about them, cheering and shaking hands and treating them with a great show of confidence and affection. By this time the crowd was everywhere. All concealment and disguise were laid aside, and they pervaded the whole town. If any man among them wanted money, he had but to knock at the door of a dwelling-house, or walk into a shop and demand it in the rioter's name, and his demand was instantly complied with. The peaceable citizens, being afraid to lay hands upon them singly and alone, it may be easily supposed that when gathered together in bodies they were perfectly secure from interruption. They assembled in the streets, traversed them at their will and pleasure, and publicly concerted their plans. Business was quite suspended, the greater part of the shops were closed, most of the houses displayed a blue flag in token of their adherence to the popular side, and even the Jews in Houndsditch Whitechapel and those quarters wrote upon their doors or window shutters, "This house is a true Protestant." The crowd was the law, and never was the law held in greater dread or more implicitly obeyed. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening when a vast mob poured into Lincoln's Inn Fields by every avenue and divided, evidently in pursuance of a previous design, into several parties. It must not be understood that this arrangement was known to the whole crowd, but that it was the work of a few leaders who, mingling with the men as they came upon the ground, and calling to them to fall into this or that party, effected it as rapidly as if it had been determined on by a council of the whole number, and every man had known his place. It was perfectly notorious to the assemblage that the largest body, which comprehended about 2/3 of the whole, was designed for the attack on Newgate. It comprehended all the rioters who had been conspicuous in any of their former proceedings, all those whom they recommended as daring hands and fit for the work, all those whose companions had been taken in the riots, and a great number of people who were relatives or friends of felons in the jail. This last class included not only the most desperate and utterly abandoned villains in London, but some who were comparatively innocent. There was more than one woman there, disguised in man's attire, and bent upon the rescue of a child or brother. There were the 2 sons of a man who lay under sentence of death, and who was to be executed along with 3 others on the next day but one. There was a great party of boys whose fellow pickpockets were in the prison, and at the skirts of all, a score of miserable women, outcasts from the world, seeking to release some other fallen creature as miserable as themselves, or moved by a general sympathy perhaps, God knows, with all who were without hope and wretched. Old swords and pistols without ball or powder, sledge-hammers, knives, axes, saws, and weapons pillaged from the butchers' shops, a forest of iron bars and wooden clubs, long ladders for scaling the walls, each carried on the shoulders of a dozen men, lighted torches, tow smeared with pitch and tar and brimstone, staves roughly plucked from fence and paling, and even crutches taken from crippled beggars in the streets composed their arms. When all was ready, Hugh and Dennis, with Simon Tappertit between them, led the way. Roaring and chafing like an angry sea, the crowd pressed after them. Instead of going straight down Holborn to the jail as all expected, their leaders took the way to Clerkenwell, and pouring down a quiet street, halted before a locksmith's house, the Golden Key. The locksmith was taken to the head of the crowd, and required to walk between his 2 conductors. The whole body was put in rapid motion, and without any shouting or noise they bore down straight on Newgate, and halted in a dense mass before the prison gate. Breaking the silence they had hitherto preserved, they raised a great cry as soon as they were ranged before the jail, and demanded to speak with the governor. Their visit was not wholly unexpected, for his house, which fronted the street, was strongly barricaded, the wicket gate of the prison was closed up, and at no loophole or grating was any person to be seen. Before they had repeated their summons many times, a man appeared upon the roof of the governor's house and asked what it was they wanted. Some said one thing, some another, and some only groaned and hissed. It being now nearly dark, and the house high, many persons in the throng were not aware that anyone had come to answer them, and continued their clamor until the intelligence was gradually diffused through the whole concourse. 10 minutes or more elapsed before any one voice could be heard with tolerable distinctness, during which interval the figure remained perched alone against the summer evening sky, looking down into the troubled street. "Are you," said Hugh at length, "Mr. Ackerman, the head jailer here?" "Of course he is, brother," whispered Dennis. But Hugh, without minding him, took his answer from the man himself. "Yes," he said, "I am." "You have got some friends of ours in your custody, master." "I have a good many people in my custody." He glanced downward as he spoke into the jail, and the feeling that he could see into the different yards, and that he overlooked everything which was hidden from their view by the rugged walls, so lashed and goaded the mob that they howled like wolves. "Deliver up our friends," said Hugh, "and you may keep the rest." "It's my duty to keep them all. I shall do my duty." "If you don't throw the doors open, we shall break 'em down," said Hugh, "for we will have the rioters out." "All I can do, good people," Ackerman replied, "is to exhort you to disperse, and to remind you that the consequences of any disturbance in this place will be very severe, and bitterly repented by most of you when it is too late." He made as though he would retire when he had said these words, but he was checked by the voice of the locksmith. "Mr. Ackerman," cried Gabriel, "Mr. Ackerman." "I will hear no more from any of you," replied the governor, turning towards the speaker and waving his hand. "But I am not one of them," said Gabriel. "I am an honest man, Mr. Ackerman, a respectable tradesman, Gabriel Varden, the locksmith. You know me." "You among the crowd?" cried the governor in an altered voice. "Brought here by force, brought here to pick the lock of the great door for them," rejoined the locksmith. "Bear witness for me, Mr. Ackerman, that I refuse to do it, and that I will not do it, come what may, of my refusal. If any violence is done to me, please to remember this." "Is there no way of helping you?" said the governor. "None, Mr. Ackerman. You'll do your duty and I'll do mine." "Once again, you robbers and cutthroats," said the locksmith, turning round upon them. "I refuse. Ah, howl till you're hoarse. I refuse." "Stay, stay," said the jailer hastily. "Mr. Varden, I know you for a worthy man, and one who would do no unlawful act except upon compulsion." "Upon compulsion, sir," interposed the locksmith, who felt that the tone in which this was said conveyed the speaker's impression that he had ample excuse for yielding to the furious multitude who beset and hemmed him in on every side, and among whom he stood, an old man, quite alone. "Upon compulsion, sir, I'll do nothing." "Where is that man," said the keeper anxiously, "who spoke to me just now?" "Here," Hugh replied. "Do you know what the guilt of murder is, and that by keeping that honest tradesman at your side you endanger his life?" "We know it very well," he answered. "For what else did we bring him here? Let's have our friends, master, and you shall have your friend. Is that fair, lads?" The mob replied to him with a loud hurrah. "You see how it is, sir," cried Varden. "Keep 'em out in King George's name. Remember what I have said. Good night." There was no more parley. A shower of stones and other missiles compelled the keeper of the jail to retire, and the mob, pressing on and swarming round the walls, forced Gabriel Varden close up to the door. In vain the basket of tools was laid upon the ground before him, and he was urged in turn by promises, by blows, by offers of reward and threats of instant death to do the office for which they had brought him there. "No," cried the sturdy locksmith, "I will not." He had never loved his life so well as then, but nothing could move him. The savage faces that glared upon him, look where he would, the cries of those who thirsted like wild animals for his blood, the sight of men pressing forward and trampling down their fellows as they strove to reach him, and struck at him above the heads of other men, with axes and with iron bars, all failed to daunt him. He looked from man to man and face to face, and still with quickened breath and lessening color cried firmly, "I will not." Dennis dealt him a blow upon the face which felled him to the ground. He sprang up again like a man in the prime of life, and with blood upon his forehead caught him by the throat. "You cowardly dog," he said, "give me my daughter, give me my daughter." They struggled together. Some cried, "Kill him," and some, but they were not near enough, strove to trample him to death. Tug as he would at the old man's wrists, the hangman could not force him to unclench his hands. "Is this all the return you make me, you ungrateful monster?" he articulated with great difficulty and with many oaths. "Give me my daughter," cried the locksmith, who was now as fierce as those who gathered round him. "Give me my daughter." He was down again, and up, and down once more, and buffeting with a score of them, who bandied him from hand to hand, when one tall fellow, fresh from a slaughter-house, whose dress and great thigh boots smoked hot with grease and blood, raised a pole-axe, and swearing a horrible oath, aimed it at the old man's uncovered head. At that instant, and in the very act, he fell himself as if struck by lightning, and over his body a one-armed man came darting to the locksmith's side. Another man was with him, and both caught the locksmith roughly in their grasp. "Leave him to us," they cried to Hugh, struggling as they spoke, to force a passage backward through the crowd. "Leave him to us. Why do you waste your whole strength on such as he, when a couple of men can finish him in as many minutes? You lose time. Remember the prisoners. Remember Barnaby." The cry ran through the mob. Hammers began to rattle on the walls, and every man strove to reach the prison and be among the foremost rank. Fighting their way through the press and struggle as desperately as if they were in the midst of enemies rather than their own friends, the two men retreated with the locksmith between them and dragged him through the very heart of the concourse. And now the strokes began to fall like hail upon the gate and on the strong building, for those who could not reach the door spent their fierce rage on anything, even on the great blocks of stone, which shivered their weapons into fragments, and made their hands and arms to tingle as if the walls were active in their stout resistance, and dealt them back their blows. The clash of iron ringing upon iron mingled with the deafening tumult and sounded high above it, as the great sledge-hammers rattled on the nailed and plated door. The sparks flew off in showers. Men worked in gangs, and at short intervals relieved each other, that all their strength might be devoted to the work. But there stood the portal still, as grim and dark and strong as ever, and saving for the dints upon its battered surface, quite unchanged. While some brought all their energies to bear upon this toilsome task, and some, rearing ladders against the prison, tried to clamber to the summit of the walls they were too short to scale, and some again engaged a body of police 100 strong, and beat them back, and trod them under foot by force of numbers. Others besieged the house on which the jailer had appeared, and driving in the door, brought out his furniture, and piled it up against the prison gate to make a bonfire which should burn it down. As soon as this device was understood, all those who had labored hitherto cast down their tools and helped to swell the heap, which reached halfway across the street and was so high that those who threw more fuel on the top got up by ladders. When all the keeper's goods were flung upon this costly pile, to the last fragment, they smeared it with the pitch and tar and rosin they had brought, and sprinkled it with turpentine. To all the woodwork round the prison doors they did the like, leaving not a joist or beam untouched. This infernal christening performed, they fired the pile with lighted matches and with blazing tow, and then stood by, awaiting the result. The furniture being very dry, and rendered more combustible by wax and oil, besides the arts they had used, took fire at once. The flames roared high and fiercely, blackening the prison wall, and twining up its lofty front like burning serpents. At first they crowded round the blaze, and vented their exultation only in their looks. But when it grew hotter and fiercer, when it crackled, leaped and roared like a great furnace, when it shone upon the opposite houses, and lighted up not only the pale and wondering faces at the windows, but the inmost corners of each habitation, when, through the deep red heat and glow, the fire was seen sporting and toying with the door, now clinging to its obdurate surface, now gliding off with fierce inconstancy, and soaring high into the sky, anon returning to fold it in its burning grasp, and lure it to its ruin, when it shone and gleamed so brightly that the church clock of St. Sepulchre's, so often pointing to the hour of death, was legible as in broad day, and the vane upon its steeple top glittered in the unwonted light like something richly jewelled, when blackened stone and sombre brick grew ruddy in the deep reflection, and windows shone like burnished gold, dotting the longest distance in the fiery vista with their specks of brightness, when wall and tower and roof and chimney stack seemed drunk, and in the flickering glare appeared to reel and stagger, when scores of objects, never seen before, burst out upon the view, and things the most familiar put on some new aspect. Then the mob began to join the whirl, and with loud yells and shouts and clamor, such as happily is seldom heard, bestirred themselves to feed the fire and keep it at its height. Although the heat was so intense that the paint on the houses over against the prison parched and crackled up, and swelling into boils, as it were, from excess of torture, broke and crumbled away, although the glass fell from the window sashes, and the lead and iron on the roofs blistered the incautious hand that touched them, and the sparrows in the eaves took wing, and rendered giddy by the smoke, fell fluttering down upon the blazing pile. Still the fire was tended unceasingly by busy hands, and round it men were going always. They never slackened in their zeal, or kept aloof, but pressed upon the flames so hard that those in front had much ado to save themselves from being thrust in. If one man swooned or dropped, a dozen struggled for his place, and that, although they knew the pain and thirst and pressure to be unendurable. Those who fell down in fainting fits, and were not crushed or burned, were carried to an inn-yard close at hand, and dashed with water from a pump, of which buckets full were passed from man to man among the crowd. But such was the strong desire of all to drink, and such the fighting to be first, that for the most part the whole contents were spilled upon the ground, without the lips of one man being moistened. Meanwhile, and in the midst of all the roar and outcry, those who were nearest to the pile heaped up again the burning fragments that came toppling down, and raked the fire about the door, which, although a sheet of flame, was still a door fast locked and barred, and kept them out. Great pieces of blazing wood were passed, besides, above the people's heads, to such as stood about the ladders, and some of these, climbing up to the topmost stave, and holding on with one hand by the prison wall, exerted all their skill and force to cast these firebrands on the roof or down into the yards within. In many instances their efforts were successful, which occasioned a new and appalling addition to the horrors of the scene, for the prisoners within, seeing from between their bars that the fire caught in many places and thrived fiercely, and being all locked up in strong cells for the night, began to know that they were in danger of being burned alive. This terrible fear, spreading from cell to cell and from yard to yard, vented itself in such dismal cries and wailings, and in such dreadful shrieks for help, that the whole jail resounded with the noise, which was loudly heard even above the shouting of the mob and roaring of the flames, and was so full of agony and despair that it made the boldest tremble. The women who were looking on shrieked loudly, beat their hands together, stopped their ears, and many fainted. The men who were not near the walls and active in the siege, rather than do nothing, tore up the pavement of the street, and did so with a haste and fury they could not have surpassed if that had been the jail, and they were near their object. Not one living creature in the throng was for an instant still. The whole great mass were mad. A shout, another yet, though few knew why or what it meant. But those around the gate had seen it slowly yield and drop from its topmost hinge. It hung on that side by but one, but it was upright still because of the bar, and its having sunk of its own weight into the heap of ashes at its foot. There was now a gap at the top of the doorway, through which could be descried a gloomy passage, cavernous and dark. Pile up the fire. It burned fiercely. The door was red hot, and the gap wider. They vainly tried to shield their faces with their hands, and standing as if in readiness for a spring, watched the place. Dark figures, some crawling on their hands and knees, some carried in the arms of others, were seen to pass along the roof. It was plain the jail could hold out no longer. The keeper and his officers and their wives and children were escaping. Pile up the fire. The door sank down again. It settled deeper in the cinders, tottered, yielded, was down. As they shouted again, they fell back for a moment and left a clear space about the fire that lay between them and the jail entry. Hugh leaped upon the blazing heap, and scattering a train of sparks into the air, and making the dark lobby glitter with those that hung upon his dress, dashed into the jail. The hangman followed, and then so many rushed upon their track that the fire got trodden down and thinly strewn about the street, but there was no need of it now, for inside and out the prison was in flames. During the whole course of the terrible scene, which was now at its height, one man in the jail suffered a degree of fear and mental torment which had no parallel in the endurance even of those who lay under sentence of death. When the rioters first assembled before the building, the murderer was roused from sleep, if such slumbers as his may have that blessed name, by the roar of voices and the struggling of a great crowd. He started up as these sounds met his ear, and sitting on his bedstead, listened. After a short interval of silence, the noise burst out again. Still listening attentively, he made out in course of time that the jail was besieged by a furious multitude. His guilty conscience instantly arrayed these men against himself, and brought the fear upon him that he would be singled out and torn to pieces. Once impressed with the terror of this conceit, everything tended to confirm and strengthen it. His double crime, the circumstances under which it had been committed, the length of time that had elapsed, and its discovery in spite of all, made him, as it were, the visible object of the Almighty's wrath. In all the crime and vice and moral gloom of the great pest-house of the capital, he stood alone, marked and singled out by his great guilt, a Lucifer among the devils. The other prisoners were a host, hiding and sheltering each other, a crowd like that without the walls. He was one man against the whole united concourse, a single solitary lonely man, from whom the very captives in the jail fell off and shrunk appalled. It might be that the intelligence of his capture having been bruited abroad, they had come there purposely to drag him out and kill him in the street. Or it might be that they were the rioters, and in pursuance of an old design had come to sack the prison. But in either case he had no belief or hope that they would spare him. Every shout they raised and every sound they made was a blow upon his heart. As the attack went on, he grew more wild and frantic in his terror, tried to pull away the bars that guarded the chimney and prevented him from climbing up, called loudly on the turnkeys to cluster round the cell and save him from the fury of the rabble, or put him in some dungeon underground, no matter of what depth, how dark it was, or loathsome, or beset with rats and creeping things, so that it hid him and was hard to find. But no one came or answered him. Fearful, even while he cried to them of attracting attention, he was silent. By and by he saw, as he looked from his grated window, a strange glimmering on the stone walls and pavement of the yard. It was feeble at first, and came and went, as though some officers with torches were passing to and fro upon the roof of the prison. Soon it reddened, and lighted brands came whirling down, spattering the ground with fire, and burning sullenly in corners. One rolled beneath a wooden bench and set it in a blaze. Another caught a water-spout, and so went climbing up the wall, leaving a long straight track of fire behind it. After a time, a slow, thick shower of burning fragments from some upper portion of the prison, which was blazing nigh, began to fall before his door. Remembering that it opened outwards, he knew that every spark which fell upon the heap, and in the act lost its bright life and died an ugly speck of dust and rubbish, helped to entomb him in a living grave. Still, though the jail resounded with shrieks and cries for help, though the fire bounded up as if each separate name had had a tiger's life, and roared as though in every one there were a hungry voice, though the heat began to grow intense, and the air suffocating, and the clamor without increased, and the danger of his situation even from one merciless element was every moment more extreme. Still, he was afraid to raise his voice again, lest the crowd should break in, and should, of their own ears, or from the information given them by the other prisoners, get the clue to his place of confinement. Thus fearful alike of those within the prison and of those without, of noise and silence, light and darkness, of being released and being left there to die. He was so tortured and tormented that nothing man has ever done to man in the horrible caprice of power and cruelty exceeds his self-inflicted punishment. Now, the door was down. Now they came rushing through the jail, calling to each other in the vaulted passages, clashing the iron gates dividing yard from yard, beating at the doors of cells and wards, wrenching off bolts and locks and bars, tearing down the doorposts to get men out, endeavoring to drag them by main force through gaps and windows where a child could scarcely pass, whooping and yelling without a moment's rest, and running through the heat and flames as if they were cased in metal. By their legs, their arms, the hair upon their heads, they dragged the prisoners out. Some threw themselves upon the captives as they got towards the door, and tried to file away their irons. Some danced about them with a frenzied joy, and rent their clothes, and were ready, as it seemed, to tear them limb from limb. Now a party of 12 men came darting through the yard into which the murderer cast fearful glances from his darkened window, dragging a prisoner along the ground, whose dress they had nearly torn from his body in their mad eagerness to set him free. and who was bleeding and senseless in their hands. Now a score of prisoners ran to and fro, who had lost themselves in the intricacies of the prison, and were so bewildered with the noise and glare that they knew not where to turn or what to do, and still cried out for help as loudly as before. Anon some famished wretch, whose theft had been a loaf of bread or scrap of butcher's meat, came skulking past, barefooted, going slowly away because that jail, his house, was burning. Not because he had any other, or had friends to meet, or old haunts to revisit, or any liberty to gain, but liberty to starve and die. And then a knot of highwaymen went trooping by, conducted by the friends they had among the crowd, who muffled their fetters as they went along with handkerchiefs and bands of hay, and wrapped them in coats and cloaks, and gave them drink from bottles, and held it to their lips, because of their handcuffs, which there was no time to remove. All this, and heaven knows how much more, was done amidst a noise, a hurry and distraction, like nothing that we know of even in our dreams, which seemed forever on the rise, and never to decrease for the space of a single instant. He was still looking down from his window upon these things, when a band of men with torches, ladders, axes, and many kinds of weapons poured into the yard, and hammering at his door, inquired if there were any prisoner within. He left the window when he saw them coming, and drew back into the remotest corner of the cell. But although he returned them no answer, they had a fancy that someone was inside, for they presently set ladders against it, and began to tear away the bars at the casement. Not only that, indeed, but with pickaxes to hew down the very stones in the wall. As soon as they had made a breach at the window, large enough for the admission of a man's head, one of them thrust in a torch and looked all round the room. He followed this man's gaze until it rested on himself, and heard him demand why he had not answered, but made him no reply. In the general surprise and wonder, they were used to this. Without saying anything more, they enlarged the breach until it was large enough to admit the body of a man, and then came dropping down upon the floor, one after another, until the cell was full. They caught him up among them, handed him to the window, and those who stood upon the ladders passed him down upon the pavement of the yard. Then the rest came out, one after another, and bidding him fly and lose no time, or the way would be choked up, hurried away to rescue others. It seemed not a minute's work from first to last. He staggered to his feet, incredulous of what had happened, when the yard was filled again, and a crowd rushed on, hurrying Barnaby among them. In another minute, not so much, another minute, the same instant, with no lapse or interval between, he and his son were being passed from hand to hand through the dense crowd in the street, and were glancing backward at a burning pile, which someone said was Newgate. When he, the hangman, had issued his instructions relative to every other part of the building, and the mob were dispersed from end to end, and busy at their work, he took a bundle of keys from a kind of cupboard in the wall, and going by a private passage near the chapel, it joined the governor's house, and was then on fire, betook himself to the condemned cells, which were a series of small, strong, dismal rooms, opening on a low gallery, guarded at the end at which he entered by a strong iron wicket, and at its opposite extremity by 2 doors and a thick grate. Having double-locked the wicket and assured himself that the other entrances were well secured, he sat down on a bench in the gallery and sucked the head of his stick with an air of the utmost complacency, tranquillity, and contentment. It would have been strange enough, a man's enjoying himself in this quiet manner while the prison was burning and such a tumult was cleaving the air, though he had been outside the walls. but here, in the very heart of the building, and moreover, with the prayers and cries of the 4 men under sentence sounding in his ears, and their hands stretched out through the gratings in their cell doors, clasped in frantic entreaty before his very eyes, it was particularly remarkable. Indeed, Mr. Dennis appeared to think it an uncommon circumstance, and to banter himself upon it, for he thrust his hat on one side, as some men do when they are in a waggish humor, sucked the head of his stick with a higher relish, and smiled as though he would say, "Dennis, you're a rum dog, you're a queer fellow, you're capital company, Dennis, and quite a character." He sat in this way for some minutes, while the 4 men in the cell, certain that somebody had entered the gallery, but unable to see who, gave vent to such piteous entreaties as wretches in their miserable condition may be supposed to have been inspired with, urging whoever it was to set them at liberty for the love of heaven, and protesting with great fervor, and truly enough perhaps for the time, that if they escaped they would amend their ways, and would never, never, never again do wrong before God or man, but would lead penitent and sober lives, and sorrowfully repent the crimes they had committed. The terrible energy with which they spoke would have moved any person, no matter how good or just, if any good or just person could have strayed into that sad place that night, to set them at liberty, and while he would have left any other punishment to its free course, to save them from this last dreadful and repulsive penalty, which never turned a man inclined to evil, and has hardened thousands who were half inclined to good. Mr. Dennis, who had been bred and nurtured in the good old school, and had administered the good old laws on the good old plan, always once and sometimes twice every 6 weeks, for a long time bore these appeals with a deal of philosophy. Being at last, however, rather disturbed in his pleasant reflection by their repetition, he rapped at one of the doors with his stick and cried, "Hold your noise there, will you?" Mr. Dennis resumed in a sort of coaxing tone, "Now looky here, you 4. I've come here to take care of you, and see that you ain't burnt, instead of the other thing. It's no use you making any noise, for you won't be found out by them as has broken in, and you'll only be hoarse when you come to the speeches, which is a pity. What I say in respect to the speeches always is, give it mouth. That's my maxim, give it mouth. I've heard," said the hangman, pulling off his hat to take his handkerchief from the crown and wipe his face, and then putting it on again, a little more on one side than before, "I've heard an eloquence on them boards, you know what boards I mean, and I've heard a degree of mouth given to them speeches, that they was as clear as a bell, and as good as a play. There's a pattern, and always, when a thing of this nature's to come off, what I stand up for is a proper frame of mind. Let's have a proper frame of mind, and we can go through with it, creditable, pleasant, sociable. Whatever you do, and I address myself in particular to you in the furthest, never snivel. I'd sooner by half, though I lose by it, see a man tear his clothes a purpose to spile 'em before they come to me, than find him snivelling. It is 10 to 1, a better frame of mind every way." End of section 41. Section 42. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 42. Monseigneur, from A Tale of Two Cities, by Charles Dickens. Part 1. Monseigneur, one of the great lords in power at the court, held his fortnightly reception in his grand hotel in Paris. Monseigneur was in his inner room, his sanctuary of sanctuaries, the holiest of holiest, to the crowd of worshippers in the suite of rooms without. Monseigneur was about to take his chocolate. Monseigneur could swallow a great many things with ease, and was, by some few sullen minds, supposed to be rather rapidly swallowing France. But his morning's chocolate could not so much as get into the throat of Monseigneur without the aid of 4 strong men besides the cook. Yes, it took 4 men, all 4 ablaze with gorgeous decoration, and the chief of them unable to exist with fewer than 2 gold watches in his pocket, emulative of the noble and chaste fashion set by Monseigneur, to conduct the happy chocolate to Monseigneur's lips. 1 lackey carried the chocolate pot into the sacred presence. A second milled and frothed the chocolate with the little instrument he bore for that function. A third presented the favored napkin. A fourth, he of the 2 gold watches, poured the chocolate out. It was impossible for Monseigneur to dispense with one of these attendants on the chocolate, and hold his high place under the admiring heavens. Deep would have been the blot upon his escutcheon if his chocolate had been ignobly waited on by only 3 men. He must have died of 2. Monseigneur had been out at a little supper last night, where the comedy and the grand opera were charmingly represented. Monseigneur was out at a little supper most nights, with fascinating company. So polite and so impressible was Monseigneur that the comedy and the grand opera had far more influence with him in the tiresome articles of state affairs and state secrets than the needs of all France. A happy circumstance for France, as the like always is for all countries similarly favored. Always was for England, by way of example, in the regretted days of the merry Stuart who sold it. Monseigneur had one truly noble idea of general public business, which was to let everything go on in its own way. Of particular public business, Monseigneur had the other truly noble idea that it must all go his way, tend to his own power and pocket. Of his pleasures, general and particular, Monseigneur had the other truly noble idea that the world was made for them. The text of his order, altered from the original by only a pronoun, which is not much, ran, "The earth and the fullness thereof are mine, saith Monseigneur." Yet Monseigneur had slowly found that vulgar embarrassments crept into his affairs, both private and public, and he had, as to both classes of affairs, allied himself perforce with a farmer general. As to finances public, because Monseigneur could not make anything at all of them, and must consequently let them out to somebody who could. As to finances private, because farmers general were rich, and Monseigneur, after generations of great luxury and expense, was growing poor. Hence Monseigneur had taken his sister from a convent, while there was yet time to ward off the impending veil, the cheapest garment she could wear, and had bestowed her as a prize upon a very rich farmer general, poor in family. Which farmer general, carrying an appropriate cane with a golden apple on the top of it, was now among the company in the outer rooms, much prostrated before by mankind, always excepting superior mankind of the blood of Monseigneur, who, his own wife included, looked down upon him with the loftiest contempt. A sumptuous man was the farmer general. 30 horses stood in his stables, 24 male domestics sat in his halls, 6 body women waited on his wife. As one who pretended to do nothing but plunder and forage where he could, the farmer general, howsoever his matrimonial relations conduced to social morality, was at least the greatest reality among the personages who attended at the hotel of Monseigneur that day. For the rooms, though a beautiful scene to look at, and adorned with every device of decoration that the taste and skill of the time could achieve, were in truth not a sound business, considered with any reference to the scarecrows in the rags and nightcaps elsewhere. And not so far off either, but that the watching towers of Notre Dame, almost equidistant from the two extremes, could see them both. They would have been an exceedingly uncomfortable business, if that could have been anybody's business, at the house of Monseigneur. Military officers destitute of military knowledge, naval officers with no idea of a ship, civil officers without a notion of affairs, brazen ecclesiastics of the worst worldly, with sensual eyes, loose tongues, and looser lives, all totally unfit for their several callings, all lying horribly in pretending to belong to them, but all nearly or remotely of the order of Monseigneur, and therefore foisted on all public employments from which anything was to be got. These were to be told off by the score and the score. People not immediately connected with Monseigneur or the state, yet equally unconnected with anything that was real, or with lives passed in traveling by any straight road to any true earthly end, were no less abundant. Doctors who made great fortunes out of dainty remedies for imaginary disorders that never existed, smiled upon their courtly patients in the antechambers of Monseigneur. Projectors who had discovered every kind of remedy for the little evils with which the state was touched, except the remedy of setting to work in earnest to root out a single sin, poured their distracting babble into any ears they could lay hold of at the reception of Monseigneur. Unbelieving philosophers who were remodeling the world with words, and making card towers of Babel to scale the skies with, talked with unbelieving chemists who had an eye on the transmutation of metals at this wonderful gathering accumulated by Monseigneur. Exquisite gentlemen of the finest breeding, which was at that remarkable time, and has ever since, to be known by its fruits of indifference to every natural subject of human interest, were in the most exemplary state of exhaustion at the hotel of Monseigneur. Such homes had these various notabilities left behind them in the fine world of Paris, that the spies among the assembled devotees of Monseigneur, forming a goodly half of the polite company, would have found it hard to discover among the angels of that sphere one solitary wife who in her manners and appearance owned to being a mother. Indeed, except for the mere act of bringing a troublesome creature into this world, which does not go far towards the realization of the name of mother, there was no such thing known to the fashion. Peasant women kept the unfashionable babies close and brought them up, and charming grandmammas of 60 dressed and supped as at 20. The leprosy of unreality disfigured every human creature in attendance upon Monseigneur. In the outermost room were half a dozen exceptional people who had had for a few years some vague misgiving in them that things in general were going rather wrong. As a promising way of setting them right, half of the half-dozen had become members of a fantastic sect of convulsionists, and were even then considering within themselves whether they should foam, rage, roar, and turn cataleptic on the spot, thereby setting up a highly intelligible finger-post to the future for Monseigneur's guidance. Besides these dervishes were other 3 who had rushed into another sect, which mended matters with a jargon about the center of truth, holding that man had got out of the center of truth, which did not need much demonstration, but had not got out of the circumference, and that he was to be kept from flying out of the circumference, and was even to be shoved back into the center, by fasting and seeing of spirits. Among these, accordingly, much discoursing with spirits went on, and it did a world of good which never became manifest. But the comfort was that all the company at the Grand Hotel of Monseigneur were perfectly dressed. If the Day of Judgment had only been ascertained to be a dress day, everybody there would have been eternally correct. Such frizzling and powdering and sticking up of hair, such delicate complexions artificially preserved and mended, such gallant swords to look at, and such delicate honor to the sense of smell, would surely keep anything going forever and ever. The exquisite gentlemen of the finest breeding wore little pendant trinkets that chinked as they languidly moved. These golden fetters rang like precious little bells, and what with that ringing, and with the rustle of silk and brocade and fine linen, there was a flutter in the air that fanned Saint Antoine and his devouring hunger far away. Dress was the one unfailing talisman and charm used for keeping all things in their places. Everybody was dressed for a fancy ball that was never to leave off. From the Palace of the Tuileries, through Monseigneur and the whole court, through the chambers, the tribunals of justice, and all society except the scarecrows, the fancy ball descended to the common executioner, who, in pursuance of the charm, was required to officiate, frizzled, powdered, in a gold-laced coat, pumps, and white silk stockings. At the gallows and the wheel, the axe was a rarity. Monsieur Paris, as it was the episcopal mode among his brother professors of the provinces, Monsieur Orleans, and the rest to call him, presided in this dainty dress. And who among the company at Monseigneur's reception in that 1780th year of our Lord could possibly doubt that a system rooted in a frizzled hangman, powdered, gold-laced, pumped, and white silk stockinged would see the very stars out? Monseigneur, having eased his 4 men of their burdens and taken his chocolate, caused the doors of the holiest of holiest to be thrown open and issued forth. Then what submission, what cringing and fawning, what servility, what abject humiliation! As to bowing down in body and spirit, nothing in that way was left for heaven, which may have been one among other reasons why the worshippers of Monseigneur never troubled it. Bestowing a word of promise here and a smile there, a whisper on one happy slave, and a wave of the hand on another, Monseigneur affably passed through his rooms to the remote region of the circumference of truth. There Monseigneur turned and came back again, and so in due course of time got himself shut up in his sanctuary by the chocolate sprites, and was seen no more. The show being over, the flutter in the air became quite a little storm, and the precious little bells went ringing downstairs. There was soon but one person left of all the crowd, and he, with his hat under his arm and his snuff-box in his hand, slowly passed among the mirrors on his way out. "I devote you," said this person, stopping at the last door on his way, and turning in the direction of the sanctuary, "to the devil." With that he shook the snuff from his fingers as if he had shaken the dust from his feet, and quietly walked downstairs. He was a man of about 60, handsomely dressed, haughty in manner, and with a face like a fine mask. A face of a transparent paleness, every feature in it clearly defined, one set expression on it. The nose, beautifully formed otherwise, was very slightly pinched at the top of each nostril. In those 2 compressions, or dints, the only little change that the face ever showed resided. They persisted in changing color sometimes, and they would be occasionally dilated and contracted by something like a faint pulsation. Then they gave a look of treachery and cruelty to the whole countenance. Examined with attention, its capacity of helping such a look was to be found in the line of the mouth and the lines of the orbits of the eyes, being much too horizontal and thin. Still, in the effect the face made, it was a handsome face, and a remarkable one. Its owner went downstairs into the courtyard, got into his carriage, and drove away. Not many people had talked with him at the reception. He had stood in a little space apart, and Monseigneur might have been warmer in his manner. It appeared, under the circumstances, rather agreeable to him to see the common people dispersed before his horses, and often barely escaping from being run down. His man drove as if he were charging an enemy, and the furious recklessness of the man brought no check into the face or to the lips of the master. The complaint had sometimes made itself audible, even in that deaf city and dumb age, that in the narrow streets without footways, the fierce patrician custom of hard driving endangered and maimed the mere vulgar in a barbarous manner. But few cared enough for that to think of it a second time, and in this matter, as in all others, the common wretches were left to get out of their difficulties as they could. With a wild rattle and clatter, and an inhuman abandonment of consideration not easy to be understood in these days, the carriage dashed through streets and swept round corners, with women screaming before it, and men clutching each other and clutching children out of its way. At last, swooping at a street corner by a fountain, one of its wheels came to a sickening little jolt, and there was a loud cry from a number of voices, and the horses reared and plunged. But for the latter inconvenience, the carriage probably would not have stopped. Carriages were often known to drive on and leave their wounded behind, and why not? But the frightened valet had got down in a hurry, and there were 20 hands at the horses' bridles. "What has gone wrong?" said Monsieur, calmly looking out. A tall man in a nightcap had caught up a bundle from among the feet of the horses and had laid it on the basement of the fountain, and was down in the mud and wet, howling over it like a wild animal. "Pardon, Monsieur the Marquis," said a ragged and submissive man. "It is a child." "Why does he make that abominable noise? Is it his child?" "Excuse me, Monsieur the Marquis. It is a pity, yes." The fountain was a little removed, for the street opened, where it was, into a space some 10 or 12 yards square. As the tall man suddenly got up from the ground and came running at the carriage, Monsieur the Marquis clapped his hand for an instant on his sword hilt. "Killed!" shrieked the man in wild desperation, extending both arms at their length above his head and staring at him. "Dead!" The people closed round and looked at Monsieur the Marquis. There was nothing revealed by the many eyes that looked at him, but watchfulness and eagerness. There was no visible menacing or anger, neither did the people say anything. After the first cry they had been silent, and they remained so. The voice of the submissive man who had spoken was flat and tame in its extreme submission. Monsieur the Marquis ran his eyes over them all, as if they had been mere rats come out of their holes. He took out his purse. "It is extraordinary to me," said he, "that you people cannot take care of yourselves and your children. One or the other of you is forever in the way. How do I know what injury you have done my horses? See, give him that." He threw out a gold coin for the valet to pick up, and all the heads craned forward, that all the eyes might look down at it as it fell. The tall man called out again with a most unearthly cry, "Dead!" He was arrested by the quick arrival of another man, for whom the rest made way. On seeing him, the miserable creature fell upon his shoulder, sobbing and crying and pointing to the fountain, where some women were stooping over the motionless bundle and moving gently about it. They were as silent, however, as the men. "I know all, said the last comer. Be a brave man, my Gaspard. It is better for the poor little plaything to die so than to live. It has died in a moment without pain. Could it have lived an hour as happily? You are a philosopher, you there, said the Marquis, smiling. How do they call you? They call me Defarge. Of what trade? Monsieur the Marquis, vendor of wine. Pick up that, philosopher and vendor of wine, said the Marquis, throwing him another gold coin, and spend it as you will. The horses there, are they right? Without deigning to look at the assemblage a second time, Monsieur the Marquis leaned back in his seat, and was just being driven away with the air of a gentleman who had accidentally broken some common thing, and had paid for it and could afford to pay for it, when his ease was suddenly disturbed by a coin flying into his carriage and ringing on its floor. "Hold!" said Monsieur the Marquis. "Hold the horses! Who threw that?" He looked to the spot where Defarge, the vendor of wine, had stood a moment before. But the wretched father was grovelling on his face on the pavement in that spot, and the figure that stood beside him was the figure of a dark, stout woman, knitting. "You dogs," said the Marquis, but smoothly and with an unchanged front, except as to the spots on his nose. "I would ride over any of you very willingly, and exterminate you from the earth, if I knew which rascal threw at the carriage, and if that brigand were sufficiently near it, he should be crushed under the wheels." So cowed was their condition, and so long and hard their experience of what such a man could do to them, within the law and beyond it, that not a voice or a hand or even an eye was raised. Among the men, not one. But the woman who stood knitting looked up steadily, and looked the Marquis in the face. It was not for his dignity to notice it. His contemptuous eyes passed over her and over all the other rats, and he leaned back in his seat again, and gave the word, "Go on." He was driven on, and other carriages came whirling by in quick succession. The minister, the state projector, the farmer general, the doctor, the lawyer, the ecclesiastic, the grand opera, the comedy, the whole fancy ball, in a bright, continuous flow, came whirling by. The rats had crept out of their holes to look on, and they remained looking on for hours. Soldiers and police often passing between them and the spectacle, and making a barrier behind which they slunk, and through which they peeped. The father had long ago taken up his bundle, and hidden himself away with it, when the women who had tended the bundle while it lay on the base of the fountain sat there watching the running of the water and the rolling of the fancy ball, when the one woman who had stood conspicuous, knitting, still knitted on with the steadfastness of fate. The water of the fountain ran, the swift river ran, the day ran into evening. So much life in the city ran into death according to rule. Time and tide waited for no man. The rats were sleeping close together in their dark holes again. The fancy ball was lighted up at supper. All things ran their course. A beautiful landscape, with the corn bright in it, but not abundant. Patches of poor rye where corn should have been. Patches of poor peas and beans, patches of most coarse vegetable substitutes for wheat. On inanimate nature, as on the men and women who cultivated it, a prevalent tendency towards an appearance of vegetating unwillingly, a dejected disposition to give up and wither away. Monsieur the Marquis, in his travelling carriage, which might have been lighter, conducted by 4 post horses and 2 postilions, fagged up a steep hill. A blush on the countenance of Monsieur the Marquis was no impeachment of his high breeding. It was not from within. It was occasioned by an external circumstance beyond his control, the setting sun. The sunset struck so brilliantly into the travelling carriage when it gained the hill-top that its occupant was steeped in crimson. "It will die out," said Monsieur the Marquis, glancing at his hands. "Directly." In effect, the sun was so low that it dipped at the moment. When the heavy drag had been adjusted to the wheel, and the carriage slid downhill with a cinderous smell in a cloud of dust, the red glow departed quickly. The sun and the Marquis going down together, there was no glow left when the drag was taken off. But there remained a broken country, bold and open, a little village at the bottom of the hill, a broad sweep and rise beyond it, a church tower, a windmill, a forest for the chase, and a crag with a fortress on it, used as a prison. Round upon all these darkening objects as the night drew on, the Marquis looked with the air of one who was coming near home. The village had its one poor street, with its poor brewery, poor tannery, poor tavern, poor stable-yard for relays of post-horses, poor fountain, all usual poor appointments. It had its poor people too. All its people were poor, and many of them were sitting at their doors, shredding spare onions and the like for supper, while many were at the fountain, washing leaves and grasses and any such small yieldings of the earth that could be eaten. Expressive signs of what made them poor were not wanting: the tax for the state, the tax for the church, the tax for the Lord. Tax local and tax general were to be paid here and to be paid there, according to solemn inscription in the little village, until the wonder was that there was any village left unswallowed. Few children were to be seen, and no dogs. As to the men and women, their choice on earth was stated in the prospect: life on the lowest terms that could sustain it, down in the little village under the mill, or captivity and death in the dominant prison on the crag. Heralded by a courier in advance, and by the cracking of his postilions' whips, which twined snake-like about their heads in the evening air, as if he came attended by the Furies, Monsieur the Marquis drew up in his travelling carriage at the posting-house gate. It was hard by the fountain, and the peasants suspended their operations to look at him. He looked at them and saw in them, without knowing it, the slow, sure filing down of misery-worn face and figure that was to make the meagreness of Frenchmen an English superstition which should survive the truth through the best part of 100 years. Monsieur the Marquis cast his eyes over the submissive faces that drooped before him, as the like of himself had drooped before Monseigneur of the court. Only the difference was that these faces drooped merely to suffer and not to propitiate. When a grizzled mender of the roads joined the group, "Bring me hither that fellow," said the Marquis to the courier. The fellow was brought, cap in hand, and the other fellows closed round to look and listen, in the manner of the people at the Paris fountain. "I passed you on the road?" "Monseigneur, it is true, I had the honor of being passed on the road." "Coming up the hill, and at the top of the hill both?" "Monseigneur, it is true." "What did you look at so fixedly?" "Monseigneur, I looked at the man." He stooped a little, and with his tattered blue cap pointed under the carriage. All his fellows stooped to look under the carriage. "What man, pig? And why look there?" "Pardon, Monseigneur, he swung by the chain of the shoe, the drag." "Who?" demanded the traveller. "Monseigneur, the man." "May the devil carry away these idiots! How do you call the man? You know all the men of this part of the country. Who was he?" "Your clemency, Monseigneur. He was not of this part of the country. Of all the days of my life I never saw him." "Swinging by the chain, to be suffocated?" "With your gracious permission, that was the wonder of it, Monseigneur. His head hanging over, like this." He turned himself sideways to the carriage and leaned back, with his face thrown up to the sky, and his head hanging down, then recovered himself, fumbled with his cap, and made a bow. What was he like? Monseigneur, he was whiter than the miller, all covered with dust, white as a spectre, tall as a spectre. The picture produced an immense sensation in the little crowd, but all eyes, without comparing notes with other eyes, looked at Monsieur the Marquis, perhaps to observe whether he had any spectre on his conscience. "Truly you did well," said the Marquis, felicitously sensible that such vermin were not to ruffle him, "to see a thief accompanying my carriage and not open that great mouth of yours. Bah! Put him aside, Monsieur Gabelle." Monsieur Gabelle was the postmaster and some other taxing functionary, united. He had come out with great obsequiousness to assist at this examination, and had held the examined by the drapery of his arm in an official manner. "Bah! Go aside," said Monsieur Gabelle. "Lay hands on this stranger if he seeks to lodge in your village tonight, and be sure that his business is honest, Gabelle." "Monseigneur, I am flattered to devote myself to your orders." "Did he run away, fellow? Where is that accursed?" The accursed was already under the carriage with some half-dozen particular friends, pointing out the chain with his blue cap. Some half-dozen other particular friends promptly hailed him out, and presented him breathless to Monsieur the Marquis. "Did the man run away, dolt, when we stopped for the drag?" "Monseigneur, he precipitated himself over the hillside, head first, as a person plunges into the river." "See to it, Gabelle. Go on." The half-dozen who were peering at the chain were still among the wheels, like sheep. The wheels turned so suddenly that they were lucky to save their skins and bones. They had very little else to save, or they might not have been so fortunate. The burst with which the carriage started out of the village and up the rise beyond was soon checked by the steepness of the hill. Gradually it subsided to a foot-pace, swinging and lumbering upward among the many sweet scents of a summer night. The postilions, with 1,000 gossamer gnats circling about them in lieu of the furies, quietly mended the points to the lashes of their whips. The valet walked by the horses. The courier was audible, trotting on ahead into the dim distance. At the steepest point of the hill there was a little burial ground with a cross and a new large figure of our Saviour on it. It was a poor figure in wood, done by some inexperienced rustic carver. But he had studied the figure from the life, his own life maybe, for it was dreadfully spare and thin. To this distressful emblem of a great distress that had long been growing worse, and was not at its worst, a woman was kneeling. She turned her head as the carriage came up to her, rose quickly, and presented herself at the carriage door. "It is you, Monseigneur! Monseigneur, a petition!" With an exclamation of impatience, but with his unchangeable face, Monseigneur looked out. "How, then? What is it? Always petitions." "Monseigneur, for the love of the great God, my husband, the forester." "What of your husband, the forester? Always the same with you people. He cannot pay something?" "He has paid all, Monseigneur. He is dead." "Well, he is quiet. Can I restore him to you?" "Alas, no, Monseigneur, but he lies yonder, under a little heap of poor grass." "Well?" "Monseigneur, there are so many little heaps of poor grass." "Again, well?" She looked an old woman, but was young. Her manner was one of passionate grief. By turns she clasped her veinous and knotted hands together with wild energy, and laid one of them on the carriage door. Tenderly, caressingly, as if it had been a human breast, and could be expected to feel the appealing touch. "Monseigneur, hear me! Monseigneur, hear my petition! My husband died of want. So many die of want. So many more will die of want." Again? Well, can I feed them? Monseigneur, the good God knows, but I don't ask it. My petition is that a morsel of stone or wood with my husband's name may be placed over him to show where he lies. Otherwise the place will be quickly forgotten. It will never be found when I am dead of the same malady. I shall be laid under some other heap of poor grass. Monseigneur, there are so many, they increase so fast. There is so much want. Monseigneur, Monseigneur. The valet had put her away from the door. The carriage had broken into a brisk trot. The postilions had quickened the pace. She was left far behind, and Monseigneur, again escorted by the Furies, was rapidly diminishing the league or two of distance that remained between him and his chateau. The sweet scents of the summer night rose all around him, and rose as the rain falls impartially on the dusty, ragged, and toil-worn group at the fountain not far away, to whom the mender of roads, with the aid of the blue cap without which he was nothing, still enlarged upon his man like a spectre as long as they could bear it. By degrees, as they could bear no more, they dropped off one by one, and lights twinkled in little casements, which lights, as the casements darkened and more stars came out, seemed to have shot up into the sky instead of having been extinguished. The shadow of a large high-roofed house and of many overhanging trees was upon Monsieur the Marquis by that time, and the shadow was exchanged for the light of a flambeau as his carriage stopped, and the great door of his chateau was opened to him. Monsieur Charles, whom I expect, is he arrived from England? Monseigneur, not yet. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 43. A Tale of Two Cities, Part 2. The Gorgon's Head, by Charles Dickens. It was a heavy mass of building, that chateau of Monsieur the Marquis, with a large stone courtyard before it, and two stone sweeps of staircase meeting in a stone terrace before the principal door. A stony business altogether, with heavy stone balustrades, and stone urns, and stone flowers, and stone faces of men, and stone heads of lions in all directions, as if the Gorgon's Head had surveyed it when it was finished 2 centuries ago. Up the broad flight of shallow steps, Monsieur the Marquis, flambeau preceded, went from his carriage, sufficiently disturbing the darkness to elicit loud remonstrance from an owl in the roof of the great pile of stable building, away among the trees. All else was so quiet that the flambeau carried up the steps, and the other flambeau held at the great door, burnt as if they were in a close room of state, instead of being in the open night air. Other sound than the owl's voice there was none, save the falling of a fountain into its stone basin, for it was one of those dark nights that hold their breath by the hour together, and then heave a long low sigh, and hold their breath again. The great door clanged behind him, and Monsieur the Marquis crossed a hall, grim with certain old boar spears, swords, and knives of the chase, grimmer with certain heavy riding rods and riding whips, of which many a peasant, gone to his benefactor Death, had felt the weight when his lord was angry. Avoiding the larger rooms, which were dark and made fast for the night, Monsieur the Marquis, with his flambeau-bearer going on before, went up the staircase to a door in a corridor. This thrown open admitted him to his own private apartment of 3 rooms, his bedchamber and 2 others. High vaulted rooms with cool uncarpeted floors, great dogs upon the hearths for the burning of wood in winter time, and all luxuries befitting the state of a marquis in a luxurious age and country. The fashion of the last Louis but one, of the line that was never to break, the 14th Louis, was conspicuous in their rich furniture, but it was diversified by many objects that were illustrations of old pages in the history of France. A supper table was laid for 2 in the 3rd of the rooms, a round room in one of the chateau's 4 extinguisher-topped towers, a small lofty room with its window wide open and the wooden jalousie blinds closed so that the dark night only showed in slight horizontal lines of black, alternating with their broad lines of stone color. "My nephew," said the Marquis, glancing at the supper preparation, "they said he was not arrived." Nor was he, but he had been expected with Monseigneur. "Ah, it is not probable he will arrive tonight. Nevertheless, leave the table as it is. I shall be ready in a quarter of an hour." In a quarter of an hour Monseigneur was ready, and sat down alone to his sumptuous and choice supper. His chair was opposite to the window, and he had taken his soup, and was raising his glass of Bordeaux to his lips when he put it down. "What is that?" he calmly asked, looking with attention at the horizontal lines of black and stone color. "Monseigneur, that?" "Outside the blinds. Open the blinds." It was done. "Well?" "Monseigneur, it is nothing. The trees and the night are all that are here." The servant who spoke had thrown the blinds wide, had looked out into the vacant darkness, and stood with that blank behind him, looking round for instructions. "Good," said the imperturbable master. "Close them again." That was done too, and the Marquis went on with his supper. He was halfway through it when he again stopped with his glass in his hand, hearing the sound of wheels. It came on briskly, and came up to the front of the chateau. "Ask who is arrived." It was the nephew of Monseigneur. He had been some few leagues behind Monseigneur early in the afternoon. He had diminished the distance rapidly, but not so rapidly as to come up with Monseigneur on the road. He had heard of Monseigneur at the posting houses as being before him. He was to be told, said Monseigneur, that supper awaited him then and there, and that he was prayed to come to it. In a little while he came. He had been known in England as Charles Darnay. Monseigneur received him in a courtly manner, but they did not shake hands. "You left Paris yesterday, sir?" he said to Monseigneur, as he took his seat at table. "Yesterday? And you?" "I come direct." "From London?" "Yes." "You have been a long time coming," said the Marquis with a smile. "On the contrary, I come direct." "Pardon me, I mean not a long time on the journey, a long time intending the journey." "I have been detained by—" The nephew stopped a moment in his answer. "Various business." "Without doubt," said the polished uncle. So long as the servant was present, no other words passed between them. When coffee had been served, and they were alone together, the nephew, looking at the uncle, and meeting the eyes of the face that was like a fine mask, opened a conversation. "I have come back, sir, as you anticipate, pursuing the object that took me away. It carried me into great and unexpected peril, but it is a sacred object, and if it had carried me to death, I hope it would have sustained me." "Not to death," said the uncle. "It is not necessary to say to death." "I doubt, sir," returned the nephew, "whether, if it had carried me to the utmost brink of death, you would have cared to stop me there." The deepened marks in the nose and the lengthening of the fine straight lines in the cruel face looked ominous as to that. The uncle made a graceful gesture of protest, which was so clearly a slight form of good breeding that it was not reassuring. "Indeed, sir," pursued the nephew, "for anything I know, you may have expressly worked to give a more suspicious appearance to the suspicious circumstances that surrounded me." "No, no, no," said the uncle pleasantly. "But however that may be," resumed the nephew, glancing at him with deep distrust, "I know that your diplomacy would stop me by any means, and would know no scruple as to means." "My friend, I told you so," said the uncle, with a fine pulsation in the 2 marks. "Do me the favor to recall that I told you so long ago." "I recall it." "Thank you," said the Marquis, very sweetly indeed. His tone lingered in the air, almost like the tone of a musical instrument. "In effect, sir," pursued the nephew, "I believe it to be at once your bad fortune and my good fortune that has kept me out of a prison in France here." "I do not quite understand," returned the uncle, sipping his coffee. "Dare I ask you to explain?" "I believe that if you were not in disgrace with the court, and had not been overshadowed by that cloud for years past, a lettre de cachet would have sent me to some fortress indefinitely." "It is possible," said the uncle with great calmness. "For the honor of the family, I could even resolve to incommode you to that extent. Pray excuse me." "I perceive that, happily for me, the reception of the day before yesterday was, as usual, a cold one," observed the nephew. "I would not say happily, my friend," returned the uncle, with refined politeness. "I would not be sure of that. A good opportunity for consideration, surrounded by the advantages of solitude, might influence your destiny to far greater advantage than you influence it for yourself. But it is useless to discuss the question. I am, as you say, at a disadvantage. These little instruments of correction, these gentle aids to the power and honor of families, these slight favors that might so incommode you, are only to be obtained now by interest and importunity. They are sought by so many, and they are granted, comparatively, to so few. It used not to be so, but France in all such things is changed for the worse. Our not remote ancestors held the right of life and death over the surrounding vulgar. From this room many such dogs have been taken out to be hanged. In the next room, my bedroom, one fellow, to our knowledge, was poignarded on the spot for professing some insolent delicacy respecting his daughter. His daughter! We have lost many privileges. A new philosophy has become the mode, and the assertion of our station in these days might, I do not go so far as to say would, but might, cause us real inconvenience. All very bad, very bad." The Marquis took a gentle little pinch of snuff and shook his head, as elegantly despondent as he could becomingly be, of a country still containing himself, that great means of regeneration. "We have so asserted our station, both in the old time and in the modern time also," said the nephew gloomily, "that I believe our name to be more detested than any name in France." "Let us hope so," said the uncle. "Detestation of the high is the involuntary homage of the low." "There is not," pursued the nephew in his former tone, "a face I can look at in all this country round about us, which looks at me with any deference on it, but the dark deference of fear and slavery." "A compliment," said the Marquis, "to the grandeur of the family, merited by the manner in which the family has sustained its grandeur. Ha!" And he took another gentle little pinch of snuff, and lightly crossed his legs. But when his nephew, leaning an elbow on the table, covered his eyes thoughtfully and dejectedly with his hand, The fine mask looked at him sideways with a stronger concentration of keenness, closeness, and dislike than was comportable with its wearer's assumption of indifference. Repression is the only lasting philosophy. The dark deference of fear and slavery, my friend, observed the Marquis, will keep the dogs obedient to the whip as long as this roof, looking up to it, shuts out the sky. That might not be so long as the Marquis supposed. If a picture of the chateau as it was to be a very few years hence, and of 50 like it, as they too were to be a very few years hence, could have been shown to him that night, he might have been at a loss to claim his own from the ghastly, fire-charred, plunder-wrecked ruins. As for the roof he vaunted, he might have found that shutting out the sky in a new way, to wit, forever, from the eyes of the bodies into which its lead was fired, out of the barrels of 100,000 muskets. Meanwhile, said the Marquis, I will preserve the honor and repose of the family, if you will not. But you must be fatigued. Shall we terminate our conference for the night? A moment more. An hour, if you please. Sir, said the nephew, we have done wrong, and are reaping the fruits of wrong. We have done wrong? Repeated the Marquis, with an inquiring smile, and delicately pointing first to his nephew, then to himself. Our family, our honorable family, whose honor is of so much account to both of us in such different ways. Even in my father's time, we did a world of wrong, injuring every human creature who came between us and our pleasure, whatever it was. Why need I speak of my father's time, when it is equally yours? Can I separate my father's twin brother, joint inheritor, and next successor from himself? Death has done that, said the Marquis. And has left me, answered the nephew, bound to a system that is frightful to me, responsible for it, but powerless in it, seeking to execute the last request of my dear mother's lips, and obey the last look of my dear mother's eyes, which implored me to have mercy and to redress, and tortured by seeking assistance and power in vain. Seeking them from me, my nephew, said the Marquis, touching him on the breast with his forefinger. They were now standing by the hearth. You will forever seek them in vain, be assured. Every fine straight line in the clear whiteness of his face was cruelly, craftily, and closely compressed, while he stood looking quietly at his nephew, with his snuff-box in his hand. Once again he touched him on the breast, as though his finger were the fine point of a small sword, with which in delicate finesse he ran him through the body, and said, My friend, I will die perpetrating the system under which I have lived. When he had said it, he took a culminating pinch of snuff, and put his box in his pocket. Better to be a rational creature, he added then, after ringing a small bell on the table, and accept your natural destiny. But you are lost, Monsieur Charles, I see. This property and France are lost to me, said the nephew sadly. I renounce them. Are they both yours to renounce? France may be, but is the property? It is scarcely worth mentioning, but is it yet? I had no intention in the words I used to claim it yet. If it pass to me from you tomorrow, which I have the vanity to hope is not probable, or 20 years hence, you do me too much honor, said the Marquis. Still, I prefer that supposition. I would abandon it and live otherwise and elsewhere. It is little to relinquish. What is it but a wilderness of misery and ruin? Ha! said the Marquis, glancing round the luxurious room. To the eye it is fair enough here, but seen in its integrity, under the sky and by the daylight, it is a crumbling tower of waste, mismanagement, extortion, debt, mortgage, oppression, hunger, nakedness, and suffering. Ha! said the Marquis again, in a well-satisfied manner. If it ever becomes mine, it shall be put into the hands better qualified to free it slowly, if such a thing is possible, from the weight that drags it down, so that the miserable people who cannot leave it, and who have been long wrung to the last point of endurance, may in another generation suffer less. But it is not for me. There is a curse on it, and on all this land. And you, said the uncle, forgive my curiosity, do you, under your new philosophy, graciously intend to live? I must do, to live, what others of my countrymen, even with nobility at their backs, may have to do some day, work. In England, for example? Yes, the family honor, sir, is safe for me in this country. The family name can suffer from me in no other, for I bear it in no other. The ringing of the bell had caused the adjoining bedchamber to be lighted. It now shone brightly through the door of communication. The Marquis looked that way and listened for the retreating step of his valet. England is very attractive to you, seeing how indifferently you have prospered there, he observed then, turning his calm face to his nephew with a smile. I have already said that for my prospering there, I am sensible I may be indebted to you, sir. For the rest, it is my refuge. They say, those boastful English, that it is the refuge of many. You know a compatriot who has found a refuge there? A doctor? Yes. With a daughter? Yes. Yes, said the Marquis, you are fatigued. Good night. As he bent his head in his most courtly manner, there was a secrecy in his smiling face, and he conveyed an air of mystery to those words, which struck the eyes and ears of his nephew forcibly. At the same time, the thin straight lines of the setting of the eyes, and the thin straight lips, and the markings in the nose curved with a sarcasm that looked handsomely diabolic. Yes, repeated the Marquis, a doctor with a daughter. Yes, so commences the new philosophy. You are fatigued. Good night. It would have been of as much avail to interrogate any stone fence outside the chateau as to interrogate that face of his. The nephew looked at him in vain, in passing on to the door. Good night, said the uncle. I look to the pleasure of seeing you again in the morning. Good repose. Light monsieur my nephew to his chamber, there. And burn monsieur my nephew in his bed, if you will, he added to himself, before he rang his little bell again, and summoned his valet to his own bedroom. The valet come and gone, Monsieur the Marquis walked to and fro in his loose chamber robe to prepare himself gently for sleep, that hot, still night. Rustling about the room, his softly slippered feet making no noise on the floor, he moved like a refined tiger, looked like some enchanted marquis of the impenitently wicked sort, in story, whose periodical change into tiger form was either just going off or just coming on. He moved from end to end of his voluptuous bedroom, looking again at the scraps of the day's journey that came unbidden into his mind. The slow toil up the hill at sunset, the setting sun, the descent, the mill, the prison on the crag, the little village in the hollow, the peasants at the fountain, and the mender of roads with his blue cap pointing out the chain under the carriage. That fountain suggested the Paris fountain, the little bundle lying on the step, the woman bending over it, and the tall man with his arms up, crying, "Dead!" I am cool now, said Monsieur the Marquis, and may go to bed. So, leaving only one light burning on the large hearth, he let his thin gauze curtains fall around him, and heard the night break its silence with a long sigh as he composed himself to sleep. The stone faces on the outer walls stared blindly at the black night for 3 heavy hours. For 3 heavy hours the horses in the stables rattled at their racks, the dogs barked, and the owl made a noise with very little resemblance in it to the noise conventionally assigned to the owl by men poets. But it is the obstinate custom of such creatures hardly ever to say what is set down for them. For 3 heavy hours the stone faces of the chateau, lion and human, stared blindly at the night. Dead darkness lay on all the landscape. Dead darkness added its own hush to the hushing dust on all the roads. The burial place had got to the pass that its little heaps of poor grass were undistinguishable from one another. The figure on the cross might have come down for anything that could be seen of it. In the village, taxers and taxed were fast asleep, dreaming perhaps of banquets, as the starved usually do, and of ease and rest, as the driven slave and the yoked ox may. Its lean inhabitants slept soundly, and were fed and freed. The fountain in the village flowed unseen and unheard, and the fountain at the chateau dropped unseen and unheard, both melting away, like the minutes that were falling from the spring of time, through 3 dark hours. Then the grey water of both began to be ghostly in the light, and the eyes of the stone faces of the chateau were opened. Lighter and lighter, until at last the sun touched the tops of the still trees and poured its radiance over the hill. In the glow, the water of the chateau fountain seemed to turn to blood, and the stone faces crimsoned. The carol of the birds was loud and high, and on the weather-beaten sill of the great window of the bedchamber of Monsieur the Marquis, one little bird sang its sweetest song with all its might. At this the nearest stone face seemed to stare amazed, and with open mouth and dropped under jaw looked awe-stricken. Now the sun was full up, and movement began in the village. Casement windows opened, crazy doors were unbarred, and people came forth shivering, chilled as yet by the new sweet air. Then began the rarely lightened toil of the day among the village population. Some to the fountain, some to the fields, men and women here to dig and delve, men and women there to see to the poor livestock, and lead the bony cows out to such pasture as could be found by the roadside. In the church and at the cross, a kneeling figure or two, attendant on the latter prayers, the led cow trying for a breakfast among the weeds at its foot. The chateau awoke later, as became its quality, but awoke gradually and surely. First the lonely boar spears and knives of the chase had been reddened as of old, then had gleamed trenchant in the morning sunshine. Now doors and windows were thrown open, horses in their stables looked round over their shoulders at the light and freshness pouring in at doorways. Leaves sparkled and rustled at iron-grated windows. Dogs pulled hard at their chains and reared, impatient to be loosed. All these trivial incidents belonged to the routine of life and the return of morning. Surely not so the ringing of the great bell of the chateau, nor the running up and down the stairs, nor the hurried figures on the terrace, nor the booting and tramping here and there and everywhere, nor the quick saddling of horses and riding away. What winds conveyed this hurry to the grizzled mender of roads, already at work on the hilltop beyond the village, with his day's dinner, not much to carry, lying in a bundle that it was worth no crow's while to peck at, on a heap of stones? Had the birds, carrying some grains of it to a distance, dropped one over him as they sow chance seeds? Whether or no, the mender of roads ran on the sultry morning as if for his life down the hill, knee-high in dust, and never stopped till he got to the fountain. All the people of the village were at the fountain, standing about in their depressed manner, and whispering low, but showing no other emotions than grim curiosity and surprise. The led cows, hastily brought in and tethered to anything that would hold them, were looking stupidly on, or lying down, chewing the cud of nothing particularly repaying their trouble, which they had picked up in their interrupted saunter. Some of the people of the chateau, and some of those of the posting house, and all the taxing authorities were armed more or less, and were crowded on the other side of the little street in a purposeless way that was highly fraught with nothing. Already the mender of roads had penetrated into the midst of a group of 50 particular friends, and was smiting himself in the breast with his blue cap. What did all this portend, and what portended the swift hoisting up of Monsieur Gabelle behind a servant on horseback, and the conveying away of the said Gabelle, double laden though the horse was, at a gallop, like a new version of the German ballad of Leonora? It portended that there was one stone face too many up at the chateau. The Gorgon had surveyed the building again in the night, and had added the one stone face wanting, the stone face for which it had waited through about 200 years. It lay back on the pillow of Monsieur the Marquis. It was like a fine mask, suddenly started, made angry and petrified. Driven home into the heart of the stone figure attached to it was a knife. Round its hilt was a frill of paper, on which was scrawled, "Drive him fast to his tomb. This from Jacques." End of section 43.
Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 44. The Ivy Green by Charles Dickens. Oh, a dainty plant is the ivy green, that creepeth o'er ruins old. Of right choice food are his meals, I ween, in his cell so lone and cold. The wall must be crumbled, the stone decayed, to pleasure his dainty whim, and the mouldering dust that years have made is a merry meal for him. Creeping where no life is seen, a rare old plant is the ivy green. Fast he stealeth on, though he wears no wings, and a staunch old heart has he. How closely he twineth, how tight he clings to his friend the huge oak tree, and slyly he traileth along the ground, and his leaves he gently waves, as he joyously hugs and crawleth round the rich mould of dead men's graves. Creeping where grim death has been, a rare old plant is the ivy green. Whole ages have fled, and their works decayed, and nations have scattered been, but the stout old ivy shall never fade from its hale and hearty green. The brave old plant in its lonely days shall fatten upon the past, for the stateliest building that man can raise is the ivy's food at last. Creeping on where time has been, a rare old plant is the ivy green. End of section 44. Recording by Alan Mapstone.